Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to another Out of This World compilation from rSpace. Just found out, big vacation in 9 days. Help! I found out yesterday my husband, 38 male, has been cheating on me, 35 female, with a coworker for 8 months. She is, of course, 25, young, blonde, hot, and is in love with him. He loves her as well. We have been together for 18 years and have 2 kids, 9 and 6. I am pissed, wrecked, angry, sad, feeling like it's my fault, devastated. All of the feelings. I initially told him to get out, but as it was one of 2 times he would see the kids this week, I locked myself in our room and let him stay. I'm going back and forth on what to do in the future if he actually stays like he now says he wants to. I know that is wrong. I'm already second choice and have been. I know I should respect myself more than this. But the advice I need. In 9 days, we have our annual Thanksgiving week camping trip with my parents and brother and his family. My children would be destroyed if their dad wasn't there. He is the best part of the trip for them. Do I allow him to come? I feel like I can't tell my family yet because it will destroy them and create a horrible environment for the kids. Do I just suck it up and pretend like life is fine and die inside the entire time? Do I not let him go because I hate him and he's garbage, but I love him? This trip honestly is the highlight of the year for the kids. I'm too new at this to know what to do here. Also, if he is kicked out before then, the kids will need to be told. Do we live in separate rooms until I've decided what to do with this trip in my future? Crazy Cat Lady Forever says, first of all, I'm sorry that you've had to join us here. I know that the hurt must be incredible and the decisions that come now are extremely hard. On to your problem. How did you find out? I think that should be part of your decision process too. Realistically, you know what you can endure, and if you're willing to let him get away with this for a while longer. Basically, he doesn't have to face any consequences right now. His life hasn't changed. Is he still working with her? Since it's only been a day. I'm sure he is. Then you can bet they are still having inappropriate contact, even if it's not physical. I would not let him come, no. One of my concerns being that next month is Christmas. What then? What will the next reason to postpone the separation? What happens after Christmas? Will one of the kids have a birthday? Easter? Point being, there will always be some event that will make it hard to separate and tell the kids. Although you could say he had an unexpected work trip and tell them after the vacation. Second, what has he done or offered to do so far to make a reconciliation possible? Has it all been lip service or was there action? Has he quit his job yet? Is he looking for individual counseling? Are you looking at marriage counseling? Does he show real remorse or just guilt for getting caught and not coming clean sooner? Third reason for him not coming. I think you underestimate how perceptive most kids are, even small ones. I knew at 4 years old that my parents had issues, and it's honestly stayed with me throughout my life. Not as bad anymore, but my dating life is definitely a reflection of what I grew up with. Finally, he needs to see that his actions have real-life consequences. He is the one that made the choice to step out on your family, so he is responsible for not getting to act like a happy family anymore, because that's not what you are. He alone is the reason for the hurt, and he's already caused, and the hurt that lies ahead for you and the kids. He should get used to not being the great man he wants everyone to think he is. Tell your family, don't protect him and suffer in silence. You need all the support you can get, because your original support system, your husband, has now fallen away. And even if it's tough to hear, yes, you and the kids are second choice right now. Is he staying because of you and the kids or because of comfort and image? Again, the kids will notice that mom and dad aren't happy, and it will influence what they see as acceptable behavior in relationships. He says he loves her. That doesn't go away overnight. Don't torture yourself. Set clear boundaries and don't make decisions for a possible reconciliation under pressure, be it time or certain responsibilities. Take a step away, breathe, spend time alone with your family during that trip, and then check in with yourself if you can see reconciliation in your future. Make sure to set boundaries for when you're away. If he doesn't go full no contact with the affair partner, then there's no reason for reconciliation because he's chosen her again. ETAK No says, others may have different opinions, but you need to prioritize yourself first. If you don't want him there, tell him not to go. He can make excuses, but don't let him blame you for it. It may sound selfish and the trip might be the last time you're going out as a family, but you need to think of yourself too. If his kids are disappointed he's not coming, that's on him. He destroyed the family. He should accept the consequences of his actions. M Tobacco 31 says, why would you keep a secret for him? None of this is on you, it's all on him. By not saying anything and putting your comfort last, you're putting him on a pedestal. When I was cheated on, I let everyone who asked know exactly what happened. I don't understand protecting a person who crapped on my heart. Just do not be the person that makes every conversation about the situation. The house of cards is falling. There's no reason to try to keep it up any longer. TN Sugar Cookies says, he says he's in love? It's over. It's a no for him to go on the trip. He doesn't have to know. go to lawyer, get financials in order, STI testing, co-parenting app, no contact otherwise, file. You shouldn't have to sacrifice your peace of mind for him. Your kids will get over it if he's not there. He needs to be punished for what he did, and he doesn't deserve to stay with the family. He made his choices and now he has to suffer the consequences. By letting him come, that means you're sort of letting him get away with what he did and how he's been treating you and the family. By cheating, he's saying he doesn't give a crap about his family, including his kids. He's just throwing it all away. Now is the time to stick up for yourself and respect yourself. Create those boundaries and show people how you should be treated. You deserve the best. You don't deserve to be second best. Update. He's not coming with us on the trip. We are done. The family will all know. Thanks everyone for all the great advice. A few questions that were asked. He was the one to tell me they were in love. He told me immediately he wanted me and to work things out, but then later said if I can't have you, I pick her over being alone. He also never offered to end things right away. So at the time of posting the original post, I told him to do whatever he wanted to do for himself. I could never see myself getting past this. After talking all day, I fell asleep for 2 hours. I woke up and we start talking again. I ask him if he's talked to her. He swears no. I can tell he's lying right away. He told me, have my phone, message her, that's fine, I don't care. Blah, blah, blah. Kept offering. He knew I was serious about us being done and started backtracking. Well, maybe it's not love. Maybe it is just the new infatuation. On and on. I take his phone and pull up a new message because obviously he's deleted their conversation again and text her, hey. She immediately starts asking how'd the rest of the night go. Did you end up telling her more? So I answered like I'm him. She keeps just answering, saying all this crap. This was not my proudest moment. They both had to work last night. He said he had to break up with her in person to make sure she doesn't freak out and cost him his job. And he loved her and owed her that much, but no matter what, he was ending it with her and would spend years hoping for another chance and going to counseling. I ask him again. She's telling me everything right now. Last shot, let's hear the rest. He finally tells me more, but no way I think that's all. He was sitting there looking panicked while I messaged her. No doubt in my mind now, 100%, it's over. I knew when he wouldn't call and end it right away. When I confronted him, he never would. I had him pack a bag. He was going to stay at his mom's after work. He called the affair partner the second he left the house. They had conversations about it all while working. She left work early because she was too upset to be there, and the plan was he would come to her house and they would talk. I asked him to let me know if he was staying there that night so I would have that knowledge when I'm talking to my family today. He agrees and spends 2 hours on the phone with me after work until finally I said, enough, go talk to her. He never came home. He didn't go to his mom's. His mom came to pick up the kids this morning so I could talk to my family, and she couldn't believe he wasn't there. I've heard nothing from him since last night. It's hard to spend so much time stressing over if they are with the affair partner to a day later, knowing for sure, and now it's none of my business. My parents had an unexpected emergency today, so I couldn't tell them. If he comes back here and sits with the kids, I guess Monday night I tell them. The kids asked where he was this morning, and I said, I don't know. We'll have to ask him later. The plan was he would move into another room while we told the kids, figured out rules, temporary finances, custody. Now that he's stayed with her, I don't think I can have him here if he even comes back. He's ghosting us? So now I have to tell the kids on my own? I have not reached out to him all day other than to ask when he will be available to talk to them. Appropriate Play 7476 has an opinion. Cheaters are cowards and your husband's behavior is not surprising. He does not have the balls to face the consequences of his disgusting actions. Do not let him shy away from doing the honor of telling the kids. How long does he plan to hide away under a fair partner's skirt? At some point, her panties will start to stink and he needs to get out of there. You should not be the one to face the music. He should. Wait for him to talk to them. The OP replies, yes, he finally called and supposedly will be by tomorrow morning sometime for us to tell the kids. When I asked him to think about specific times he would be by to see them, he's going to live with her on an hour away, I guess. We live across the street from their school and he is only off Tuesdays and Thursday nights. He started panicking, begging me to take him back. Not sure why this time it sunk in about the kids when I've pointed out before about his availability. I'm sure now that he's living with her, he will suddenly be able to change his schedule. The OP has some more to add. He told his mom all, and she is not on his team. She said I'll never meet her. She will never be welcome around me. I reminded her they could have kids and things will change. But the family aspect on his side? Yeah, they will shun them. His work gets to remain a dirty little secret because he needs the job. I mean, I don't think he was really broken. This seems completely out of character for the past 18 years, or he's just an excellent liar and wanted to get caught this time because it is true love? So now I'm bad guy ending it and make him leave. Taking his choice to be here with us away. The kids are our priority. He just called me, finally on his way to work. He said he will be by tomorrow so we can tell the kids. After telling me he's going back there tonight, he was begging me to let him live there still. He's delusional. I'm not. Lawyering up. If he's ghosting you, he's made his decision. He doesn't deserve to come home. He's dug his own grave. I'm sorry you have to deal with this, OP. What are your thoughts? What should OP do? Up next, what do we do when your partner gives someone else your birthday sex? D-Day number 2. Crushed. 8 months ago, I found out about my husband's affair. I asked him over the course of months if there was anything else I should know. He went to couples therapy. We were doing okay. A couple days ago, I decided to message the affair partner. She had no clue I existed. She was actually very kind, but then she asked if he only mentioned her, and asked if she could send screenshots that suggested it wasn't just her. And it wasn't. I came home from work, looked him in the eye and said, "Tell me everything I need to know about blank." He denied. I read a screenshot. He said it was all talk. I stormed off. A few minutes later, he came in and confessed everything. Countless women, one-night stands, one girl he slept with so many times that he lost track, sneaking away from his friends on boys' trips, finding couples on here, bringing women to his parents' house, trying to sleep with someone on my birthday. I had the affair partner send me a screen recording of all their messages. I don't know who I married. I lost it. We drove to his parents' house, made him tell them. Then I made him tell my parents. I told our friends. No coming back from this. I feel so lost. He did this for 2 years. I know at some point I will be okay, but we were supposed to try for kids this year. I had that taken away from me. I'm mourning everything I thought I had or will have. Our first reaction comes from Christ deliver me. That's crazy. I'm so sorry, OP. I'm surprised he went with you to your parents' house. I've been there bringing my ex to my parents' house. Right off the bat, the mom defended her asking what I did wrong to make her do this. This almost fractured the mom and dad's marriage. I love them both very much, but it was hard being on the other side of a very close-knit family. As of now, my whole life crumbled. Hers is fine, and her parents have all but forgot. Her dad left our wedding photo up in their living room. I can't imagine what she thinks when she goes there to drop off our kids. First Home Help chimes in, "Oh my goodness, he is awful. They never tell the whole story and let us get in deeper so they can try to force us to stay in the bad situation. I hate this for you. It's definitely over. He doesn't care about you. He only cares about himself." Wow, I can't imagine all of the effort and lying this took. The OP replies, "A huge web of lies. All this time. At this point, I think he had more sex with strangers than me, and unprotected." I'm so sorry, OP. That's not easy, but it's definitely a blessing. You don't want a kid with a scumbag like that. Thank goodness you found out when you did and not when you were about to have a child with this person. On top of that, I can't believe you had the guts to say, "It's all talk," even after the screenshots. What the heck was this person trying to prove? And trying to sleep with someone on your birthday? Had the cheating continued while you were in couples therapy? Moreover, I'm a little shocked that affair partner was so kind and willing to throw him under the bus. You don't always get that. What do you think of couples therapy? Would you do it? Have you tried it? Our last OP wasn't invited to this party for 2. Wife of 3 years cheated on me while I was at work. Spouse, 27 female, and I, 28 male, bought our first house together in September of 2021. We moved in an hour north from where we were staying to be closer to her parents. I liked the area, so I actually suggested it. She wasn't working because she was type 1 diabetic and terrified of getting the Rona, so I was able to provide for her for a couple of years comfortably at the old house. We were renting from my family, who was charging us $400 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. When we were discussing buying this house, I asked her to get a job and help me out a little with groceries and utilities. She agreed. Fast forward a year and she finally gets a job at Albertsons. At this point, I've depleted my savings so much. She meets this guy in orientation that put his 2 weeks in the same day. We'll call him Logan. Wife is working a couple days a week and is liking what she's doing. She's meeting coworkers and whatnot. She gets invited to a party a coworker is throwing. She ends up staying at home because there was drama at the party, but ends up offering our house for the party location. I'm at work on a 24-hour shift on an ambulance. Logan is the only one who shows up. They eventually have sex that night and continue this affair for a month and a half until I get suspicious and look through her phone. All of it was right there. When I confronted her, she said she's not been happy for some time now and isn't sure if she even wants to stay. I'm angry at the fact that I provided for her for 3 years, not once asking for help, and as soon as I do, she decides she's not happy and decides to cheat with a loser bagger from the grocery store. I guess I'm not really looking for advice. I'm just trying to vent my frustrations. Thank you guys for the read. The community has some reactions to the OP's frustrations. Ned Anty09 says, "How did your child find out?" The OP responds, "When she was at her grandparents' house, wife is currently staying there after our argument, she wanted to use her mother's phone to order something to eat. She's seen a suspicious notification and found the messages. My daughter took many photos and screenshots, airdropped them to herself, and deleted anything that would make her mom suspicious towards her. I plan on going through her emails and seeing if anything else is in there." My Doctor Who adds, "Your eldest daughter finding out will complicate an effort to reconcile in the future. Please protect your daughter from manipulation and retaliation from your wife when she finds out that your daughter is the one that provided proof of her cheating. Time to speak to a lawyer to discuss what will happen if you decide to split up. Hire a PI if you really want proof of your wife cheating." Red Crane Lives says, "Have a sneaky suspicion when she realizes Bagger Boy can't support her. She will have a drastic change of heart. Be prepared for her to love bomb you when she does. She's showing you who she really is. You're young. Move on and find a partner. Raising a family is hard enough without your significant other being another child to take care of." Revolutionary Hat 688 says, "This. For God's sake, don't make the mistake of taking her back." Joe Smith 01 says, "That wasn't a party. She invited Logan over knowing you would not be home. So yeah, she's been thinking about this for a while. Looking forward to hearing how you packed her bags and dropped her off at Logan's house." New ID Guy 77 says, "You, first responder who supports his wife and works at 24-hour shifts to save people's lives. Affair partner, grocery boy who flirts with other men's wives and works 8-hour shifts to save customers 29 cents on a can of corn. Your wife chose the second option, so why stay with her? Good luck, OP, and thanks for doing what you do." What an absolute leech. Of course she was enjoying her job finally, her ego, and whatever else was getting stroked. The whole party situation sounds fishy anyways, as if there wasn't really ever a formal party planned, more like a party for two in your own house and your wife just happens to be dessert. It's disgusting that she totally leached off of you for all those years, and after all of that, she's treated you like absolute garbage. Ah well, drop her like a sack of potatoes. Let her pretend to be happy with the next guy who just happens to be the local grocery bag boy. There's no way Logan would ever live up to the man that you are. I'm sorry, OP. You deserve better. I found out my husband and dearest friend were having an affair. My ex-husband and I met when our best friends married each other. He was the best man and I was the maid of honor. After a couple years, we all lived in the same community and had our 4 children in the same time frame. I hired my friend, let's call her Hobag, to be our attorney for our business when we thought about selling franchises. Hobag and my ex, let's call him Dog, spent lots of late nights working out the kinks in contracts and more. One July, they had to go to New York for a week to interview prospective franchisees. Her ex-husband called me to say he'd hired a detective who'd followed them and saw them all lovey-dovey and that they only had one hotel room. Well, since it was July and sizzling, her front right minivan window was open about 2 inches. I took it upon myself to puree a few raw shrimp with chicken broth and strain the solids out. Then I fed a long tube down her rear passenger carpet and under the seat as best I could. I didn't choose the front seat because it had removable mats. Then I slowly funneled about half a cup of my potion down the tube. That week it was over 90 degrees every day. It was ghastly. A triumph. Her husband and I didn't let on that we knew about their affair until we'd each had consultations with every good lawyer in our city and our financial ducks in a row. Petty, effective revenge, I don't regret. Newcomer from the community says, "That's hilarious. Are Dog and Hobag in a relationship now?" The OP replies, "No, she left him. One day he went home after work and she had cleaned out everything in their house, but his 100-gallon aquarium and a duplicate Gary Larson cartoons book." Imart L chimes in, "She very likely will be disbarred for sleeping with a client. It feels appropriate to report her and let her have that very deserved outcome happen. This is the first thing taught in professional responsibility in law school. Do not sleep with clients. The second is to not commingle funds and always err on the side of disclosure." The OP replies, "That would have been the coup de grace. She was only kind of a lawyer. She went to law school and she passed the bar in one state, but not in PA where we all wound up together having babies, etc." Koigon from the community thought, "If she was practicing law in a state she had no license, that's definitely worth reporting." OP mentions, "She was advising my husband with her legal expertise, in many ways. More like a paralegal, I suppose. She never appeared in court, I hope. I think he was her only client, at least legal-wise." SFW Account 67 says, "That is doing lawyer stuff. Just report her and let the PA bar decide if it's legal or illegal." The OP responds, "Great idea, but Hobag and Dog moved to Seattle. before she left him heart-wrecked. Poor baby, ha 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 ha. Jack Sparrow 1 adds this. For those who don't know how delightfully devious OP was, we each had consultations with every good lawyer in our city, means that those lawyers could not represent Hobag or Dog. It would be a conflict since they had already consulted the other side. Nervous Internal 581 chimes in. What happened to Hobag and Dog? Did they stay together? What was their reaction to their getting caught? The OP answers, she left him after a few years. One day when they were having breakfast together at Denny's, they were both served with divorce papers. They were blown away. It was poetry, orchestrated by our lawyers. Neither Hobag's husband nor I ever let on that we knew. No. Although I am sorry that you had to go through all of that, what you did was pure brilliance. Good on you for not letting on that you both knew. You played the game perfectly, OP. I hope she was never able to get the smell out. Have you ever sought revenge like this on your cheating partner? If so, please share. Next, a 15-plus year sobriety in danger. Tonight, I literally caught him with his pants down, and with another woman. He even came to the door in his underwear, sporting a hard-on. Obviously, he wasn't expecting me. I immediately handed the woman $20 and told her to call an Uber. She did. She refused to look at me, but at least she left. I didn't know what else to do. He cheated once that I know of in the past, several years ago. He came clean, we survived counseling, and I finally was getting to the point where I really trusted him again. I left town for 4 days, professional conference, and he freaking cheats on me with a woman he claims he doesn't even know her last name. He brought her to the house. The betrayal and pain is overwhelming. I'm reeling, and I feel humiliated and broken. I'll get past it eventually, I hope, but in the meantime, god dang it hurts. Not sure how to move forward except for cutting all contact. I'm in a daze and I know the anger is coming. I can feel it lurking underneath my sorrow and shock. I've been sober 15 plus years and I've made it through some rough crap over the years without relapsing, but this betrayal is rough. I haven't felt this fragile in a long, long time. Hey y'all, thank you for the uplifting words and advice. I'm feeling better today and frankly a little relieved in that it's now perfectly clear to me what type of person he really is. I'm moving on without him. Those are the consequences of his own bad decisions, and I'm better off without him. Salad Outrageous 1315 from the community chimes in. Hi, please remember he is the one with the issue. I am so sorry you had to deal with this. Please surround yourself with friends or family who can support you during this time. Maybe a sponsor because this man isn't worth the time and energy you put into staying sober. No one deserves to be treated like that. Wow. He is sickening for that. Truly. The OP replies, you're right. It's time to find a new sponsor. This is my life and I need to reclaim it for myself and move on. Initial copy 8784 adds, no, do not turn to booze. You have made it through rough patches without it. You should simply cut all contact. It is not worth it. No Love Lost 1992 thinks, leave him. He brought her to your house and in your bed. Divorce or post-nup, but I'd say divorce is better because you deserve better. Don't give up something you've worked so hard for a person who is not even deserving of your love and loyalty. Focus on yourself and happiness. I'm sorry you're going through this, but you will get through it. I don't know you, but I'm proud of you, and again, you deserve better. Do not let this person and their disgusting choices affect your sobriety. You've worked so hard to get where you are. Don't let this person ruin that. Their decisions are not at all a reflection on you or your self-worth. You will get through this. Give OP some words of encouragement in the comments below. Next, this OP learns who their true friends are. Friends thinking I should just let it go 6 months after D-Day. People who haven't been cheated on don't understand the pain and mental, emotional turmoil that we will go through. I love my friends, but feel it's insensitive to think it's that easily forgotten. Throw RA 846257484 responds, I wish I had the ability to let it go. When my ex-girlfriend cheated on me, I wasn't surprised. It was expected. We had a huge argument and we broke up. It didn't hurt much and I was able to move on quickly. Recently, when my wife cheated on me, it was a different story. I trusted my wife with my life. My soon-to-be ex-wife was so kind and caring a person, always by my side. Never in a million years I thought she would do anything like that. But here we are. It hurts so much more because I feel betrayed by my best friend. I went numb and in cognitive impairment. I do not think these feelings are going away anytime soon, and I cannot just let it go. Wish it was that simple. If your friends haven't felt it themselves, they will never know the pain and suffering you are going through. Counting Days 0815 chimes in, exactly. For me, it's not the physical aspect. It's this multitude of choices, lies, deception, all those actions like, hey, I meet up with the girls, give the kids a hug from me, I love you, see you later, then head to some guy and talk crap about you and your kids. You just can't get into your mind how the person you fully trusted and had built over decades a good life with can do this for years. People who never experience this can't even grasp the extent of lies, hurt, deliberate actions, choices, etc. Then this. More and more crap surfacing when you can't find peace. Bug Pants thinks, I'm about 3.5 years post D-Day, and even now sometimes it hits me like a punch in the gut. Today would have been our 15th wedding anniversary, and it's not actually one of those days. It's more a, meh, okay, whatevs. No one really gets it unless they've lived it. Although it's easier to empathize where someone is coming from when you share the same experiences, that doesn't make it impossible to support someone who's going through something that you haven't experienced. If your friends aren't willing to support you and really listen to you and lend an ear, despite whether they've been through it or not, then maybe you should consider that relationship in itself. Getting over something takes time, especially if it's infidelity. Having been cheated on or not shouldn't make a difference. Friends should just be as patient with you as you should be with yourself along the healing journey. What do you think? And lastly, it hurts like hell until it doesn't hurt anymore. Had a breakthrough today. So it's been a bit after D-Day. I've been keeping up with my arts and crafts. I feel like an old grandma. I really did thinking a lot, however. I've been pushing away any love or affection, isolating myself, as I don't want to bother anyone. I'm really aware now of myself. I have an anxious attachment style which makes me unbearable sometimes. But I'm relearning healthy ways to cope without just completely blocking it out, and then being stuck awake with it when I put down the clear glue and paint. I actually went out by myself today to Barnes & Noble's and then treated myself to some cute clothes and a Christmas candle shopping spree. I felt beautiful today. I smiled an honest smile. I also got complimented about my perfume. I made plans to go out to eat with my best friend. Maybe it's just a good day, but now it's possible to actually feel some joy after the hurt. The community has some words. Super Duperist has this to say. Good for you, truly. Build on these days and savor them, knowing how you can make your own happiness. In my opinion, this is the key to eventually being happy with others in a healthy way. Cheers! Reasonable Comfort 752 thinks, that's great. Continue engaging with others and getting out. It gets better over time, and what you're feeling will get better every day. Best wishes. Pretty Wrecked chimes in next. That's good. Kudos. My D-Day is very fresh. 3 days ago, emotional affair, and it hurts like hell. I do not function. I hope therapy, which I start tomorrow, will help giving me valuable insights. But it's good to know that we can function after. The OP replies, I hope it goes well for you. I honestly had a new moon Bella staring out her window moment that lasted from day one even until now. But it's getting better. We definitely can function after. I'm coming to the part where I'm refusing to allow his F up to define my character. That's excellent, OP. And these days will only continue. You're doing exactly what you should be doing. Focus on yourself and do things that make you feel beautiful, inside and out. It might seem like the darkness might never end, but it does. We must continue on even when we think we can't handle anymore. Caught my husband cheating on me with his secretary on our anniversary, so I did this. I only wish them good and happy life, and let karma do its thing. Like the title, my husband has been cheating on me with his secretary from work, and has cheated on me with multiple women after 7 years of marriage. Let me sum this up as best as I can. I'll refer to him as H, or my ex. Backstory. I, 37, and my ex-husband, 40. We're together for 7 years. We met while in college, we had a mutual friend, and I'd see him a couple of times on campus. Very handsome and tall and very attractive. I didn't pay him much mind at first. He seemed like trouble. Before him, I'd never been in a relationship before. I was a very shy, awkward person, so I kept to myself, often, and had few friends. We met for the first time at a mutual friend's party. Although we got introduced, we didn't talk till when I started online dating. At that time in my life, I thought it was time to let go of all my fears, put myself out there, and meet someone. I didn't have much luck in real life because of how shy I was, and so I turned on one of these dating sites, with maybe a little shame for resorting to it. Some hours later, after setting up my profile and looking through prospects, I stumbled on his profile on the site. I thought it was some kind of sick joke or something, because honestly, he didn't seem like the single and searching type. After a lot of contemplating, I got the courage to message him. He didn't respond immediately, and after a day or two of waiting, even lost hope waiting on a reply, he finally replied. He remembered me from the party. We got along really well. We had a lot in common with each other, more than I thought. How we both had cat allergies, loved punk rock. I didn't particularly push for anything to go offline at first. I avoided seeing him on campus too. But eventually, he asked me out on a date, and he seemed a nice enough person after getting to know. We ended up going out for pizza. H was the perfect person for me. Sweet, gentle, and the kind of guy that you could take home to mom. Everything was natural and easy. After 2 months, he asked me out officially. In our relationship, we didn't have many issues. He was just a really great guy in general. Very fun, too. We were together for 2.5 years, and immediately he was done. He popped the question. He asked me to marry him. And I said yes. I finished college and we got married. He saved up enough money, we bought a house and moved to Lakeside, California to settle down and start our family. I started training to be a marriage counselor after college. It was something I was passionate about, helping lost couples find their way back to one another. And after a year, I was qualified to lecture others on how to cure a troubled love life or mend a broken relationship. He was a manager at his uncle's consulting firm's branch here in Lakeside. Our marriage was a very solid one. We loved and respected each other with no abuse, no distrust. We maintained a very active bedroom lifestyle and all. I've never really had any reason to doubt H in the past. He was faithful and true, so I believed. I didn't snoop on his texts or socials, not that he actively maintained those things. Our first daughter was born 2 years after we got married. We were so happy and excited to be parents. He was a great dad and a wonderful husband. To all appearances, my ex and I had an ideal partnership. Everyone knew us as this happy couple on the block. Most of our issues started after we had our second daughter. For one, something between us had slipped away. We had stopped having regular sex. I thought it was a normal thing in any long-term relationship for the physical side to slowly wane, and tried to persuade myself that there was more to our marriage than sex. Now I know that I was just oblivious to cracks that were developing. Things got worse. H had become very distant. Again, I found another excuse for it. I thought it was just him trying to meet up with his job and the stress of it all or something. He was always talking about how he was working his butt off for a promotion to senior manager, how it would better our lives, travel more, coverage for the kids and stuff. There was also a change in the way we talked. We didn't talk much, and to me, we barely even saw. We used to talk a lot about everything and anything, and he loved making me laugh all the time. But all that seemed to just fade. I did my best to reach out, but he had put up this wall. I couldn't understand what was going on with him, and since we didn't talk much unless it was concerning the kids or bills, I asked him a lot of times if he was okay, and he'd say yes. And it was the stress of his job or some excuse. Then there was the fact that he was always running out or had no money, knowing he wasn't a lavish spender. He didn't buy fancy clothes or shoes, and he currently wasn't buying them for me either, but he was always out of money, always asking for gas money or borrowing an extra $50. We had a fight one time about it. He got all defensive and said he'd spend his money any way he saw fit, and he had friends and other responsibilities as well, and I was being selfish. I realize now that those were the first signals that I should have noticed that he might be having an affair. I knew something was up, but I didn't think it too serious to be an affair. Looking back now, I wonder how this could all slip by me. The bitter irony, of course, is that I'm a relationship counselor, giving couples advice on how to avoid affairs. Yet all the time, infidelity was going on right under my nose, and I never spotted it. I felt very alone and a little depressed at this time, helping people cure their marriages, but not being able to figure out what was wrong with mine. He wouldn't talk to me, so I didn't know where to even start. Caring for our 2 children all by myself because he'd always come home late and blame it on traffic or his car breaking down, one excuse after another. The kids rarely saw him. The real twist of the knife has to be how naive I've been for so many years. He had changed much and developed new odd habits. He picked up smoking, which he absolutely hated. He had an abusive stepfather. He hated the man and everything he did, and he was a very heavy smoker. I was concerned, just assumed it to be men and their issues, when it was really the habits of someone else rubbing off on him. He preferred to be out any chance he got, like he couldn't stand his own family anymore. We'd had so many fights about it. When he came home from a little drunk from drinking with his friends, I'd quiz him about what he'd been up to, whether any women had shown him any interest, stuff like that. He was always adamant that nothing of the sort had happened, even when he was drunk. It didn't cross my mind that he might be lying. I knew we were going through some issues which I thought to be normal marriage rough patches. I took his word as assurance enough. Occasionally, I'd rifle through his pockets looking for evidence and check his shirt collars for lipstick stains and whatnot. I didn't find anything. I guess that's why I was taken in for so long, because my ex never stuck me really as a Jack the Lad type. He is not a flirt, and he doesn't come out with cheesy chat-up lines and all that. In short, he does not fit the description of men I have known to stray. It just goes to show that there really is no type, and you never really can tell. I found out about the infidelity for the first time one night before bed. When he got out of the shower, I was reading a book in bed. I noticed a bright red mark at the back of his neck. I almost missed it, but by God, there it was. All the confirmation I needed. It was a hickey. Faint, but there it was. We got into a huge fight and I told him I'd leave him. I was fed up with this crap, the neglect, and the way he was acting. If he didn't love me anymore, he could leave. And if and when he wanted to be with me and be a family again, I'd be waiting. He became very sad and remorseful. I guess it was only because he was caught. He begged and pleaded to be better. He called it a stupid mistake. He had too much to drink when he was out with his friends and hooked up with a girl he met in the bar. It was stupid and he shouldn't have done it. Although we made up, deep down, he had broken my trust and I still suspected him to have told a half-truth. We made up and he promised to support me and be a better dad. I agreed, with the condition that we had to talk more and see a counselor. I was sure that if I could get him to talk things over, maybe I could inject some desire back into our marriage. It went well on the first day. It was great seeing him open up. We had long, deep conversations about what we wanted from the marriage and about our personal needs and from each other. I felt as if we were getting somewhere and making progress. I felt closer to my ex than I had in years. Although we still didn't have sex, we were getting somewhere. The days went by and slowly we couldn't make time to go anymore because of his job, and he slowly started to slip back into the old him, back to his old routine. There was no doubt in my mind that he was cheating now. Although I couldn't prove it, I just had this feeling in my gut that he was having an affair with someone and not some one-time fling with a bar girl. I got depressed, and I started to read and follow a lot of cheating stories on Reddit. The more I followed, the more I started to see some similarities between him and some of the men in the stories. It got worse. I started to think maybe there was no coming back from this or saving our marriage. I thought about divorce. From all the stories I'd followed, I learned one thing. If a partner was ever unfaithful to you, he or she probably didn't want to be with you and didn't deserve to be with you. I thought about my kids and I cried. I had opened up my problems to a friend online. She'd been divorced twice. When I told her what was happening to my marriage, she suggested I hire a PI. It was the fact that I couldn't confirm for certain that he was cheating on me that really tore me up inside. And a PI could clear that up. She said she could recommend a good divorce lawyer if I wanted, and the lawyer could arrange a good PI for me too, and could draft me a pretty solid lawsuit. I told her I'd think about it. I was still thinking about what my friend online had said when one afternoon, a friend of mine called me. We grew up together and she lived not too far in San Diego. She and her husband came to our wedding and are very good friends of ours. She called just to check up on me and the kids. After a little catching up, she says my ex was looking mighty fine last week and that I was doing a good job taking care of him. I asked her what she meant by looking mighty fine, and she says she saw I and H at the mall in San Diego having lunch. "You were in town and you didn't call me. You're such a bad friend." And that she had waved, but I didn't notice her. She said she thought we were on a date or something and we looked so cute. She didn't want to interrupt us and she liked my coat, which she said was a Dior chestnut, shearling style coat. I was very confused, but it wasn't rocket science. Clearly, it was my ex and his affair partner. I told her I wasn't at the mall and didn't have that kind of coat. She was quite confused, and I asked if she was sure it was H she saw. She confirmed, and she even went on to describe the exact shirt and pants he wore, and they fit the description of what he wore that day. She also described the lady a little. She didn't see her face much, but she had blonde hair. Guess he had a thing for blondes. I'm blonde. She asks if everything is okay. I told her not to mind and thanked her for calling. Then immediately, I hung up and called H. I asked him who he was at the mall with in San Diego last week, and he acts confused and says, "No one." I got so mad. I called him every vile name in the book, and he wasn't fooling me with that BS. I told him I hate him, and I'm fed up with this BS. If he wants to screw the whole town, he could get on with it, and he could go to hell. He comes home very late that day, and we don't speak to each other for days. Days turned into weeks. He didn't show any remorse or apologize for his behavior. He acted like everything was fine and hadn't done anything wrong. My fears were true, and I cried for days. I didn't want to leave or get a divorce because of my kids. I thought a lot of his affair partner. Who she was. I had a head start, though, from my good friend. She was blonde. I thought about all the blondes that we knew. Many. I was tired. This wasn't living. I thought maybe I wasn't too late, and I could still start a new life. With someone else, hopefully. One Saturday, while cleaning his office, I have a look around. Not really sure what I'm looking for, though. Nothing much. I found a bunch of papers and files in the base drawer, and also a photograph. It was a picture of all his colleagues and staff at work. I never really bothered myself with his job. I'd met a few of his colleagues. They were great guys. Nice people. I was just about to drop the picture back when I noticed a woman at the far end of the picture. Nothing striking, Just, I noticed she wore in the picture the same coat my friend had described to me, a Dior chestnut shearling style coat, although she had red hair. I looked her up in the company profile and got her name. I searched her out on Facebook and found her address. Also, she had dyed her hair blonde. Her and my ex were friends, of course they were. I felt so angry, it was hard to breathe. I was always a shy, reserved person, but I felt blinding, white-hot rage course through me as I thought of what to do next. I still needed proof. Nothing was confirmed. I was thinking of finally giving that PI thing a chance when he walked in the house with the kids. One look at him, and I realized I really didn't love him anymore, and decided to hell with him and everything. I was getting a divorce. How naive I'd been all these years. I deserved better. My kids too. That night, I was nice to him. I acted like the dumb, loving, normal wife he expects. I made dinner, asked about his day, and even told him I loved him. I could see the confusion and uneasiness in his eyes, but I didn't care. It didn't bother him either. I slept peacefully that night. Our anniversary was coming up, and he'd already made some dumb excuse that he'd be away on that day. He said he was needed at some conference at work and he needed to represent the branch, and that would score some extra points for him and blah blah. I knew it was all BS, but I said, okay honey. He said he would make it back in time for our anniversary to spend some time together and go on a trip, just us, reconnect and whatnot. I kept saying, okay honey, to everything. Was appalled at how much I didn't love him anymore and why I'd stayed and devoted my time to such a person. The day came and he left. I had already called a good lawyer referred by my online friend to help with the divorce. The plan was to just leave him and to disappear with the kids. But that suddenly didn't feel good enough. I wanted him to know I knew what he had done, and he wasn't playing me as much as he thought he was. After he had left for his conference, I dropped my kids at my sister's and started driving to a fair partner's address. I had second thoughts en route. What if he wasn't there? And was I going too far? And what if it was all just one big misunderstanding? I got to the address, and when I saw his car parked in the driveway, all thoughts cleared. I could see them through the living room window, making out on the couch, and finally proceeded to the bedroom, where I lost them. I took pictures and videos. I had enough video and pictures evidence. The lawyer had said that would help us to sue. I went home, packed up all my things, prepared the kids, packed all their things, and moved out of the house. I had all the photos printed in a flash full of all the videos in a file on the kitchen table, looked around one more time, cried a little, and left. I moved away back to my hometown, to my sister's place. I emailed the evidence to everyone we knew, even his work colleagues and staff. It spread across the town like a fire. We were town gossip for the next weeks. The counselor getting a divorce. Town gossips were having a field day. I had arranged for him to be served immediately after he got home. My phone buzzed all day and night. He'd left so many voice notes, pleading and begging me and telling me to stop messing around, to blaming me for everything that happened between us. I had my sister and friends with me to console me. I'll always remember what they did and how they took care of me and my kids. He tracked me down to my sister's place and demanded to see me, but they didn't let him and threatened to call the cops. He called me every vile name and said I'd ruin our kids' lives and cost him his job and everything was my fault. We finalized the divorce after 2 months. I got the kids, nice alimony, and child support. I still stay with my sister. She and her husband have been good to us and wouldn't even hear the thought of me leaving and getting a place. The videos I sent were everywhere, and a fair partner had to quit her job out of shame. Also turns out her boyfriend got a peek at the video too. I didn't know she had a boyfriend. He was a large, rough-looking man. Looked like he belonged to a biker gang or something. Anyways, he wasn't pleased. I saw a video on Facebook one day. It was a confrontation between a fair partner's boyfriend and my ex. It didn't go so well. The result? H having a black eye and the police looking at a fair partner's boyfriend. As much as I enjoyed him getting what he deserved, I couldn't laugh, because he was in a pretty critical state. He'd broken a rib, but at the point of writing this, he's doing okay. Still texts and calls to apologize for what he'd done. I feel sorry for him. Wow, OP. This took me on a wild ride. I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, and I'm sorry these were the circumstances given your profession. That's not at all a slight on you. It means that nobody is immune to cheaters and people who are so insecure with themselves. You totally had your crap together and H totally fed off of his insecurities and couldn't help himself. And the audacity to blame you after all of the choices that he decided to make? Get real. I'm glad you messaged everyone the evidence. He didn't deserve anything more. He should have thought about you, his kids, his job, and his reputation the moment he thought of cheating even crossed his little bird brain. I feel like what he experienced physically was just a little taste of the hurt that you experienced after all the neglect and emotional abuse of what he did to you. Not everyone can walk away unscathed, especially cheaters. Husband cheated with divorced wife. Now she's pregnant for him, so I destroy his life completely. I'm 37 female. My husband is 42 male. History. Since when I was a little girl, I loved to sing. Growing up, I learned to play the piano at a young age. Completely idolized Beyonce. Wanted to be just like her. Unlike her, though, I was completely in love with jazz, with hopes of becoming a great performer one day. Maybe another Nora Jones or Mary Lou Williams. At the time when we'd met, I'd just begun my career in music. I hadn't had much luck in getting a label or anything big. I resorted to performing at cafes, clubs, and festivals. Small-time stuff. I had a lot of things going on in my life. Trying to make ends meet, performing nights, bettering my music, and dealing with the stress of it all. I wasn't exactly looking for love. I had dated just one person, way back in high school. It wasn't a great experience. I met my husband at a cafe where I and my friends loved to hang out a lot. I performed a lot there too. It was at one of our special Friday open mic amateur nights, which I and my friends never missed. I noticed him from the moment he walked in. I was on set singing. He came in with a few friends who were regulars at the cafe, and I knew most of them, but he was new. I watched him out of the corner of my eye as he watched me sing and play the piano. All night. He couldn't hide his awe. I had never seen him before and was very curious to meet the mysterious person. After my set was over that night, my friends called me over to introduce us. We had about 10 minutes of small talk. He complimented my voice and asked me if I was performing anywhere else. I told him about another coffee shop where I always had a gig on Monday nights. He told me he'd try to come to check it out. I was very surprised. He showed up at my gig that Monday. He was early. During a 30-minute intermission, he came over and we talked a lot. He had been married before, but had no kids from the marriage. He and his ex-wife kept in touch much. She ran off to Copenhagen with her new boyfriend, leaving him. But they were cool. I didn't mind. Overall, I loved his quiet, boyish, and humble demeanor, and I felt like we had a good connection going. When I went to the next Friday night open mic event the following week at the cafe, I was hoping and prayed that he'd showed up again. He did. This time, he offered to play the piano for me. We performed together all night, and the crowd loved us. I remember that the best one we did was a special cover of Marvin Gaye's Ain't No Mountain High Enough. The crowd loved it. That night, he asked me for my number and if I'd love to go out sometime. I said yes, and we had our first official date. A week after, we were inseparable. We both fell for each other very quickly. At the very heart of the attraction, however, was the knowledge that our hearts and minds were fully at home with each other. We were also best friends. Everything between us just clicked and felt right. Our personalities matched, we shared the same faith, and had the same musical interests and taste. I think we both knew we were going to be together in marriage. We were just right for each other. He proposed to me about 6 months after we met. Then we married another 3 months after that. I was still 33. We had literally known each other for 6 months before getting married. If anyone had told me before that I would marry someone after just 6 months of dating or knowing them, I wouldn't have believed it. I always thought it was a good idea to know someone at least a year or more before engagement, but I think we both knew what we wanted and saw it in each other. Also, we were well into adulthood. The wedding was quite simple and beautiful. We were married on a beach in early June. 3 years into our marriage, we were still married and in love. I had gotten a job as a performer in a popular jazz club. Downtown, I also worked part-time as a bartender in the same club. For those who don't know properly, a jazz club is a venue where the primary entertainment is the performance of live jazz music, like a type of nightclub or bar. Worked at night performing till the early hours of the morning. He had a job as an architect with a firm. Things were really going well with us. We hadn't many problems or issues except for the fact that we were so busy working and chasing our dreams, we'd never really talked or thought about starting a family. He was ready to, but at the time, in my career, being pregnant wasn't something I could afford much. We talked about it, and we came to an agreement. I told him there wasn't any rush, I just needed time to establish myself properly, and he understood. Things in my career got a lot better. Performing at the club made me meet a lot of exciting, new, prominent people that would play a significant part in my career. As for my marriage, though, not so great. I owed it to us not spending as much time as we should. I worked nights at the club, usually from 7 till 3 or 4 in the morning, and he'd leave for work around 7 a.m. and got off when I was leaving. But we made time. I was off Sundays and we'd stay home and catch up with each other. He occasionally came to the club to watch me perform and hang, but stopped completely after a while, which I think was the first sign that things weren't going so great. When I asked why he didn't watch my sets anymore, he explained that he landed this new project with a client that needed his time. I understood, but it wasn't the first time he'd handled a project before. He always found time to come. We didn't spend Sundays together anymore. He'd rush out to attend business meetings or emergency staff meetings or something. I had no reason not to believe him. I felt everything was my fault as a result of my stupid job and my devotion to my music. I contemplated leaving it. I was scared it was either him or my career. One night, while I was at work, I got a call from Mrs. Hong, our neighbor, a nice old Chinese lady. She'd been to 2 of my performances. She apologized for calling and said she'd noticed a car, a black Dodge, parked in the back alley near my house. She tried Eric's cell and no one was answering. Some lights were turned on. This was 2:24 a.m. in the morning. She asked if she should call the police. I got a little worried, but I told her not to call the cops and everything was fine. I'd check in. I tried calling Eric myself. No answer. I talked to my boss and told him I had to leave early. It was an emergency. Got in my car and left. I was pulling up around the corner when I saw the figure of a woman get into the black Dodge and drive off, with Eric on the sidewalk waving. Confused, I parked and ran to him. He looked tensed. I asked him why he wasn't picking up his phone, and who was that in the black Dodge. He said it was his ex-wife. He met her at the mall, and get this, she'd moved back from Copenhagen. Good news, I guess. I asked him why she was over so late, and what they were doing that he was so busy he didn't pick up the phone, and he laughed it off and apologized that they were so wrapped up, catching up, and she had lost track of time and had forgotten to turn off the Do Not Disturb when he got off work and didn't hear his phone ring out. I had no issues with his ex-wife, though I'd never met her before I knew the kind of relationship they had. He even let me read their texts and listen on their calls. They had been married 2 years before she woke up one morning and decided that she didn't love him anymore and ran off with her Danish boyfriend to Copenhagen. Even after the divorce, they both kept in touch and were good friends. And now she was back. I still had this gut-wrenching feeling that she was trouble, and he brought her home and they lost track of time. Things with us didn't improve, and I tried to get him to see a counselor with me or talk to someone. He wasn't against it, but was too busy. Eventually, we agreed to go on a vacation, a road trip, and we would go to my parents in Louisiana. It'd just be us, the road, and music. We'd spend quality time together. One night, after a performance in the club, I felt sick, so I was given a break from work. I got into my car and decided to call Eric that I was on my way, but later just decided to surprise him. I drove home, got into the house, he asked me what was wrong. I couldn't speak. I went to the master bathroom and threw up a little in the toilet. He came up and helped me, soothing me. I was counting myself lucky at how I could find such a sweet man when, out of the corner of my eyes, I noticed something on the sink. They were a pair of earrings and clearly not mine. I asked who owned the earrings. He said they were mine and why I was asking him. I was the only one who wore earrings. I told him they weren't mine, and even if they were, I'd never leave them on the sink. He said I was sick and I wasn't thinking straight. It had nothing to do with being sick. I knew for sure the earrings weren't mine. I dropped it because I was too sick to even fight. The earrings made me worse. I was finally open to the thought that he could and was cheating on me. We went to the hospital the next day. I was diagnosed with high blood pressure. Doctor said I was overstressed, and I was told to lay off my job for a while and take my medication. All through the appointment, I couldn't get myself to focus. I kept going back to those earrings. I started to think maybe I had borrowed it from one of my girlfriends and forgot to return it, or maybe I'd bought them and forgotten about it. Whatever excuse I brought up, it couldn't explain enough the pair of earrings. On our way home, I brought it up again, and we had a small fight for the first time. I accused him of cheating while I was out working my butt off. He was bringing his whores over. I called him names. He said I was selfish, insensitive, and ungrateful. We didn't talk to each other for weeks. I knew for sure he was seeing someone, but didn't know who. My friends tried to get me to hire a PI, but I didn't give it much thought. After 2 weeks of not talking to each other, I went back to work. It had started affecting my music and performances. I'd stutter on stage or cry and couldn't keep my emotions in check. When my boss asked what was wrong, I told her about everything with Eric. She was sympathetic and gave me another week off to get things sorted. We made up and finally agreed to see someone. We left on a Monday and it was totally worth it. The counselor pointed out a lot of issues and how they were affecting us. The major being that we weren't able to separate the stress of workday from our relationship, and it was affecting us from enjoying each other's companionship and love. Eric and I talked about a lot of things. I had wanted to bring up the earrings again, but I felt we were making progress enough. We decided to spend the whole week together, staying home and catching up. And we went on a date for the first time after a while. On our second night, we went to see a movie at the downtown cinema. It was like old times before we were married. Just as we bought our tickets, we ran into his ex-wife, which at first thought would complicate things, but surprisingly enough, she was nice. She was a nice, pretty redhead, very fit. Anyways, she was with a new boyfriend, and we all decided to double date the next night. Can't believe I actually liked her. The next night, we met up with her and Brandon, her boyfriend. Things were going on pretty great. She had a lot of stories to tell because She's basically been all over the world. She and Eric had sort of a brother-sister vibe. I enjoyed the first 2 hours of the night, then things went wrong. She had been showing me photos of places she'd been to and all the adventures she had. I wasn't much of a travel person, but I absolutely loved travel stories. She showed me photos of the time she spent vacating in Bornholm, a very beautiful place in Copenhagen. In one of the photos, she was having dinner with friends. I was admiring how beautiful her dress was, her hair, and that's when I noticed her earrings. They were very nice and also very familiar to the ones I found in my bathroom. I could feel rage rise in me. I couldn't breathe. How I was able to keep myself from punching that woman square in the nose and causing a scene, I don't know. She asked if I was okay, and I looked white. Apparently the color had drained from my face. I got up and told Eric to take me home, barely controlling my breathing. I didn't say anything, although he asked a million times what the problem was. I sat in silence. We got home and still didn't say a word. He continued to ask. I started to cry and asked why he would do such a thing to us. I told him I knew about the earrings and that they were affair partners. We got into a huge fight, him denying it, and at the same time blaming me for everything happening. Everything we built up the past days completely down in the drain. He said he was sorry if he hurt me and it was a stupid mistake. I was still sick and heartbroken from the whole thing and didn't know what to do. I told him I didn't want to be around him and I wanted him to leave. He begged and he suggested I spend the remaining days I had out of town with my mom and really think things over, and when I was ready, we could talk. I said fine. He was right. A couple of days home would give me time to think about our future and what he'd done. I packed light and left the next day. He offered to drive me, even after refusing his offer and preferring to take the bus. We left early. It was a day's drive to Louisiana and an awkwardly silent one. I took time to reflect on us. How long had this been going on? This affair been going on? He had said she had just recently come back from Copenhagen, so maybe it was a fling, a one-time stand or something. I cleared my head and decided to focus on just me for the rest of my time off work. I'd listen to some music and play the piano and just spend time with family. It had been a long time since I'd been home, and as much as my mom called and always invited us over for Thanksgiving or dinner or something, we were always too busy to make it. I liked the fact that she understood. When I was ready, I and Eric would have a long talk. I was already considering a divorce. We were driving for about 4 hours when he said I should take the wheel, and he needed a quick shut-eye. He whined about how he hadn't slept much and that he was aching and needed a break. I took the wheel and drove while he slept. He handed me his phone to use the map. I guess he was pretty tired because he fell asleep quickly. I looked at him with pity and decided maybe it was time we went our separate ways. Just then a message came in from his ex-wife. It read, "I know I'm not supposed to reach you this way, but it's urgent. Text me on Telegram." I was confused. I thought of waking him and showing him the text, but quickly decided against it. I knew he was on other social media, but didn't know he had a Telegram. Snooped around and found it in the phone freezer. I entered and found a message from his ex. It was a picture of a sonogram and a text that read, "It's a baby girl." I swerved off the road and parked. How he was still asleep after that swerve, I don't know. Turns out he and his ex-wife were having a baby. I couldn't believe it. She'd been back from Copenhagen for almost a year now, and not very recently, as he had said. And they've been having an affair for most of that time. They were still in love with each other and were even making plans to get back with each other. I also found texts, pictures, videos, and phone calls with 3 other women, 2 of which I knew and was having affairs with them as well. I took screenshots. He slept all this while and I continued driving. There was a gas station up ahead. I pulled up into it. He finally woke up and asked why we weren't moving. I explained I needed to get gas and get something from the store. He said okay and went back to sleep. I went inside and went to the bathroom to cry. I was really hurt and angry at myself. I stopped crying and came out of the bathroom. I paid for gas and stepped out. I noticed a trucker finishing up. I looked back at sleeping Eric in the car and thought, good riddance. I asked the kind man if he could give me a ride into town. He agreed. I left with him. Immediately I got to Louisiana. I took a flight back home, packed his things, and left them on the lawn in the rain. I bought a hard drive, the exact type he stored the 3D model property of his client, transferred all the screenshots I took and naked photos of him and his affair partner onto it. I also made a short tape to clarify to whoever played it exactly who he was. Then I switched it with the original. He was to have a presentation the next day with his client to unveil it. I guess they were in for a surprise when the meeting started. I contacted a lawyer and arranged for him to be served as soon as he came home. He had called everyone we knew, looking for me. I didn't take his calls, but explained to everyone who called on his behalf what a scumbag he truly was. After 4 months, we were officially divorced. I heard he lost the project because the client was irreverent and didn't support his actions or take the videos and pictures nicely. I moved to Texas, where I met my current husband. We're happily married with 3 kids, and I work in a large jazz club in Houston. Oh geez, OP. I don't understand why people try to live double lives. If you're still in love with your ex, why are you trying to fake a life with someone else? Why would he try to hide that? And you know he was only getting you out of the house so he could have time with his ex. It wasn't so you could have space from him. It was so he could have space from you. I'm sure he knew that you were wanting to end things, and he was hoping it would end that way before you found out more about what he and his ex do. Turns out, there was more than just a brother-sister vibe. And to say they were wrapped up together so he didn't answer the phone, I'm sure that's exactly what they were, wrapped up in each other's naked bodies. My husband cheated, so I told everyone. He has nothing right now and definitely doesn't care. I'm 7 months pregnant now, but when I was 5 months, I found out he was cheating. While I was in the hospital with pneumonia. I just posted about my mom, but I kind of want to get everything off my chest. He is adopted but knows his biological family. I told his adopted family, biological family, my friends, his friends, etc. A lot came out when I found out. I found out he cheated on every girlfriend he's had. I'm now friends with his exes, who he lied to about everything as well. He told me he wasn't in contact with them and they found out about me when his mom died and I was in her obituary because, shocker, she's my mother-in-law. He says I ruined his life. I want to. He's hiding like a coward. He won't answer messages from anyone. He tried telling my mother that he spoke to an attorney and I made him feel guilty for not being happy when he mentioned it. Never happened. In fact, when I asked if he was cheating, he swore on his mother's grave he wasn't. A lie. There's so much to this story, but I just don't understand how some people can do this. He wanted his perfect wife and kids and his little girlfriend on the side. He was never going to leave me, and now he's not responding to my divorce attorney. I want him out of my life, since he was so unhappy. But suddenly, he's too busy for the divorce he claims he wants, or had started claiming when I kicked him out of the house, when I told him to leave because he was cheating. He told me he's been unhappy a long time and spoke to a lawyer a month ago, but didn't know how to tell me. So he cheated and lied to hide it for weeks. He wanted the baby I'm pregnant with. I didn't want another for 2 more years, but now that we're not together, he says it's my choice and I can have full custody. He's mad at me because his affair partner was also cheating on her boyfriend and I told said boyfriend. Apparently, because I did that, my husband doesn't have to apologize for what he did to me because I'm trying to ruin his and his new girlfriend's life. He said he's not sorry, he doesn't regret it, and he's accepted what he's done, and I need to get over it. But he can't even say the words, I cheated. Just, you don't know my side, and I've accepted what I've done. I want him to suffer like I am, and he has no one. But I know he doesn't care, but he's twisted it in his mind so that he's justified because I told everyone what he did, so clearly I'm the bad guy. If he had a side, he would tell his whole family so that they wouldn't hate him, but instead, he blocks their numbers. He knows he can't lie to anyone who can ask me because I have all the proof and anything he says I can disprove, so he says nothing. Yet, he insists he's not in the wrong. I really know how to pick them. Now I'm a single mom of 2. We've got some more info from the OP in the comments. I felt like if I didn't, then it would give him a chance to convince me that it was my fault somehow. Now, I have even his family at my back telling me to not even take him back, and that honestly is a big help to keeping me from breaking down and trying to fix him so my family can be whole. His brother logged into Facebook and made a post about what he did, so he deleted his Facebook the next morning. When we got together, I told him cheating was my hard line. No forgiveness. He said he understands because he's been cheated on. Lie. Little did I know, he had a girlfriend when we got together. I still don't understand how he thought that was okay somehow. Based on new evidence, I believe the affair partner knew about me, and they had some sort of, we both have partners, so we both have something to lose, agreement. But when I first messaged her, after she stopped ignoring me the first 2 days, she said, he says that he's divorcing you and the baby isn't his. Wow. Good on you for digging your heels in and really giving it to him. It's nice to hear that his family's on your side and that you have their support. It's wild how people say they have been unhappy for so long and yet they stay and then cheat. Why do you think that is? Update 7 months later. This is kind of a small update, but I was excited and remembered this account. So I wanted to say that you don't have to be healed for things to be better. Good things can still happen even if you're sad. Thus far, I have gotten a pay raise at work, and come the new year, I'll be promoted and take over my own store with another pay raise. I've been going out more and enjoying myself. I have concert tickets and hockey tickets that I'm very excited about. I had my son in October, and in January, I started eating healthier, and I've lost 20 pounds so far. I'm seeing someone, sort of. We are exclusive, on accident. Just kind of stopped seeing others in favor of each other, but not official, and he makes me smile. I went to the dealership we got our cars from and found out that X has been telling people that I cheated and was abusive. They gave me a free oil change because they felt so bad when I broke down. I proved that was a lie and talked to them for a while. I knew he would do that, but it's hard to have proof, and it's exactly why I kept everything I had. As for my husband, the judge officially signed the divorce decree in January. I've been no contact with him since June of 2022, so I wasn't getting a lot of updates there until the now ex-affair partner messaged me. I knew that his car has a repo order on it and that he was struggling dating, but that he had found someone. He has his whole family blocked. But on Thanksgiving, she messaged me that she had left him and she was sorry. I didn't message her back until this month because I just wasn't ready. But I did and found out that he's been fired from 3 jobs since I left him, and now he doesn't have her either. I do think he's seeing someone, and I think he figured out who, but I don't want to be involved even though I want to warn her. I'm torn, but I decided to let him do as he does because I don't want to give him a reason to reach out. He has reached out to my mother once because he was posted in a toxic men Facebook group with a warning for other girls and decided it was me. Even then, he didn't even ask how our son was. He has never met him or seen him or asked about him. My in-laws are still my family, and my grandmother-in-law calls every week to talk to me. My aunt and sister-in-law are coming to my oldest son's birthday, so he can see his cousins on that side, and they can see me. So in all, I'm doing good, and he is not. But I'm not official with the guy I'm seeing for a couple of reasons. I'm still paranoid, anxious, and stressed. I don't fully trust my instincts. I am aware of all of that. Better things are still happening, and I'm sure it will get better. I am excited to one day be fully healed and living a good life. I don't know how long that will take, but that's okay. The only thing besides all that is that he has yet to pay child support or any of the money he was ordered to pay in the divorce, so we will have to go back to court to enforce that. Who knows what hell that will bring. Edit. Thank you for the award. I feel the love and support from the comments, and I appreciate every single one of you. I can only hope that if someone who is struggling to leave a situation like mine reads this, they find that strength and respect for themselves to go. Never stay with someone who hurts you. It's not worth it. In the comments, small update? This is tremendous. You're free of him and tracking upwards. Well done, you. Noah P replies, thank you. I felt it was small because I only did what I said I would, but I'll admit the amount of joy I felt when the judge signed is comparable to very little. And I'm doing good, if a little strung out emotionally. We have some other comments. One from C Distribution 370. So glad his family chewed him out, and now he's all alone and miserable. Mindless Anywhere 74 chimes in, good things can happen even if you're sad. Man, I needed to hear that. Edit. All the internet hugs I got today are warming my cold heart. You guys are all amazing. Sending lots of warm fuzzy hugs back. Oh, Susanna wants to say, dang, F this guy. I wasn't pregnant, but I too found my hubby was cheating on me with minimum 2 chicks. I never found out how many exactly, and I told everyone and shared his mistress's photo, text screenshots. We also have no kids, but he has one with his ex-wife, who was a third person involved. They were sexting. He tried to charge me rent on the house we owned together. How? Why? What? And said if I didn't pay him, that he would evict me. Then said if we sold the house, he would demand 70% of the profit from the sale of the house because he deserved it. So yes, he's been acting like I'm the one that wronged him. It's been quite a ride, and it's not over. I think it's totally fair to not rushing into a relationship because of the trauma you've experienced. Things take time, and trust is hard to earn after going through what you have. I'm so sorry you have to hear that he doesn't have a relationship with his child. That saddens me. At the same time, it may be a blessing. Sometimes it's best not to have people like him around. It sounds like you both are doing perfectly fine without him. What are your thoughts? Up next, a cheating workaholic who can't hide forever. Just discovered that my, 39 female, husband, 48 male, of 12 years, is having an affair. After some suspicious behavior, I snooped through his email. Yes, I know. I found a conversation that confirmed my suspicions that he has not only been unfaithful, but has fallen in love with this person over a few short months. I always thought I would have a 0 strikes policy on cheating, but apparently it's more complicated than that. I'm a stay-at-home mom to 4 small children while he has a high-stress job in the nearest major city, which is about 1.5-hour commute each way. After confronting him and subsequent soul-searching, he has decided that he will end the affair and try to repair our relationship. I will admit that our relationship has not been great, but I thought it was the reason of having small children and everything that comes with those insane years. This is so new and seems like a dream that this is my life now. I cannot stop fixating on it and reliving and replaying all the lies that I was told, how easily he fooled me, and questioning everything. Protecting my children, who would be destroyed by this, is my first priority. We're going to begin couples therapy. I am also beginning individual therapy. Is it possible to get past this? I feel like I have nobody to talk to that has experienced this and come out of the other side. I don't feel like I can tell my friends or family out of shame. I feel like such a loser for wanting to reconcile. I think anything is possible. I'm sorry you feel you can't speak to anybody, OP, but rest assured that you are not alone, and unfortunately, there are many people out there who have experienced or are experiencing the same thing. Update. What a whirlwind this has been. I appreciate everyone's advice, so first off, thank you. I brought up a lot of these points with my husband and he became irate. Total refusal to allow access to any of his tech, refusal to tell me who the affair partner is. It turns out that when he said he wanted to work it out, he meant that he would basically sweep it under the rug. He thought that meant we would go to marriage counseling to work on how to be mature and live together and have a friendship for the sake of our kids. He keeps bringing up that I don't understand that he needs to work and be good at his job, and to do so, he needs to be away from us and stay in the city for 3 to 4 nights a week. But he had plenty of time to step away from work to have an affair? After insisting that he has always loved me and continues to do so, it came out that he thinks we've had a loveless marriage basically the entire time. He's shocked to find out that I love him. He definitely does not love me or feel anything for me, really. I finally told my brother and my mom about what happened. My mom lives with us and basically suspected this was happening just as I was. It really helped me to process what I want. I think he's right, and we don't want the same things. I'd give up almost anything for my kids. He'd rather be at work. I loved taking our kids to Disney. He hated it. I've never seen someone react to something as badly, which ended up mostly ruining the trip for everyone. He thinks those types of things are beneath him, and he's only interested in culture. It is what it is. I think I'm most upset about not wanting to change my lifestyle. We have been very secure financially. We just renovated our house. I do not want to upend my kids' lives by moving again. My son already had a very traumatic experience from our last move. So I basically don't know what to do now, although I'm starting counseling on Tuesday to help. I've been a stay-at-home mom for the past 10 years, and that is something that's always been important to me. I don't know how I would go forward on my own. I have nothing. The community wants to offer some words of wisdom. Bite Me 717 says, in my opinion, his affair partner is either a coworker, married, or someone you know, which is why he won't tell you, or she's young. I personally would get a professional to find your proof because I doubt that he will stop. He will only make it look good, and he doesn't want to be known as a cheater. Hold him accountable for his actions and make him sign a post-nup agreement. If he won't, file for divorce and get child support and spousal support, and make him pay for the house until his kids graduate. Good luck to you. I feel for you, OP. I'm so sorry you're going through this. It sounds like he's playing his old games and perhaps he is still cheating. Being secret about his technology and the fact that he wants to be away from the family and the house are some huge red flags. Kids can pick up on the toxicity between their parents. They're very sensitive to that kind of thing. Sometimes this means that being apart and going through with a divorce or a separation isn't in the best interest of the child. You can totally get through this. You're strong and brave. You have everything you need to get out of this alive and well on the other side. Final update. So a lot has happened over the past few weeks. Wayward husband still refuses to give up the identity of affair partner, although he says he's going to tell me everything this weekend, which I don't believe. He insists he broke things off and they are just friends now. Sure, Jan. We had one marriage counseling session that was very hostile and sealed the deal for me that we need to divorce. He wants to go through mediation, but I'm going to still consult with lawyers to see where I stand financially. He just got a big promotion at his job, which should help. We also met with my son's therapist to see what the best way of breaking the news to the kids would be. When he confirmed how devastating this will be, wayward husband had the audacity to cry. Afterward, he told me that he wishes we could forget the whole thing happened and just move forward. He claims I ruined it by telling everyone what happened. What an a-hole. He continues to show that he has little regard for our family, so that's not going to happen. In the end, I'm sad that it has come to this. I never thought I'd be in this situation, but really, who does? I need to figure out how to make myself happy going forward. Thank you to everyone in this community for your advice and messages. It has been a wake-up call when needed, and I truly appreciate coming here for support and hope I can offer support in return. Speaking of support from the community, No Belt 6945 offers this. He claims I ruined it by telling everyone what happened. That is the litmus test to see how sincere they are. True remorse and humility would figure a way out to deal with that shame. Instead, he uses it as an excuse to launch another attack towards you. There is no help for this one. He will never get it. Aw Joa says, I am awed by your strength. You're on the right path. He wants to go through mediation, but I'm still going to consult with lawyers to see where I stand financially. My ex, first husband, wanted to do mediation too. I went to one session with him, saw the writing on the wall that mediation meant I would be bullied into making even more concessions than I already had. I retained a lawyer a few days later. The OP chimes in, I have a feeling that this will be the case for me as well. Anna Arg 86 offers this. Of course, everything is your fault for telling everyone. There's not even a bit of remorse on his side. You should be encouraged to seek support with friends and family while you navigate this, not shamed for it. If he's concerned about his image, he shouldn't have done it. And he's still protecting her. Insist on getting her name. Her husband deserves to know so he can make an informed decision. You don't get to betray your partner and play pretend happy family. You're doing the right thing. I wish I had that kind of determination. The OP replies, he's definitely not remorseful at all. I'm trying to play nice until I can get everything I want in writing, and then I will absolutely find out who she is and tell her husband. You're absolutely right, OP. You need to focus on your happiness. It's disappointing to hear that he lacks remorse and responsibility for his actions. This isn't your fault at all, and you've done nothing wrong, and nothing to deserve this. You didn't ruin anything. This is all on him.
Husband cheated with my cousin, who was also his brother's wife. His brother and I ruined both their lives. I just found out a week ago that my husband James, male 34, cheated on me, female 30, with my cousin, who's also the wife of James's elder brother, Alex. Their affair started before our marriage. I always suspected but never had any concrete proof. Every time I tried finding the truth or even confronted him, he would just shut me up and call me crazy that I was being doubtful, paranoid, or delusional to the point that I had to seek therapy just to make sure I was in the right head. So I don't make my innocent husband's life difficult. I mean, that's what I thought, but he wasn't. Context about me. So I met James during my cousin Kate's wedding with his older brother Alex, who was a regimental medical officer. That's when I and James started seeing each other out as friends. Things escalated and we decided to marry each other after 3 years of dating. I never realized up until now why Kate was so against my decision to marry him and did everything to point out how terrible of a person he was because she wanted him for herself. I never suspected them to have such a thing. Kate is almost 3 years older to James, and she was James's elder brother's wife, so the relationship felt fine to me until I started seeing things. Eventually, I realized you just can't let things slide because of age or family bond. Anyways, I never expected this sort of betrayal to come from either of them, but mostly from Kate, as we have spent our whole childhood together and she has done more damage to me than my husband. Kate and Alex lived in the next block. Their house was within walking distance from James. During our dating phase, we used to hang out a lot at Kate's place. Kate pretended that she liked my presence, but she never did. I never noticed that before, but now I remember how she made fun of my insecurity in front of him, acted playful, and got touchy with him more than often. I thought that their relationship was cute, as James had told me that she was like a sister to him. Kate lived alone as Alex was posted outside, so James helped her out whenever she needed anything. I mean, that's what he told me. Now, when I reflect, I realize James's behavior was not that suspicious, but Kate always displayed a red flag. She would even come out wearing her nightgown in front of James, but confronting her was useless because eventually she would label me as insecure. Also, Kate has always been bold since childhood and never minded her dress in front of anyone, so we were kind of used to seeing her that way. The first year of our marriage was pretty normal. Things escalated when James started coming back home pretty late and often hitting Kate's place for dinner. I let it slide for a couple of instances, but when it turned habitual, I freaked out. James told me that he promised Alex that he would be there for Kate, and since she has anxiety issues living alone, he wanted to be there for her. I was shocked to hear that because she never had any sort of issue. I grew up with her and had known her until now, but I wasn't aware that she had any such issues. I told him that I wasn't comfortable with that he was hitting her place at odd hours. I made it clear that he had either to stop that, or if Kate really needed someone to be around, I would also accompany him. I mean, I was her sister, and if she needs a company, she should be seeking it from me instead of my husband. He agreed, apologized for his behavior, and promised me that he would never hurt my feelings again. When he didn't visit her for a few days, Kate came to our place and started ranting about how she was all alone and how it was hard for her to do anything. She was like, "I'm unable to focus on my business." She runs a flower boutique. "Loneliness makes me so anxious, and James doesn't even bother to check on me." I asked her how that could be hard for her when she was literally living all alone, but she got furious at me for being so insensitive. Our marriage was engulfed with arguments, and it was always about Kate's behavior. James always sided with her and cared for her feelings above mine. I might sound like a completely stupid and delusional person, but you can't draw a proper conclusion, and it takes time to understand the pattern of things happening. I saw it, but I was in denial. Everything was right in front of me. Like after coming from the office, he would visit Kate and then come home. Whenever she had any issue, she would call him for help, and if I had any objection, he would shut me up by saying that she was his sister-in-law. I didn't have a say in it, as she was there for him always, and he was just returning the favor. He completely gaslighted the F out of me. Like even if I showed him his actions and how he reacted, he would say that I was out of my mind, a control freak, and a crazy person. He acted like a complete a-hole, all the while telling me he loved me, bought me gifts, and would keep being kind and lovey towards me all week. And then the next moment, if I said any crap regarding that witch, he would snap at me. I believed him and forgave him all the time. Kate and Alex's marriage was terrible. One of the main reasons was that it was a one-sided love marriage because Alex was the only person in love. That's another story. Sometimes my mother-in-law used to tell me that their marriage was in shambles, but neither Alex nor Kate told anyone about it. Everyone assumed that it was because of their long distance. James told me that Alex didn't want to have a child with her, but my mother-in-law told me that it was Kate who didn't want to have a child. So I guess it's pretty obvious because half of the time she was busy making love with James. Kate always got jealous whenever James did anything sweet for me, cribbing about her terrible marriage. Because of that, James asked me not to tell her anything or show any sort of PDA, as it might hurt Kate's feelings. Like, wow, he even bought her gifts, and if I wanted something, he would ask her if she wanted it too. He manipulated the crap out of me through the constant love bombing to hide his cheating. They both manipulated the crap out of me. I really thought he loved me, but it was just a mask, and all of that really made me crazy. I couldn't sleep for days. On our 4th anniversary, James threw a fancy party at our house with close friends and family. We were about to pop the champagne and begin the celebration when Kate started faking her panic attack. James literally left my side to take her to the hospital. Kate's brother and my brother were also present at the party. They rushed to take care of her, but she kept calling for James. It was the time when my mom and my mother-in-law realized what Kate was really trying to do. Mom observed everything and asked me about the issue. I told her everything from the start, and she was shocked that I ignored such a big issue. She told me that there was something going on and that I should keep an eye out before it got too late. James didn't come back in the night. He texted he would be at the hospital with Kate. I couldn't sleep the whole night, thinking my husband was really cheating on me because it was really obvious. Even though we had a great sex life and he took me to places and treated me nicely, it was just to protect himself from the truth and make me go insane. Complete BS. Anyway, my mother-in-law asked James not to meddle in Alex's life and to make sure that he didn't create any issues in his marriage, as she found their relationship highly inappropriate. Mother-in-law told her to hire a house nanny or something if her health was terrible because asking for us, me and James, wasn't appropriate. Kate must have told her mother, which made her call me and say billions of crap and accuse me of filling my mother-in-law's ears against Kate. James limited his visits, and we somehow managed to change everything. Since he stopped meeting her, our relationship was a lot better, and I thought maybe he wasn't cheating. Somewhere, with the lingering fear, I kind of started trusting him, not fully, but slightly. We had a great time together, but that's when I caught him cheating on me. On a random day, I decided to meet Kate and sort things out because I thought maybe it happened due to the lack of Alex's presence, and she was just jealous. James called me before that and told me that he would be late tonight before I could inform him that I was going to see her. He hung up the call. Anyway, in the evening, I visited her, and she was literally not happy to see me. We talked for a few moments and asked her about her health, but she was on her phone all the time and rarely replied. She suddenly started coughing pretty badly, so I went to fetch water for her, and that's where I saw my husband's wedding ring lying on the desk. I gave her the glass and immediately went back without saying anything to her. I was hyperventilating, and my thoughts were out of my head. It was a terrible moment. When James came back, I saw the wedding ring missing. When I pointed it out, he was shocked and told me that he left the ring on his office table and apologized to me. It was so hard for me to act normal after finding out the truth, but I had somehow controlled myself for the time being. I had a feeling that I was pregnant, but I was too early to test, so I decided to wait for a couple of days. Test it out, and then go to this confrontation crap. I refused to have sex with him and didn't talk to him. I'm guessing Kate would have told him that I visited her and saw the ring, and I've added it up. I really thought somewhere in all of this that Kate was the one who controlled James and had him wrapped in her fingers because, in all honesty, she was better than me in everything. Yes, I mean look-wise, she's gorgeous. But I can't just blame her because James literally begged her to share her nudes with him. Yeah, I read their texts. I have checked his phone earlier also in the past, but nothing came out. This time, luckily, I found his secondary Instagram account, and that's where all of it was. I collected all of the evidence and talked about this with my mother-in-law. Before that, another big event came up in my life, and it was the pregnancy test, which came positive. I couldn't believe that I was pregnant. All my dreams shattered, and I realized how much I wanted to start a family with him, and now I don't want him to come near my kid. I had developed many mental problems, and trust me, I had a great life before I met him. I told my mother-in-law about everything. She was so devastated to see how her son was betraying his own brother. She was in utter shock, and I never saw her like that before. She was angry and ready to disown him for something like that. She told me many stories about how Alex used to protect James and was always there for him. She called my father-in-law and informed him about everything. She told me to be mentally prepared for divorce, as there was no way I should forgive him. No amount of apology can fix cheating. As for Kate, we will tell Alex everything as he is coming in 10 days. When I told mother-in-law that I was pregnant, she hugged me and cried. She supported me emotionally and physically, but never took his son's side, which was very kind of her. I informed my parents that I was going to divorce him. I also told them not to disclose anything about this to anyone. I didn't say anything to James for 5 straight days, and after that, when I got the divorce papers ready, I waited for him on the table. I gave him the divorce papers and told him that I was not going to let him cheat on me all my life. He didn't say a word, and then I showed him the pregnancy kit, which was flashing positive. I didn't wait for his reaction, and I left him right there. I wanted to make him feel helpless just the way he made me feel in all these years. I'm staying with my parents now and ignoring James's endless calls and texts. I'm just waiting for Alex to return, and I confront him how his witch has screwed up our lives. I've sent the evidence to Kate's parents as well to see what they have raised. So she was like a sister to him, and yet he still slept with her. Yuck. And if she was so concerned about living alone, she married the wrong guy. I mean, she definitely married the wrong guy if her and James wanted each other from the start. Going to her house for dinner is a bit inappropriate. And why not also invite you? But then again, why can't she come over for dinner at your place every now and again? Where are all of her friends? Why does she need her husband's brother to come around? But then, there's the wedding ring. Ouch. I'm sorry, OP. At least your mother-in-law knew exactly what to do. Prepare for that divorce. Thank goodness you have her support. Update 1. Hey everyone, thanks for all the love and support. I'm doing pretty well, and I'm also 4 months pregnant. Trust me, it's not easy to cope with the consequences of divorce, but it will pass eventually. So I flashed the divorce papers and pregnancy kit on his face and ghosted him. I didn't want to hear anything from him. I knew he would just create some random lies and BS to cover the crap, and I stayed through such crap for 5 straight years. So it was enough. Anyway, after knowing I was pregnant, something did change in him because guilt and regret were choking him. I was in contact with mother-in-law, and she filled my cup with all the information. She told me that he was constantly apologizing to her for what he did and asked him to bring me back because he wanted to be with the child and he was ready to fix the marriage. In all honesty, you can't even fix cheating, and that gave me an ick already. It's a no for me. Mother-in-law asked me not to get on his word and to focus on myself and my baby. Kate knew that as soon as Alex would arrive, mother-in-law would tell him the truth, so she booked a week-long trip. The reason for the trip? I'll come to that eventually. She picked him up from the airport, and they straight went for a trip. When they came back from the holiday, as expected, mother-in-law told him the truth. He was disgusted by Kate's manipulative tactics. He abandoned her and also cut off all ties with James. He visited me and we both cried in our misery. He took the blame on himself that he never doubted James's closeness with Kate, and that led to all of this. A month later, Kate showed up at mother-in-law's place saying she was pregnant and urged her to help her reconcile with Alex. This was the reason for her surprise trip. You see, her shrewdness? It was a very weird turn of events. Alex almost gave in to Kate's pleadings when my father-in-law suggested that he speak to his lawyer and see if there were other options. The lawyer suggested a paternity test and all the previous test reports. Paternity test wasn't required because Kate's lies came out open just with the test reports. Kate was 3 months pregnant, which clearly indicated that the baby was not of Alex. Before any confrontation, everyone assumed that it was of James, but Kate confessed that it was neither of James. She was fooling around with someone else. God knows who. Alex fed her with divorce papers and ripped her off from any alimony or maintenance. Kate's parents lived next door, and Mom said she saw Kate a couple of times at her parents' house, but she's staying not there. My father has also severed all ties with his brother, Kate's father, after what she has done to me. After the divorce, Alex left again. He wasn't able to deal with the betrayal of his brother and wife. James, on the other hand, was going through a guilt trip. He tried all means, requesting my parents to convince me, sending long emails from different accounts telling me how bad it is for kids to grow up with divorced parents. He did everything he could and cried in front of me. He begged me, but there was no way I could accept it. It was just hard for me because I was the one who got cheated and he lost nothing. Maybe he lost his baby, but it was his own action, and now he was supposed to face the consequences. One day, he called me and asked if we could sit and talk before we got separated. I thought of giving it a try, and it was okay to have closure. I asked him to come home. He looked really happy to see the baby bump and told me that he couldn't wait to see our baby. I got really emotional, but the face of a cheater was enough to make me lose all my emotions. I was not happy to see him, but I had to. All the flashbacks were hitting on every neuron. We chatted for a minute, and I finally asked him when it all started. He told me the whole story. It all started before we started dating, as Alex was never really home and they got attracted to each other. It was only a sexual relationship, and they both enjoyed doing that. Kate hated the fact that he was dating me, but he was in love with me. He said he still loved me and no one else. I laughed at his statement. Kate never wanted him to marry me, as it would have ended everything between them, but he had already lost his interest and decided to stop seeing her before our marriage. Somehow, he couldn't resist, and the sexuality turned emotional because his brother was never present and Kate was really going through a lot emotionally. He told me about her ex-boyfriend, whom she wanted to marry but couldn't, and that the baby was his. The information was a lot for me to take in, but I had no empathy for either of them at all. He again started apologizing, and it was my time to make him realize what he did, and that he doesn't deserve forgiveness. I reminded him how he manipulated me emotionally and physically, and I was just there for him to have sex with, but he never gave me the respect of a wife. Lying was one thing, but he gaslighted me even when I confronted him with evidence. He would go beyond limits to save her feelings above mine, and now that I'm pregnant, he wants me back. He stayed silent and told me that he would sign the divorce paper and would never ask me to forgive him. He asked me if I would let him share custody of the child, and I denied it. I was expecting him to file a case against me for custody, but I guess he was aware that he had created enough problems for me to deal with, so he just left silently. Mother-in-law visits me often, and I'm just trying to heal myself for my baby. Poor Alex. This is so heartbreaking, and I gotta say, I was sort of expecting James to fight more for his baby. It sort of makes you think that he didn't really want the responsibility after all. Everyone likes the idea of something, right? Update 2. Hey guys, it's been 7 months since I made my last update. First, let me tell you that I have been blessed with a baby boy, and I am so over the moon holding him in my arms. After the birth of my son, Kate's father, my uncle, visited me and apologized to me for Kate's nuisance. He also said sorry on behalf of his wife, who used to support Kate in all her evilness. No, not the affair part, but in general. He told me that Kate suffered the consequences of her actions. After divorcing Alex, Kate went to her boyfriend whose baby she's carrying. That man took her in for a few months but later abandoned her. No one knows where he went. He just left a note that family and baby were just not his thing. Kate got severe panic attacks leading to her miscarriage. It was heartbreaking to know that she lost her child. Being a mother, I understand it is so painful, a feeling of losing your child. It gives me chills just to think how I would react if my baby got slightly hurt. I told my uncle that I could never forgive Kate. Kate suffered because she ruined 3 lives, including her baby. On the day I was in labor, mother-in-law was there, along with James, and he cried after taking his baby in his arms. I got really emotional and thought of how beautiful it would have been if he didn't act like a complete crap. But whatever happened stopped after I got my baby. I still can't forgive any of them, and now am focused on my baby, myself, and my future. That's horrendous. I'm sorry to hear about Kate's baby. And as for James, yeah, that would be incredibly disappointing and heartbreaking to think of the what-ifs. He had something really good, and now he's missing out on something wonderful. It's funny that he got played too, though. Like, yeah, it might have been sex, but turns out someone else was wetting Kate's whistle too.
I've fallen in love with the husband of the woman my husband is cheating on me with. I'm so sorry. There are a lot of errors in the title and text. While I think my English is pretty awesome, it's not perfect. So sorry for any confusion. This is going to be a long post. We'll do my best to make it short. I found this sub on a podcast. Maybe I can find comfort about what's been weighing me down for almost a year now. I'm female 36, and my husband is male 38. We've been together for 10 years. We have one daughter who's female 6. She's everything to me. I found out a year ago that my husband is sleeping with his employee, female 30. How? Her husband, let's call him Jay, male 35, contacted me. He was heartbroken and he thought I ought to know. He provided me with the text messages and dated when they've been in hotels. I recognize my husband's style and I recognize the other woman. I have seen her on multiple occasions when I visited my husband's work. She's been nothing but kind and pleasant towards me, and she always doted on my daughter. I asked Jay what he wanted to do, and he said he wasn't sure yet, so I requested that we should meet. He agreed. I told him about my life and that I'm currently not working after the pandemic. I lost my job, and now with the economy, I haven't really had any opportunity to find a job. Instead, I've been studying these past 2 years. If I divorce now, I won't be able to provide for my daughter. That would probably put her in my husband's custody as a primary provider. I asked him if he could wait for a few months, hopefully longer, therefore, and to my surprise, he agreed. I thanked him profusely, but he told me that he didn't know what to do either, so he's happy to wait. Also, the other woman has 3 children from a previous relationship, and he was worried that she would refuse him being in their lives once he confronted her because he's not the father. We kept in touch, however. He called me a few times a week, and soon we started to talk about other things other than our failed marriages. Afterwards, we started going for walks, coffee, movies, etc. I found myself thinking about him often with a smile on my face. He was the first thing I thought of in the morning and the last thing I thought of before going to bed. For the last 3 to 4 months, we probably mentioned our spouses once or twice. We talked about everything else, and he always makes me laugh. He thinks I'm funny too. 2 weeks ago, we were having a picnic and he just blurted out, "I think that I'm in love with you." When he then explained himself, it just drove to the point home that I'm also in love with him. He said that at first he wasn't sure why he was feeling like this towards me and explained it away as 2 jilted people finding comfort in each other. But that he then realized that he wasn't broken anymore, that he even thinks of his wife's infidelity as a blessing because it led him to me. That was exactly how I felt too. I didn't know what to say. I told him that I'm terrified that these are false feelings that would go away once we've freed ourselves from those who hurt us. He just beamed at me and said he was willing to take the risks just to find out. He kissed my hand because I thought we were still married, and if we did something, then how are we better than our significant others? I don't know what to do now. I find myself daydreaming about him, introducing him to my daughter, kiss him, wake up next to him every morning. I still have 1 semester left, and then I'm probably going to find a job. I've already had some offers for when I'm finished with my studies. I have thanked Jay so many times for being so patient with me about everything. I appreciate that he's waiting for me to put my life in order before we expose our spouses who aren't really seeing each other as often as they used to do. He told me he's happy to help, and he just wants a real kiss as a thank you when everything is over. My goal now is to secure my job and leave this marriage. Am I pathetic for wanting to give Jay and I a shot and see where it would go? Can 2 broken hearts really find happiness together when their love story started like ours? It's not uncommon for 2 people to find each other in such circumstances. That doesn't make you pathetic. I think it could get messy though if you guys go ahead with this divorce. It might be better to wait until things blow over with your spouses. Or else it could be used against you. Although it's nice to find companionship, it might be best to take things 1 step at a time. Not only that, but when emotions are high already, it's easy to get emotions all muddled and confused with a third party. Update 1, October 22nd, 2022. Jay and I have decided not to see each other anymore. I'm in love with the husband of my husband's affair partner. Hi again. This is not an update, since nothing new has happened in my life, but I've been feeling so down lately and my emotions are all over the place. Hopefully this post will help me sort out my feelings. I'm sorry if you find it confusing, but this is how I'm feeling right now. Confusion. Also, I'm sorry, but it's going to be a long and bumpy ride like my last one. I'm still busy with my studies, especially now so close to the holidays. Thereafter, I'm going to have a break until January 16th and the start of my last semester. I have got 2 job offers, one with unpaid internship starting in April. I like this job very much since I would be working from my laptop most of the days. The other one is more of an in-office job, but with better pay. I don't know how the custody arrangement is going to be, but I feel like a job with more flexible hours is a better fit for me. The reason why I'm writing this now is that Jay and I met yesterday. If you remember my last, we decided not to see each other, at least not as often, since the I love you talk. We did good keeping that promise, but we still saw each other once since I wrote here, and we continued texting and calling each other on a daily basis. Yesterday we met on Jay's initiative. When I got to the park, to our usual meeting spot, Jay was already there. He had flowers, coffee, and cake. I love cake. And he told me that we're going to have a little celebration. He said that today was the day we first met a year ago. Yes, it was. I remember that day very well. It was raining then too, but it was much, much gloomier. I remembered how broken and desperate I was, the feeling that my world had ended. We talked a lot about the progress we made and how much stronger we both felt now. He told me he loved me, and it was all he could do not to just F everything and jump into his arms. He is so lovely. When I got home, my husband had already picked up our daughter, and they were just joking around and having fun. I felt so much sadness and pure horror building up inside of me. What am I doing? What are we doing? All of us. The guilt washed over me seeing my daughter's happy face playing around with her food. I couldn't take it. My husband and the other woman haven't texted at all this month, and they haven't met either, or at least as far as Jay and I know. Of course, they work together, so we don't know if the affair had subsided or if they just have learned to be more cautious, but my husband has been more attentive at home, warmer and more present. He says he loves me all the time and that he misses me. I haven't been intimate with him since I found out about the affair, and even the smallest touch from him irks me, and any beautiful word or compliment from him sets my teeth on edge. I just want to scream liar, and I feel like I'm cheating on Jay. Accepting my husband's affection and the disdain for myself becomes unbearable. Make this make sense, please. I looked at my husband and tried to remember what I loved about him, but I couldn't. All I could see is his texts to her about how great last time was and what he wanted to do to her next. All the things he once said he wanted to do and did to me that made me feel so special. I tried to think harder about the love, but all I saw was Jay's face. I felt immense rage and hatred towards my husband, but also towards myself and Jay. My husband because he broke us and brought this mess upon us, and myself because I felt that I wasn't trying hard enough with my heart occupied with someone else. Have I just given up so easily because I love Jay? And my daughter? She's the one who's going to pay the hard price of seeing her home break because Daddy is a selfish, greedy cheater and Mommy isn't trying hard enough to save her marriage when she is pining for another man. I couldn't control my feelings of anger and resentment and guilt, so I wrote Jay a long text telling him all of this and more. He tried to call me, but I couldn't answer him. My heart was swollen in my throat. I told my husband that I wanted to sleep in my daughter's room tonight, something I've been doing a lot since this all started. I cried all night watching her beautiful face, so peaceful and happy. This morning, Jay called me again and we talked for over an hour. He was very subdued and I heard the fear in his voice. He told me that he respected my wishes in taking a break from each other, but also to remember that even when I was at my weakest, I still knew exactly what I wanted and that I chose to stay to secure a future for myself and my daughter. You're too close now to your goal and just to stumble and fail. He said he loved me and that he never felt like this before, and that he will wait. I cried for a good hour afterwards, already missing his voice. I knew that my marriage is unsalvageable and that I am doing the right thing leaving it, even with the nagging feeling of guilt that's simmering beneath the surface, boiling over every now and then, waking me up at night. But I need to do this alone now. I want to look back with no regrets. The guilt is probably never going to go away entirely, but at least it won't have Jay's face now that he's not in the picture anymore. So that's what's been up with my life. I told you that it wasn't an update really, and I'm sorry that it is long and confusing, but that's all I have right now. Edit. I'm not staying in my marriage. I don't know if my English is this bad or people don't bother reading my long, boring rants. I apologize for both, but I'm floored because of the amount of comments and attacks on me as a person and a mother for staying with my cheating husband. Please tell me, where did I say I was staying? I broke it off with Jay, yes, but it wasn't because I'm going back to my husband. Again, where did I write that I was staying with my husband? Do you think it would benefit you in telling your husband how you're feeling and looking to get out of the marriage, and then seeing what he does with that information? Do you think it would be worth it? Update 2, 6th of November 2022. Jay has now left his wife. A short update. Hi everyone. I know, I had a dramatic episode last time I was here and swore not to update again, but I'm a woman, I can change my mind if I want to. Last time I was overwhelmed by the amount of comments and messages about me being a bad mother, and I just couldn't take it. So I freaked out on you, but today I have a little update. It's not about me, it's about Jay. Jay's mom is sick. She lives in another city about 7 or 8 hours drive away. Jay went to visit her and he texted me before going. He apologized for texting me because we weren't supposed to keep in touch anymore, but he wanted me to know he was out of town. I drove over there on Thursday because it sounded like it was serious. I arrived at the hospital around noon. He looked miserable. His mother isn't even old. She's 58. My heart is breaking. I could only stay for an hour before heading back home. I feel so guilty leaving him alone. His sisters live across the world and they won't be able to fly home before Christmas. On Friday, Jay came home and broke off his marriage. I don't know all the details, but he didn't mention to her that he knew about her infidelity. Just that he wasn't happy anymore, didn't want to be married to her. He texted me and thanked me for visiting him and his mother and told me about him filing for divorce from his wife. He is moving back to his hometown to be with his mother. He left yesterday, but he will be back once more to get the rest of his stuff. Even though I understand him, and even if I wasn't seeing him anymore, the city feels empty and gloomy without him. I know you're in a tough spot financially and wanting to finish school, but I feel like you should start having the same conversation with your husband like Jay had with his ex. What do you think? Update 3, 11 December 2022. I've told my husband that I know about his affair and that I've been working towards leaving him for the past year. Hi again. I'm sorry I deleted my account. I'm very new to this and I just couldn't handle the criticism I was getting, so I deleted my account. I have understood now that the internet doesn't owe me a politeness, and people will say their opinion because I put myself out there, and that makes it, I guess, okay for people to say hurtful things because I chose to share my story. I have learned that I could deactivate all private communication, so if you have something nasty to say, be brave and put it in the comments instead. Although I'm hoping for less amount of negative comments this time, since people were mainly angry that I was taking my time to leave my husband. Thankfully, while my account is deleted, I still, with some digging, found my original posts. I have included them here to those who haven't followed my story. I'm still going strong with my studies, and as I said, I have secured a job in April with decent salary that will increase with 30% once I graduate 2 months later. I have also signed a lease on an apartment that is a few blocks away from my daughter's school. I can't imagine the happiness I was when I found the apartment, but most importantly that they accepted my bad credit, having not had income for over 2 years now. My new job contract and reference was enough, and I have to pay for 3 months ahead. I get the keys April 1st, too. I still need to talk to a lawyer. I just don't want to throw my money before it's getting closer, and I need the help. I have found a nonprofit organization for women that I could call and ask for information and advice. I'm not really in an abusive marriage, but they have experience of all sorts of marital and divorce problems. As I stated, since I found out that my husband was cheating on me, our sex life died. In the beginning, my husband didn't seem bothered about it. Probably, no certainly, because he had someone else. Someone new, but with time, it had been over a year now, and God, it has been the longest and yet shortest year of my life. With time, he started to show me affection again, trying to get intimate with me. I avoided him like the plague. He never pressured me, but he was getting upset and I felt him getting frustrated. I think his affair had died out by then, or maybe it wasn't as fun and exciting for them. I don't know. I'm not an expert on affairs. For over 2 months now, he's been trying to open the subject of our non-existent sex life, but I just told him that I didn't have a drive, or that I was busy. This being my last year of my studies, I have been able to keep him at bay, and while my explanation and excuses weren't making him happy, they were good enough to keep him away. That until about a week ago when he wanted to discuss this seriously. I told him again that I was busy, and that my sex drive is very low. It is. He said that it wasn't just the sex. We had no more intimacy. He barely is allowed to be near me. I never talk to him anymore, like I don't make an effort anymore. I asked him if we could just wait until after the holidays because I'm too busy, and I didn't want to ruin it for our daughter who loves Christmas. He then said something that triggered every nerve on my body. Something like it was not healthy for a marriage when one partner neglects the other because then you start looking somewhere else. I just said that it wasn't true because he started sleeping with her name way before I started neglecting him. He was in total shock. First he tried to know more. Maybe he misheard me. Then he started to deny it. Then made excuses. Then started apologizing. Then he started asking for details and what my plans were. When I told him about me getting a job and an apartment, he started pleading, trying to hold me. Now this past week, he's trying to talk to me every day, and I have been calm with him. He had so many questions. Why didn't I tell him before? At least he could have explained. She meant nothing to him. The relationship ended. He had no feeling for her. It was just physical. He loved me and nobody else. Think about our daughter. He regretted what he did, and that's why he ended it. Why was I not more upset? I told him that I had mourned us for a year, and that I'm over it now. He still thought it was unfair because this was all new to him. I told him about my job, my new place, and I asked him to be patient with me and to think about our daughter and put her first in whatever is coming. He was so angry by that and told me that if I thought about our daughter for a second, I would have confronted him then and there. Be honest. We could have tried to fix it with therapy and some effort because he never loved anyone like he does me, and he would drop everything else to try and make it right with me. But I chose secrecy, plotting and planning my life without him while pretending everything was fine. Did I though? I started crying and begged him that, however angry he was with me, not to take it out in a way that affected our daughter. I told him that I did all this for her. I didn't want her to see us fight. I didn't want to leave without having the means to offer her a good life. Now he is so angry with me all the time. He barely looks my way. He's still sweet with our daughter, though, and that is comforting. I sleep in my daughter's room most nights. I never meant for it to blow up this soon, but you can spend your whole time planning and preparing the perfect exit, but life has never been predictable. I don't regret my outburst. Maybe it was time anyway. I will continue communicating with him about the importance of staying civil to each other. He is angry now and he feels cheated and deceived, and I get that. But I need him to put aside the hurt and think of our daughter, just like I did. And just like I did, he will get over the pain in time. Sorry again for the long post and for the grammar. Edit. Jay's in the process of divorce too. He has moved back to his hometown because his mother is very ill, I'm afraid. His sisters live in Australia, but they have both come home, so it feels good that he and his mother are not alone. I have visited them 3 times since I heard the sad news, but he lives far away, so I haven't been able to stay for long periods to support them. We talk over the phone every morning, though. He is devastated. Edit 2. No, I haven't told my husband about Jay, nor am I gonna. If by any chance Jay and I end up together, then everyone will know, including my husband, but we are not willing to tell my husband or anybody about how Jay and I met. We've decided that long ago, when we were dreaming about our future plans together, that we wouldn't tell our exes how we met. It is for the best for everyone involved. I'm keeping this promise. It's nobody's business but ours. We don't know what the future holds. Jay lives in another town, 8 hours drive away. We haven't talked about us in ages. We have a lot going on in our lives separately. All I care about now is his mom doing better, or at least not suffering. Oh, he feels cheated and deceived? Your husband is being a hypocrite. He should have thought about your daughter before cheating, and neither of you would have been in this mess. Yes, you did make the choice to cheat back, and that probably wasn't the best idea. It only complicated things more. But yeah, ultimately, I think he was the catalyst in all of this. New update. 1 year later. I don't know if you remember me from about a year ago. I fell in love with the husband of my husband's mistress. Hi everyone. I hope you're doing well. I was here about a year ago with my story. 2 years ago, I found out that my husband was having an affair with one of his employees who was married at the time. A year ago, I was here telling my story. I deleted my posts, but I found them all gathered in one post when I Googled myself. I will include my old story on my bio to anyone who doesn't remember or know my story. Also, the usual disclaimer that my English will suck and my posts will be long and ranty. My apologies. I have had the hardest year of my life, even if not everything has been negative. I have a great job now with a great company and a great and supportive coworkers. I'm so thankful for that. I live now in my own apartment. That's where the greatness ends. Because it doesn't matter how long you have known a person, how much you have trusted and loved them, or how much you thought they loved and valued you, you don't really know them before you hit rock bottom with them. And my ex-husband, still legally married because he is still refusing to sign any papers, has shown nothing but cruelty and vindictiveness towards me, and at times our daughter, making me question why I have chosen to rock the boat. I thought I was doing all this for my baby. I wanted to give her a dignified life and a strong role model in me, a happy and content mother, to be her hero, yet she's the one who suffered the most during this time. When I told my husband about my plans to leave him, he was in denial at first, which was bad, but it was nothing compared to when he realized I was telling the truth. He used every means possible to break me and dissuade me from leaving. He started with threats about taking full custody. Then he took all my assets from me. He got primary custody of our daughter and refused me to see her while court made the assessment that I was fit to have shared custody because he filed a motion that I was broke and suffered from mental illness. I'm being treated for depression and PTSD. I couldn't see my daughter for 8 weeks because of bureaucracy, and I thought I was going mad because of that, even contemplating just getting back together with him to get my daughter back. When I finally saw her, I was awarded shared custody. She was so angry and broken, telling me how much she hated me and how much she wanted to be with Daddy. He told me that my daughter hated me because I'm a bad mother, while I knew he was poisoning her mind. Even when we shared custody and she started to warm up to me again, she still had a hard time loving me the first day after she'd been with her father until I win her back, and she is almost her normal happy self at the end of the week before she's going back to his place and the vicious cycle begins. He tried everything, too, not to divide our assets according to the prenup, but that wasn't any priority of mine. Even if I had to start from scratch, I was willing to give him anything not to make him angrier with me that he takes it out on our baby. Once he came with a suggestion that I left him everything and gave away all my rights, and he gave me full custody. I thought something finally heard my prayers before he changed his mind and filed a new motion suing for full custody. He was playing with me. During this whole ordeal, I was feeling doubts and resentment towards myself for not just complying and obeying him and stay with him until our daughter is older. The self-doubt and fear were almost paralyzing, and one day in the beginning of summer, I wrote a very long letter to him reminding him of his love for his daughter and the promise he made to her when she was born to do anything to protect her. I reminded him that I am just a woman and he can, and had, replaced me any time, but that his daughter is his daughter. I begged him not to use her to hurt someone who is replaceable. Don't use a valuable treasure as a weapon to destroy a cheap target, a target you easily replaced once before. He didn't answer me, but he stopped texting and calling me in other purposes other than our daughter. She has been happier too, and she says she loves me and she loves Daddy. I don't know if it was my letter, but he just stopped all his attempts to hurt me. Once when he dropped her off, he apologized for everything he did back to cheating on me in the first place and said that he loved us and promised not to hurt us anymore. He has since kept his promise. He has during all this time, since January, while I still lived with him, been having an on and off again girlfriend, 25 female, who, when on, I get to see my daughter more because I get her even on his weeks. I find myself hoping for them to get back together so I can have my daughter with me in a stable home. I don't know what the future holds, and I hope my daughter forgives us for what we have put her through. Most of the time I regret asking for divorce when she is so little, and wish that I have waited until at least she is old enough to understand, but sometimes it feels like it was the right decision anyway. Of course, I will never know. As for Jay, he still lives in his hometown near his mother. She is very sick and no chemo nor procedure works now. I have visited them as much as I have been able to. He has been great support throughout this ordeal, which always made me guilty, given what he is going through, but he always said he is happy to listen and wants to know. We call and text each other every day. Last month, when my husband had my daughter on a trip with his family, Jay showed up at my door. He said he just wanted to see me, and he had booked a hotel room that he ended up not using. He spent the weekend with me in my apartment, and it was the first time I've allowed myself to be with him. He was everything I imagined and more. He said he loved me, and it was all I could do not to start bawling pathetically. I didn't know it was possible to love someone this much. Jay's divorce is finalized, but we have decided not to make our relationship public until my life is in order. We have waited for 2 years. What are a few more months? I'm so much happier now, and I am hopeful for the future. Not just for me, but for everyone. I hope we can all move on and be happy. P.S. Not gonna proofread. It's exhausting. I'm sorry. Let's see what some of the community has to say. First up, wow, you are a true role model for your daughter. You didn't compromise your worth and used eloquence to talk your ex out of mentally damaging your daughter. I wish you every happiness, OP. The OP replies, I don't feel like a role model. I hope I do soon. Someone else comments, I didn't see your first post, but reading this, man, you are one hell of a strong person. You made the right decision for you and for your daughter. Maybe one day she will understand it, but that is not important. Important right now is just that you made it. Remember this, it helps me at least. There will always be sunrise even after the darkest of nights. Bless you, OP. Someone else says, is your daughter getting help from a professional? The OP replies, yes, she's seeing a psychologist. One more comment from the community. Hold up, he's mad at her for choosing secrecy and plotting, and now he's pouting and playing the victim? Are you effing kidding me? He's just upset that he lost his chance to manipulate her response to it from the beginning. By keeping her knowledge a secret, she stripped him of any power in the situation, such that his attempt to turn the tables and reclaim it is just pathetic at this point. We all know he's about to use their daughter to F with her now that he's backed into a corner though. Whether the relationship with Jay pans out or not, I'm glad the cheating led to her leaving this world-class a-hole. There's no way that he magically became so vile overnight. She had to have been ignoring his personality flaws before this whole thing started. Otherwise, this very fortunately revealed them to her. Either way, she needs to go thank his affair partner for inadvertently pushing the issue. I'm totally kidding about thanking the affair partner. I just feel an enormous sense of relief that OP is well past the disillusionment stage and is effing done with his sorry butt. He's definitely playing your daughter, and shame on him for putting her in that position. It's a sick thing to do, to play your daughter like some pawn. She doesn't truly understand what's going on, and it's unfair to do that to her. And you're not a bad mother, OP. You were doing the best you could with the cards you were handed. In time, your daughter will understand what's happening and the truth of it all after your ex is done whispering in her ear about you. You know he's just doing this to get back at you. It's the only way he can. But it's a blessing that you have shared custody. It's not ideal right now, but it will be okay. You shouldn't regret anything. You made the right choice. Everything will work out. Husband gaslights me about his affair, so I ruin his job and divorce him. There are things that you might think will never happen to you, but after this experience that I had with my husband, I realized that you can never really claim that you know people as well as you think you do. I've heard a lot of stories from women who have been cheated on, and I've always felt like it was about them not seeing the signs that they had the wrong man, but everyone thinks that they have the right man. That's what I had thought too, after all. I, 35 female, have been married to my husband, 34 male, for 7 years. We've never really had any problems beyond regular couple issues in our relationship, and we were able to establish a really strong foundation of trust by telling each other pretty much everything that is happening in our lives. If a guy comes up to me and asks for my number at the supermarket, I'd tell him. If a female friend is being really touchy with him, he'll let me know as soon as he gets home. This has been our arrangement for years, and it's worked great for both of us. The issue started when I was putting his clothes into the laundry and emptying out his pockets, as all of us should do, not just to prevent money or valuables from being ruined, but because this was what set the entire thing into motion for me. I found a receipt from a relatively fancy restaurant in our area, and based on what was ordered, it was clear that it was a dinner for 2. My husband hadn't told me anything about this, so while my first instinct was suspicion, I felt that there must have been an explanation for some sort of it. I confronted him with what I had found, and he actually did have a pretty good explanation for it. My husband is a corporate guy, the kind of person who wears a suit to work every day. His job also calls pretty frequently for him to try and sugar up potential clients, so according to him, that receipt was from a client that he took to dinner to discuss things a bit further with. I asked him why he didn't tell me about it like he usually does, but he said it was simply because it slipped his mind by the time he got back home and that the deal wasn't closed in the end. He didn't seem to have to think too much before telling me all of this, so I believed it right away. The only gripe I had with him then was that we hadn't gone to the restaurant together, since we had been wanting to. Anyway, I trusted my husband, as I've said, so I never really thought anything else of what had happened. There really wasn't a reason to, just based on seeing the receipt. Things went back to normal pretty quickly after that, and we didn't have any issues with each other for quite a few months. However, things boiled up again between us about a month later, when a friend of mine called me one evening and said that she bumped into my husband with a woman on his arm. She just happened to be in a part of the city that was a bit far off and spotted him across the road. I asked her if she was sure it was him, but she said she actually crossed the road and spoke to him. When he saw her, he let go of the woman, but seemed to act normal beyond that. He didn't seem too flustered, she said. Her only regret was she didn't ask him what he was doing in that part of town, and they went their separate ways soon after. Right before they turned the corner, she saw the woman clasp onto his arm again. At this point, all the alarms in my head started to blare. I thought briefly about the receipt I had found in his pocket, but honestly, I didn't make too much of a connection because it still could have been a business dinner. But this on its own was enough for him to have a lot of explaining to do. As soon as he got back home, which was around 11 p.m., he could tell that something was off with my mood, and he asked me what was wrong right away. Considering my friend hadn't hidden herself, I think he already knew what it was about, but he waited for me to say it. When I told him and asked him to explain himself, he just chuckled and shook his head lightly. According to him, that woman was one of his coworkers, and there was nothing going on between them. They had gone for business dinner with some clients that the company was trying to get on board, so about 4 people from his company had attended with him. The female coworker that my friend saw had too much to drink, and that was why she was supporting herself on him. Here's the thing. I realized that my husband had time to think of a story because he knew my friend would have told me, but for some reason, I believed him. Maybe it was because I had always trusted him, or because I was in denial and I didn't want the mess that would come about from this being what I hoped it wasn't. But it was so easy for me to believe him, and that was what I chose to do. He even hugged me afterward, saying that he would have told my friend if she had asked, so that I wouldn't have had to worry myself. He apologized for stressing me out and told me that I really had nothing to worry about, that he was mine and mine alone. At that point, all my suspicions dissolved. At this point, things went fine for about 6 months straight. No accounts of anyone seeing him traipsing around town with women, no stray and unexplained receipts in suit pockets. Things seemed normal, and I honestly didn't find myself dwelling on whether my husband was cheating on me or not. However, this peace of mind really only lasted that long, and it was after the 3rd event that everything started to crumble. My husband came back home pretty late one night. It was nearly midnight, and he had texted me at some point during the night that he was doing the usual whining and dying for one of his clients that his company was trying to win over. Again, it wasn't the first time in the 6-month period, so I didn't think too much of it. He came back a little tipsy, and it was when I went in to hug him that I smelled what was distinctly feminine perfume. I immediately asked him why he smelled like a woman's perfume, but I tell you that this man told me straight to my face that it was his usual perfume. He's been wearing the same Tom Ford fragrance to work for the last 2 years, so I don't think it's ridiculous for me to be able to tell when he smells like something different. I told him it was a different fragrance, but he only maintained that it was his usual scent, and he told me I was acting delusional, which was an out-of-the-character thing for him to say to me. He gently pushed past me and went upstairs. I think this was the first time that I really knew something was wrong, because I started to feel like I was being gaslighted. It was then that the thing with the receipt and what my friend had seen came back to me, and suddenly, I was extremely suspicious. I was halfway up the stairs, wanting to confront him, but I actually realized that he would probably gaslight me again until I felt like I was losing my mind or being an emotional woman or something. I still went upstairs though, because I knew he was in the shower. He had undressed, with his clothes lying on the bed and his phone beside it. I had to smell his suit and his shirt again because I needed to be sure I wasn't actually losing it, and sure enough, I was 100% certain that wasn't his Tom Ford perfume that I was smelling on it. At this point, I went straight into his phone. I went into the gallery app first, and right there were the pictures taken that night. It was him at some kind of lounge with a young woman, she looked like she was 23 or something, cozied up to him. There was even a picture of them kissing while she held the phone for a selfie. I felt like I was going to explode. I took a video with my own phone, swiping through all the pictures. I was about to enter his messaging app, but I could hear him rounding up in the bathroom, so I let it go. Honestly, I wanted to confront him so badly, but I needed to know more because I felt like he'd find a stupid way to explain away the kiss, and I might actually fall for it. I know, I hate how much I wanted to trust him. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep, so I grabbed his phone and jumped into the messaging app. The first two messages were people from work, but the last one was someone called Sabrina, and I hadn't heard anything about her before, so I assumed this was the mystery girl, and I was right. I went through the messages, and I really can't tell you when tears started streaming down my face. He had told her he loved her, called me all sorts of names. They had reminisced about nights they had just had. There were nudes exchanged, and I don't know when I had gone far enough to see him sending pictures from the night they had at the same restaurant I had seen the receipt of. I really hope that nobody here has to go through what I went through because in that moment, I actually felt like there was nothing left for me. I felt absolutely broken. Some pretty dark thoughts went through my mind as I looked over at him sleeping. After 7 years of marriage, I know better now, but I remember thinking about how I do my best to look good, eat healthy, and go to the gym. I know for a fact that I look good for my age, but it destroyed my self-esteem thinking about some of the comments that he made about me and my body. And they both laughed about it. I think it was exactly that radicalized me and made me realize that I needed to make sure that this man was hurt badly. I had to take videos of this entire chat, slowing down for the parts where he took her to restaurants, hotels, and shopping. He seemed to enjoy sending her pictures. I drank myself to sleep that night. In the morning, I tried to be my usual self so that he wouldn't suspect anything. I don't think I did a great job of it, but he didn't seem to notice much. He was a completely different person to me now. I'm not shy to say that I resented him. Once he was out of the house, I knew that I had to find out who this woman was. I didn't know her last name, but when I searched for Sabrina in the list of my husband's friends on Facebook, there she was. It was the same face that I had seen kissing him, so I was sure it was her. The real shocker was me finding out that they had worked at the same company, and going by her job title, she was likely one of his junior colleagues. At this point, I knew her name and I had evidence that they were doing things together, and I wanted to make sure that I had hurt them both. Looking back, I think I became unhealthily obsessed with the idea, but ultimately, I was simply seeking closure and revenge in my own way. And I'm happy that I found what I was looking for. Honestly, that's all that really matters to me. The first thing that I did was get in contact with a divorce lawyer. Ironically, the same friend of mine who had seen my husband with who I assumed was Sabrina, I eventually confirmed from my friend that it was her, had gotten divorced about 2 years earlier, and she was a big fan of her lawyer, so I hit her up. Gave her a long update on everything that had happened since we last spoke, and she sent me the number of the lawyer. Right after we ended the call, I was talking to the lawyer and set up an appointment. It was about a few days later when I went to see the lawyer. I showed him all the evidence that I had and told him as much as I knew about my husband's affair. It was funny to me when he had the biggest smile on his face, because according to him, this is as sweet as a divorce case can get. He said that I had evidence of my husband's cheating, I had evidence of our marital funds that had been spent on his affair with the shopping, restaurants, and fancy hotels, and I even had a potential issue with his workplace considering the fact that his affair partner was a junior employee who might potentially be directly under his influence. Though I wasn't too certain about this part. Either way, speaking to the lawyer actually had me feeling great. One thing I might not have mentioned earlier is that my husband always wanted me to be a housewife. He said his income was great enough for the both of us, and all he needed was for me to keep the home in order, especially ahead of us potentially having children. I have a lot of things that I volunteer for, so that's actually what takes up my time. But besides that, I've been his lovely, obedient housewife all these years while he was cheating on me with who knows how many women. About 2 weeks after meeting with the divorce lawyer, my husband had to go on a business trip in another state. This isn't the first time he's had to do this, but it was definitely the first time that I felt like he was going to be sleeping with other women, or Sabrina. I had lost all trust for the man, and it was actually rather shocking that I had managed to stay in the house with him for as long as I had without going to his throat. It was after he had told me that he had landed that I decided to get things going. Now, I'm changing Sabrina's last name here. Let's say it's Muller. That's not a super common last name, so I assumed that everyone in her friends list on Facebook was a relative of hers. I composed a pretty long message talking about how Sabrina had been sleeping with my husband, knowing that he was a married man, and I even put some screenshots of the nastiest parts of their text conversations, minus the raunchy photos and videos, of course. I sent it to every single one of them, and then put my phone on Do Not Disturb. A few hours later, some people had replied in shock and apologizing, some had cursed me out, and most had said nothing at all, but I wasn't doing any of this for their responses. My husband had also called me about 15 times, which means he knew I knew. To be honest, I hadn't really planned out what I was going to do at this point, but I hoped that he would have to go through with the business trip, continue to stew as I refused to pick his phone calls, and then, when he got back, I'd serve him with the papers. While waiting for this to happen, though, I made sure to pack as much of his stuff as possible into the suitcases that we had. I wasn't going to be thrown out of the house for being the faithful one. I also called over my brother, because I realized that I didn't know my husband the way I thought I did, and honestly, I was fearful that he could come back in some kind of rage, especially if I was to serve him with papers. So my brother stayed over for the next 2 days, until my soon-to-be ex-husband came back from his business trip. As soon as he opened the door and saw me, he started cursing and shouting, calling me all sorts of names. Fortunately, my brother stepped between us and handed him the papers. He looked shocked for just about a second, but it seemed it didn't take long for it to sink in that was a logical progression of events. From behind my brother, I told him that I had packed his bags and he wasn't going to sleep in our house that night. That was the scariest that I had ever seen him look, but he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he just stood there, fist clenched, and eventually took the divorce papers and his suitcases and he left. I didn't see him again until it was time for the divorce proceedings to start. And so that I won't bore you with the lengthy details, I'm glad to say that things were extremely well for me. It's hard to fight against such obvious evidence of infidelity. Plus, the judge didn't take kindly to the fact that he and his affair partner seemed very unremorseful about the entire thing. Our money being spent to fund his affair too? Another nail in the coffin. I got the house and a very handsome alimony arrangement since I basically did not work, so he'd need to be supporting me from wherever he was. Honestly, he could be with Sabrina for all I cared, but I felt like I had won. I didn't care who got a cheating man. It just hurt that I had loved him for so many years, and this is how things ultimately turned out. Now, the story isn't almost done, but I honestly had one final piece of my plan. Once the divorce was finalized, I wrote to his workplace about the allegations of a senior employee having a very inappropriate relationship with someone junior to him in the workplace. I sent all of the evidence I had, once again, being sure to blur out the explicit content. I was not going to allow myself to be hit with some kind of revenge porn charge. It took a couple of days, but I got a response talking about how the situation was being investigated as my claims were very serious, as Sabrina Muller was a direct subordinate to my ex-husband. About 2 weeks later, I got twofold confirmation that my ex-husband had lost his job. The first one was him calling me to curse me out and scream every expletive in the book. And then the second one was an email from the company informing me that the investigation had been concluded and the necessary action had been taken against my ex-husband. Honestly, I think once I read that, it was like a sudden relief came over me. I think that was closure. I don't consider myself to be an evil or vindictive person, but I think that realizing that someone you loved and thought you could trust wholeheartedly had no issues cheating or gaslighting you is enough to change a person. All I'll say to the women out there is beware. You can trust a man, but don't trust too deeply, because I learned that you can never truly know who someone is 100%. First off, kudos to you, OP, for your keen detective skills and not being afraid to follow your gut instincts. Finding that incriminating receipt and catching a whiff of someone's mysterious perfume were just the beginning of your journey down the rabbit hole of deception. And boy, did you dive in head first. Your husband's attempts at gaslighting were straight out of the cheater's handbook, denying, deflecting, and downplaying everything. But you weren't about to let him gaslight you into oblivion. No, sir. You sniffed out the truth like a bloodhound on a scent trail, uncovering a whole web of lies and deceit in the process. Sending screenshots of those steamy text messages to everyone in Sabrina's friends list? That's a level of petty I can't help but admire. And let's not forget the cherry on top, tipping off his workplace about his extracurricular activities, leading to his epic downfall. Talk about a satisfying dose of karma. As for your ex's reaction to losing his job, well, let's just say that he got exactly what he deserved. And you, my dear, emerged from this ordeal stronger, wiser, and with a fat alimony check to boot. In the end, you didn't just survive, you thrived. Revenge on my cheating husband. I found out my husband cheated on me in November. I have known this man since I was 5, been best friends for forever, and now married for 5 years. He decided he wanted a divorce. 2 months ago, he basically came crawling back and asked for our marriage back. I said okay. Little does he know I'm saving $500 on his dime every month to leave him eventually. Little does he know I'm losing weight and getting my body in the best shape of its life for my future person who will never take me for granted. Little does he know I made a fake profile on Snapchat and added his father to it. His father is now cheating on his mother with the fake profile, aka me, which I will be sending all the screenshots to his mother after I leave. Normally, I wouldn't bring anyone else into this, but his mother decided I was in the wrong for her son cheating on me. Won't it be ironic? Little does he know, I talked to my rental manager and signed a contract to leave that apartment, which is in my name in December. Same week, he will be gone on a trip. Won't it be funny when he comes back to new locks, his wife missing, his stuff in the dumpster, and nowhere to live? Oh, and did I mention his dream car is in my name because I had better credit? But don't worry, I've already started the process of selling it, and it will be towed to California that same week he's on vacation. I will never ever let anybody play me for a fool again, and I certainly won't let someone cheat on me and leave me only to try to pick me as a second option later. Who said revenge isn't sweet? Update. If you haven't read my previous post, please do so. Here's a semi-update, but also a question. So a few of you were angry with me because I involved his parents in this. His parents knew about his affair and even covered for him when I would ask where he was and actively lying to my face when asked later if he was with them. Some of you wanted to know how I found out. One day when he said he had to go to his parents' house, an hour away, I got this gut feeling to follow him there. Sort of. An hour after he left, I called my best friend and asked her if she would come borrow her mom's car and drive me to his parents' house so I can see if he is really there or if he even shows up there. He would have recognized her car instantly, so she borrowed her mom's and we drove up there. Parked down the street, and the first thing I noticed was his car wasn't there, even though he texted me saying he got to his parents' house safe. Maybe he went to get something? Is what I was trying to convince myself. Me and her waited for 4 hours and he didn't show up. I called his parents, who weren't even home by the way, and asked where he was and if I could talk to him. They lied and said he was with them and he was taking a nap at their house. Obviously, after this, me and her drove home. That night, when he got back and fell asleep for the night, I looked through his phone and found messages between him and someone him and I grew up with. The texts were very, very sexual, and videos and nudes were sent on both sides. I will say she tried many times to say things like, "I love you," or "Why can't I be your wife?" And every time he shut her down very quickly. I don't know if that means something or not, but either way, I grabbed my phone and took screenshots of everything and recordings of every video they sent to each other. While taking these, she texts him and says, "Same time next week?" I literally ran to the bathroom and threw up everything I had in my stomach. I don't know why it affected me that much considering I was looking at evidence of the affair, but seeing it in real time was just different and soul-shattering to me. Any more questions, feel free to ask. But also, last night, my husband asked me if I ever thought about getting back at him. I asked, "What do you mean?" He said, "Do you ever think about screwing someone other than me to get back at me for what I've done?" I told him it crossed my mind, but cheating is what led us to where we are now, and that it would help nothing. He legit tried to encourage me to do it, saying maybe that's what I need in order to forgive him and move past this. Like giving me a freebie? So why all of a sudden is he saying this? It seems suspicious to me. Any advice or suggestions? Wow. Congrats, OP. You've clearly put a lot of thought and effort into planning how to move forward. Your detailed approach to managing your finances, improving your health, and preparing for a fresh start shows a lot of strength and resolve. His suggestion that you should be with someone else to get back at him seems like a classic attempt to shift the focus away from his own actions. It's almost as if he's trying to deflect from his own betrayal by making you feel guilty or pressured into making choices that would somehow negate or overshadow his wrongdoing. It's a way of manipulating the situation to serve his own interests, rather than confronting the real issue at hand. Don't let his attempts to deflect or manipulate cloud your judgment. You deserve to prioritize your own needs and make decisions that are right for you, not based on his attempts to shift blame or create confusion. What would you do? Would you take the freebie? Up next, The only thing this cheater's good at is keeping his a secret, and not a very good one at that. Planning to ghost him after finding out he's cheating on me. Final update. Found out my boyfriend was cheating a few weeks ago. Been spiraling since. Literally only running off of vengeance and pure disgust. I got this weird gut feeling and checked his phone while he was asleep. Those 20 minutes locked in the bathroom felt like years, and the shame keeps me from talking to anyone about it. I moved across the country to be with him, so I'm all alone. No friends or family here. He woke me up the next morning with kisses and breakfast and has been doing so a lot lately. Probably the guilt. He even bought me flowers for the first time ever, after me hinting at wanting them for years. He thought my quiet crying was out of happiness. He even brought up buying a house for us, something with enough space for potential future children. I'm still going through the motions, making his breakfast and protein shake every day, packing his lunch, making sure dinner is almost ready when he comes home from the gym. What makes me the angriest is that I really, genuinely thought he wouldn't do something like this. He watched his father cheat on his mother and fathered children out of their marriage, all while she struggled with infertility her entire life. My partner is her biological son, and never had her own. She dedicated her life to the two of them and passed away of ovarian cancer shortly before we met. Sometimes I think about whether she regretted staying with her husband or not. We have a small shrine in her honor, and something makes me look at and expect guidance. I love the man she raised and hate the one her husband did. But they're both him, and he's a grown-ass man more than capable of self-control, so I decided to walk away. Next week, my car will be picked up and shipped back home, and I got first-class tickets for me and my dog on his dime. He'll come back home from work, and everything I brought will be gone, along with me. The only thing I think I might regret is not somehow being able to see his reaction when he walks through the door and realizes what's going on. Let's get a couple community comments. First up, I'm sorry you're going through this. It's the hardest thing to let go. As hopeless as it can feel sometimes, it does get better. Take your time in the beginning, but I think it's therapeutic to confront him eventually. Ghosting doesn't provide closure for you. In my experience, confronting the problem head on gave me a sense of closure. I try to take everything that happens as a life lesson. Good luck with everything. TOP replies, I personally don't believe in closure. I got all that I needed when I realized he was untrustworthy. The next person says, do you have access to his phone or computer? Install a keylogger. Then you can not only see what he's saying to you, but to the other affair partners as well. I put a keylogger on my ex's phone or computer when I caught him cheating. He was such a dummy, and seeing the crap he was saying, the lies he was spewing, made me grateful I dropped his butt. The OP replies, I do, but I don't think it would make a difference for me. His entire relationships with the affair partners was lies. Everything from his name, age, college degree, occupation, city, height, and dick size. He even told one he was married and his wife was pregnant with twins. I almost had a heart attack thinking I was an affair partner too, and he had a family out there somewhere. The next community member says, F multiple girls? Draw a little middle finger besides them while you're at it, and make sure there are little to no supplies, food, toiletries, cleaning stuff left, and leave the house dirty so that he can appreciate how much you did for the a-hole. The OP replies, 7 of them to be precise. I'll have to rush and get out within a certain time frame, but I might just settle for shrimp in the curtain rods. He's really sensitive to smells. It sounds like you've got your head on straight, OP. Shrimp in the curtain rods? Classic move. But if you're really aiming to leave a memorable impression, why not go big or go home? How about throwing a few rotten fish under the couch, sprinkling some garlic on his pillow, and maybe finishing off with a generous dose of spoiled milk in the fridge? It's like the sticky notes idea. It's like the Spark Notes version of everything he's done to you. You deserve all the happiness and a fresh start far away from this guy and all the BS. Update. I lied to my boyfriend every day and saved the money he gave me. March 4th, 2022. Almost every day my boyfriend sends me money for lunch, gas, something. I thought he was just really kind. Turns out he was cheating, and giving me money made him feel less guilty, as though he didn't beg me to move across the country with him where I know no one. Once I found out, I wanted to immediately confront him, but was scared of the outcome since the apartment was only in his name, and again, I know no one here. Now I just save every dime of what he sends to be able to pay for the $3,000 moving fees to go back home without hurting my own pocket too much. Breaking my heart, destroying my ability to trust, and scaring me off from men I can handle, but messing with my own finances? Ha, never. The transport company is coming next Wednesday to take my car, and my plane tickets for me and my dog have been bought. Gonna keep up my happy act and do the usual cooking dinner and scrubbing his back and poof on Wednesday like I never knew him. It's the only form of revenge I could think that wouldn't haunt me. Good riddance. Edit. A few asked for details. There's 7+ other women. Everything he told them was a lie. Name, age, height, city, occupation, all of it. The only common denominator was that he bought us all the exact same lingerie set for his birthday in January, and specifically requested I hang it up in our closet where it's viewable. Forgiveness is not on the table. He'll be surprised, but I doubt he'll be hurt. Let's get a quick relevant comment. I look forward to it. How did you find out if it's not too personal? Woke up randomly in the middle of the night and he's up to no good was all I could think about. I sleep like a literal baby and never, ever wake up like that. Took his phone and locked myself in the bathroom while he was asleep and found it all. Update. Friendship breakups are so much worse than relationship breakups. March 5th, 2022. I'll be single again pretty soon and I'm looking forward to it, but also not. Like, yay, I finally can cook when, how I want to, and don't have to split chores and can do everything on my own my way. But that's the only good part. I've been on my own since I was 16 and I've turned out mostly fine. I have paid off a house and car, cute dog, debt-free, and I'm finishing up my master's degree at 25. It could be worse. But I'm lonely. I'm not on speaking terms with my family and had a huge fallout with my lifelong friends a couple of years ago. I haven't tried making friends since because part of me hopes one day I can find a way to fix that friendship. Plus, I'm moving around so much that making friends is pointless. I'm not good at long distance anything. I never prided myself on romantic relationships. Sure, they're cool, but a loving group of women was always where I found the most peace and understanding, and that's what I want the most. I guess I'm just going through things right now and really wish I had people to trust to talk to. Friendship breakups hurt the most. Let's check in for a couple more relevant comments. The OP when asked how she had a house at a young age. Neither. I lived with my friends and their parents until college started. Already had a scholarship. Just worked 3 jobs until I was 22 and lived frugally. Someone states, the math for time and money aren't working out on this, but there is also a lot of variable info that is missing. It took me 7 years to pay off my house and I was contributing to it like it was an emergency. Qualifying for a home and paying it off in that amount of time without help seems nearly impossible. I'm so curious about the formula here. I need a lesson in finances from OP. When I broke it down, it just doesn't seem possible except from a financial windfall counting every frugal cost of living along with an accounting for taxes paid, etc. And that did not include the cost for transportation, medical, groceries, blah blah blah. The OP replies, the house was a $70,000 foreclosure and is a 4-bedroom, 4-bath. I was a golf caddy, gentleman's club bartender, and occasional hostess, and notary signing agent, along with selling stationery items on Etsy. Also, my scholarships paid for quite a bit of my home in general. They never specified what kind of housing for them, just housing. I lived in 1 room and rented out the other 3. The commenter responds, that's the info I was looking for. Thanks, you. That is very smart. Good going. Good luck with your situation. So interested how he reacts to your departure. As for the lingerie set, well, if it's not a slap in the face, I don't know what is. Imagine the look on his face when he realizes not only his girlfriend vanished, but she's left behind a very tangible reminder of his infidelities. And I get the loneliness you're feeling. Moving around so much and dealing with a broken support network is tough. But remember, you've managed to achieve so much on your own. Paying off a house, pursuing a degree, and building a life from scratch. Those are huge accomplishments, and you should be proud. My current relationship has made me realize that thin line between love and hate. March 9th, 2022. I found out my boyfriend of almost 4 years was cheating. We lived together for 2 years, and I'm leaving him tomorrow. He just doesn't know it yet, and won't until after I'm gone. As mad as I am, as betrayed as I feel, I still love him. All I really want is to wake up tomorrow and this all be a nightmare. I don't enjoy this slice of reality, that the person I loved the most has looked me in the eye and lied to me for who knows how long. And every time I do it, I'm left wondering how many times he did it. How many times did he whine, dine, and screw other women and come home to me? How many times have I been the stupid girlfriend who trusted her boyfriend blindly? How many times have I been some woman's laughingstock? Did he screw us back to back? Did his friends know? Did he look me in my effing eye and really not say anything? Did he love them? How many times did he tell me he loved me and meant it? When did he stop meaning it? Did he ever mean it for the first time? I'm not a master manipulator, unlike him. I'm just composed because I've never had any other choice. Emotions get you beat, or worse when it comes to my parents. And I'm more than aware I have a crapload of trauma to unpack, but I can't. Not in the self-pity, woe is me, it's too hard, but no, I probably just can't. Therapists here are wildly westernized, and once I start with the short list, they'll probably just charge me double, maybe triple. And the last time I tried, he kept trying to convince me I enjoyed my own assault. Maybe I got cheated on because I'm emotionally inept. My intimacy levels are quite limited. The few times he asked about my childhood, I either A, brushed him off, or B, told him one thing I thought wasn't that bad, and he was so shocked I held out on the actual bad parts. And that's where the hate comes in. He knows what it's like to grow up feeling unwanted. He knows what it's like to lose your parents young. He knows what it's like to feel like your entire life has been horrible event after horrible event. But he still did this to me, and I don't know how he could. I could never cheat on anyone, let alone someone who's shared such personal things with me. I haven't so much as made eye contact with another man since we met. Other people were just other people, and we were us. I don't know. I just don't see being able to date again. I had deep-seated trust issues long before this, and growing old by myself with 30 cats genuinely sounds nice. Hell, great even. At least I won't always be wondering when the betrayal will come. The questions you're grappling with about his past actions, your own trust, and how he could do this after knowing your deepest pains are completely valid. It's an agonizing situation, and it's natural to feel overwhelmed and confused, OP. It's especially hard when someone uses your vulnerabilities against you. As for your feelings about dating again, it's okay to need time to heal and rethink what you want. Loving deeply and enduring such betrayal can make it hard to envision opening your heart again. Healing from this kind of trauma takes time, and you deserve to move forward in a way that feels right for you. Whether that involves finding a therapist who understands your needs or simply taking some time to focus on yourself, it's okay to take things at your own pace. Update. Leaving partner of 4 years after finding out he was cheating. March 10th, 2022. Transport company came and picked up my car, sold whatever big furniture I brought for low prices, took his dog to the park and played with him a bit, got him a dog cupcake, and took him back to the apartment. Movers started coming for the rest of my stuff, and I had prepared for our property manager, thinking we were both moving out and we hadn't given them that required vacancy notice. She came to talk to me right as my Uber was coming in, and I told her what was going. Unfortunately, they had already called him because only his name is on the lease. He's called and texted me a few times, but I haven't replied. His workday won't be over for a couple of more hours. I left my apartment keys and anything he's ever brought for me that I hadn't sold already. Didn't feel like taking that stuff with me. While packing, I remembered he bought me a pet camera that shoots treats on the entertainment center and turned it back on. I promised myself I'll disconnect it by midnight tomorrow, but I have my own predictions about how he'll react and just gotta know for sure. Yeah, that's effed up. Sue me. I actually forgot to leave a note and was running out of time before my Uber came and just left the lingerie set he was so obsessed with on the bed. He'll figure it out eventually. Or not. I'm at the airport now with my dog and just waiting on my flight. I wish I could say that I feel free, but I just don't. Just tired. Thank you all for the well wishes, and thank you more to all the other women who reached out with similar stories. I think I might have caved and stayed if you all hadn't. Let's get a quick relevant comment. What did he say on the text when they informed him that things were being moved out? The OP replies, just that he got a call from the property management and asked if I ordered something big and if anything was going on. This isn't just about leaving a relationship. It's about processing a lot of emotional fallout. Reconnecting with yourself and your dog and finding a bit of peace amidst the chaos will take time. You've made a huge step in the right direction, and eventually the sense of freedom will follow. I'm glad you left, OP. You're far more stronger than you think you are. Petcam update, March 14th, 2022. Update. I turned it on for about 10 minutes after I got back to my home and unpacked. He wasn't there, but everything was a mess. There was a hole in the wall, furniture flipped over, papers everywhere. The kitchen looked like a tornado went through it. I deleted all of my other social media accounts, but didn't block his number. The first 2 days he called me over 200 times. Lots of novel-ass text messages and him admitting to some crap I didn't even know about yet. Quite a few calls from his dad and friends, too. I didn't reply to any of them. Last update found. Thanks to this user for finding this update. Last update, October 17th, 2022. Even though I have seen messages asking about an update, I didn't think anyone actually wanted one. Life just came full circle and I saw my posts on my TikTok, for you, literally, page. Just a few things. I mentioned in a comment that I think his dad was the reason his mom passed. Not in the straight up killer way. I cheated so much and gave my wife an STD that led her to getting HPV, and since I didn't allow her to get medical treatment, she ended up infertile with cervical cancer. I misspoke and said ovarian. And died way. Of course, no one will ever know that for sure, but I doubt it helped any. My ex had always claimed he did not respect his father. He is their bio-nephew, not son, as a man due to it. When I found out he was cheating, forgiving him was never an option because I have no interest in following in his mom's footsteps. I did not have any signs. Besides that, a few months in, he locked down his social media because he didn't want to get passed up on a promotion due to politics. I did ghost everyone we mutually knew for a month or two until I figured out who I could and could not trust, to not just tell him my new socials or phone number address. I never blocked his phone number, but I never replied to any texts or calls. They eventually died out 2 or so months later. He ended up finding out anyway, and I moved again, out of state this time. At the last place, he showed up at 7 a.m. and I saw him on my Ring doorbell, looking around and showing my photo to people. One of my dummy neighbors confirmed I lived there down to my dog's name, and he kept coming every day after that. I kept finding letters addressed to me that were obviously from him. They said a lot of things I didn't know, but nothing that could ever make me move past what he did. I moved before I ever saw him face to face. A few of his friends reached out after my second move, telling me about some erratic behavior of his going on, but I ignored them too. Not my man, not my problem. I've been asked on some dates, but no thanks. I'm too fragile and trusting for the effed up morals some of these men have. There's nothing about being in a relationship I miss. I know I'm probably supposed to say that I hope he gets the help he needs and finds happiness, but I don't. I'll have lifelong trauma from what he did, so at least he can have lifelong regrets. Most importantly, I found a great group of women that feel like family and always are there for me. I'm happier than I've been in years. I'm just thankful I got out before I got pregnant or married and was tied to him forever. I forgot he exists most days now, and I didn't even think that was possible. I hope this suffices. Thank you, Redditors. Edit. I did get tested again and did test positive for trick, which I did not know existed beforehand. All cleared up now, though. I never did reach out to the other women, mostly because they used our relationship to bond. They all knew he had a girlfriend, and some he lied and said we were married. 3 of the other women were in committed relationships as well, so whoever social media I could find, I did message their boyfriends or husbands. Now let's get some comments from the community. First up, I left my boyfriend last Sunday when I found he was cheating on me. I found some incriminating texts on his phone. He maintained innocence until the end. This Saturday I had a car maintenance appointment at a car dealer right across the street from his house, and I saw her car in the driveway, and I lost my crap. I left a note on her windshield with an alternate phone number and asked her to text me. She texted me this morning. Turns out she doesn't care that she's the other woman and is going to keep seeing him. I texted him to tell him that I chatted with her and that I can move on in peace knowing that he's a terrible person. F cheaters. Someone else adds, editor's note, it is not the final update. Listen, just as a protocol, can we all agree here now? If there is a random person, man or woman, searching for a person whom you know of, even if only vaguely and showing their photo around, never tell that person where they are. Possibly if they are the police, but still caution. We have all seen the posts of people leaving their abusive cop partners. Instead, ask for their contact details, saying you will contact them if you do see them, and then speak to the person they are looking for privately. Then the person being looked for can either use the contact information to contact them, pass on to the authorities, or make a decision themselves on what they want to do next. Caution is key. From the hole in the wall to the tornado in the kitchen, your ex clearly didn't handle the breakup like a mature adult. Deleting your social media accounts was a smart move, and it's clear you're handling this with a lot of strength. It's never easy to figure out who has your back, but it's good to hear that you found a supportive group of friends and are feeling happier. You've been through a lot, and taking time for yourself and avoiding new relationships until you're ready is perfectly okay. When you're ready. Am I the a-hole for asking my husband if I can cheat on him after finding out he cheated on me? I, 32 female, recently became a mom to a beautiful 3-month-old baby girl. I live in a big Indian joint family, and I feel really blessed with how much love and support I've received from my in-laws. My husband, 32 male, my in-laws, 2 brothers-in-law, 3 sisters-in-law, and a few teenage nieces all live under the same roof, and my in-laws truly treat me like their daughter. My husband and I have been married for a few years, and I honestly thought we were solid. The trouble started during one of our family's regular dress-up nights, a fun little tradition we have where everyone in the family dresses up and spends the evening together, laughing, taking pictures, and enjoying each other's company. I especially love these nights because of my nieces. They're teenagers, and it's always a blast seeing how excited they get about picking out outfits and having fun. However, During this particular dress-up night, my mother-in-law pulled me aside. She seemed a little uncomfortable, but told me there was something I needed to see. She showed me some WhatsApp messages from my husband had mistakenly sent to her instead of another woman. He had sent them thinking they were going to this woman, and they were clearly romantic and suggestive. From the way the messages were worded, it was obvious he had been having an affair with her. My mother-in-law said he probably deleted the messages for him instead of for everyone, and didn't notice. When I confronted my husband, he didn't deny it. In fact, he admitted that he had been cheating on me. What hurt me the most was how he tried to justify it. He said that men have needs, and because I was pregnant and then recovering after childbirth, he wasn't getting what he needed from me. He claimed that it was just physical and meant nothing. It felt like he was brushing off my feelings as if what he did was no big deal, just because it wasn't emotional for him. But it was a huge deal for me. I was shattered. Here I was, still recovering from childbirth, physically and emotionally exhausted from taking care of our newborn, and he was running around behind my back. I was angry and hurt beyond words, and in the heat of the moment, I lashed out. I asked him, if it's just physical, should I go find someone else too? I wanted him to understand how it felt to be on the receiving end of betrayal. He got furious. He stormed out, claiming I was being disrespectful and that I went too far by suggesting I could cheat on him in return. Now here's where things get complicated. My in-laws are all on my side. They are furious with my husband for what he's done, and they've made it clear they don't support his behavior. They've definitely been incredibly supportive of me and our baby, which I deeply appreciate. They are even on my side if I decide to divorce him. However, when I talked to my own mother about this, she told me I took things too far by saying I'd cheat on him. She said I should have handled it differently without stooping to his level. But that wasn't the only thing she told me. Apparently my mom had known about the affair for a while. She had seen my husband with this other woman at some point, but didn't tell me because she didn't want her granddaughter to grow up without a father. I'm devastated. Not only did my husband cheat, but my own mother kept it from me. I understand she had her reasons, but I feel completely betrayed by the people closest to me. Now, my husband is upset, claiming that my comment about cheating on him was out of line, even though it was made in the heat of the moment, fueled by his betrayal. My mom also seems to think I went too far, even though she knew about his affair and chose to stay silent. So here I am, trying to make sense of everything. My in-laws are on my side, my husband is mad at me, and my mom thinks I should have kept my cool. Am I the a-hole for asking if I could cheat on my husband after finding out he cheated on me? Should I have handled this differently? Note, I never want to cheat, it was just to make him understand how crazy he sounded. Update. Hey everyone, it's currently 3:35 a.m. and I can't sleep. I'm lying here in my in-laws' house, and the only ones who seem to be sleeping are the kids. I just needed to share what's been happening since my last post. First of all, thank you for all the supportive comments. They've really helped me feel less alone in this mess. So, after I posted my original message at 1 a.m., I couldn't shake the feeling of guilt that was swirling inside me. My mother keeps insisting that my husband's cheating was a one-time mistake, and I should just stay for the sake of our daughter. But I know deep down that it's so much more complicated than that. Finding out about the affair was a blow I never saw coming, especially during our family dress-up night when my mother-in-law pulled me aside to tell me. Since then, my in-laws have kicked my husband out of the house, and they've been incredibly supportive. They really treat me like family, which is a relief because my own dad was more of a ghost in my life than an actual father. It's hard to explain how grateful I am for their support during this chaotic time. They've stepped in and made it clear that they're on my side, which has been comforting. But I can't shake the feeling that I need to figure out who his affair partner is. I have this nagging suspicion that it might be my best friend, Tara, as I saw him use that name in some of the texts he accidentally sent my mother-in-law. The thought makes me sick. I don't want to believe it, but it's hard to ignore. In the morning, I plan to have a serious talk with my husband, but I also need to talk to a lawyer about divorce and custody. I've worked hard to build my own career in finances, so I know I can support myself and my daughter, but it's still crazy to think about what the future holds. I'm trying to remind myself that I deserve better than this. My mother's voice has been echoing in my head, urging me to think about my daughter, but I need to prioritize my own happiness too. Staying in a relationship built on lies and betrayal isn't healthy for any of us. I want my daughter to grow up in a loving environment, not one where her parents are constantly at odds. I also need to confront my mother about the fact that she knew about my husband's cheating and didn't tell me. She claims she didn't want my daughter to grow up without a father, but I feel betrayed. I have set boundaries and made it clear that I need her support, not just for my daughter's sake, but for my own sanity. For now, I'm staying with my in-laws, who have really embraced me during this time. It feels nice to be a part of a family that genuinely cares for me. I think it's important for my daughter to have a relationship with them, especially since my own father wasn't really a father figure in my life. Thank you for being here for me and for all the kind words. They mean more than you know. I'll keep you updated as things unfold, and I hope to find the strength to navigate this storm. It's super frustrating to find out that your mom knew about the affair and didn't tell you. It's understandable that you feel betrayed. Who wouldn't? Secondly, his excuses for cheating are unacceptable. Just because you are pregnant and recovering doesn't mean he gets a free pass to betray your trust. You deserve a partner who respects you and stands by you during tough times, not someone who runs off when the going gets tough. Ultimately, you have to prioritize your own well-being and your daughter's happiness, and if that means leaving him, leave him. Update 2. Hey everyone, it's 9 a.m. now, and the events of this morning have left me feeling completely drained. I can't believe how much has happened in just a few hours, but I wanted to share this latest update with all of you. Your comments and support have been a lifeline for me, and I can't thank you enough for your words of encouragement. So, earlier this morning, my husband actually had the nerve to show up at my in-laws' home with the side chick. I still can't get over it. Who does that? He knew how devastated I was, and yet he thought it was a good idea to bring her here, to our home, like it was no big deal. And get this, it wasn't my best friend Tara, but her name was also Tara. What are the odds? I swear it felt like some kind of twisted joke. My father-in-law was absolutely livid. As soon as my husband and his new girlfriend stepped foot inside, my father-in-law didn't hesitate. He kicked them both out on the spot. The fury in his voice was something I've never heard before, and honestly, I was glad to see it. My in-laws have been nothing but supportive since this whole mess started, and I'm incredibly grateful to have them on my side. But what really hit me hard was my husband's reaction towards our daughter. He didn't even look at her, didn't ask about her, didn't show an ounce of affection. It was like she didn't exist to him anymore, and that just shattered me. How could he be so cold? How could he just walk away from his own child without a second thought? It was as if the affair had flipped a switch in him, turning off any remaining love or care he had for our family. After that awful confrontation, my father-in-law took matters into his own hands. He immediately contacted a lawyer to begin the process of removing my husband from the family inheritance. Instead, he's planning to put our daughter's name in his place. That decision floored me. I never expected my in-laws to go to such lengths to protect us, but they made it clear that they see me as their own daughter and will do everything they can to make sure my daughter and I are taken care of. It's overwhelming, but I'm deeply touched by their support. As for the divorce, things have moved quickly. I managed to speak with my friend's dad, who's a lawyer, and he walked me through what to do next. Since divorces in India can take anywhere up from 6 to 18 months, he recommended creating a legal agreement with my husband to cover the interim period. This agreement has several important clauses, all designed to protect me and our daughter until the divorce is finalized. Here's what we've put in place. Living arrangements. I will continue to live with my in-laws until the divorce is complete. This ensures that I am in a safe and supportive environment and there won't be any more drama or accusations about infidelity. No access to our daughter. My husband will not be allowed in contact with our daughter during this period. Monthly financial support. My husband is required to provide a fixed monthly amount to support me and our daughter. While I have my own job and finances, this will help cover the extra costs of raising our daughter and ensure we're not struggling during the divorce process. Behavior clauses. My husband also agreed to some behavioral clauses, including not bringing the side chick anywhere near our home or child and maintaining a respectful distance from me and my family. This was important because I don't want to deal with his drama while I'm trying to move on. Legal fees. He also agreed to cover a portion of my legal fees for the divorce. I've worked hard for my career, and every bit helps in this situation like this, especially how long and expensive divorces can be. Here's the shocking part. My husband signed the agreement without any argument. No fight, no pushback. Just signed and walked away like he couldn't care less. As he handed the papers back to a lawyer, he sneered at me and said, "Get out." It was like he didn't even see me as a person anymore. I had spent years building a life with this man, and now all I could see was someone who wanted me gone as quickly as possible. Like I was the problem. I'm still in shock at how easily he threw everything away. Our marriage, our daughter, and our life together. His total lack of remorse is mind-boggling, and the fact that he's already moved on with someone else, proudly flaunting her in front of his family, makes it clear to me that he never really cared about us. He's treating this like it's just a bump in the road, and now he can go on living his new life without any guilt. I can't help but feel betrayed on so many levels. This man was my partner, the father of my child, and someone I trusted completely. Now I'm realizing just how deep his betrayal goes. I guess I was holding on to some hope that maybe he would at least show some regret, some concern for what he did. But after this morning, it's obvious that's never going to happen. So here I am, sitting in the home of people who feel more like my real family than he ever did. I'm so thankful for my in-laws, especially my father-in-law, who immediately took charge of the situation and did everything he could to ensure my daughter and I will be okay. I've already started looking into divorce proceedings, and with the agreement signed, I feel a little more at peace knowing I have some more security until the process is over. Thank you again for all your kind words and advice. I honestly don't know how I'd have made it through the last 24 hours without this community. I'm focusing on staying strong for my daughter and building a new future, one that doesn't involve a man who was willing to walk away from everything. Your father-in-law's protective instincts kicking in is heartwarming. It's incredible that your in-laws are stepping up to support you and your daughter so fiercely. Their decision to include her in the family inheritance is a testament to how much they value you both. I can't imagine how devastating it must have been to see your husband completely disregard your daughter. That's the part that really strikes a chord. How can he turn his back on his own child so easily? I'm sorry, OP. Stay strong. You've got this, and I hope you find peace and happiness on the other side of this storm. Keep us updated on your journey. We're all here rooting for you. Husband hooked up with multiple women during my postpartum. Karma ruined him for life. I, female 34, am married to my husband, Stephen, male 35, after dating for 5 years, and it's been 12 years since our marriage. We're blessed with 2 daughters. Everything was going fine, and he was a very loving husband and father. In the last 12 years of marriage, we had our own share of worries and problems, but it was never so serious that I ever had to be worried about our relationship. Life was so much fun together, but ever since I gave birth to my second kid, I feel we've gotten disconnected. Nowadays, we barely talk. He hardly asks me about my days or tells me about his. It's not the same bond we used to have. During my postpartum phase, I confronted him about his behavior and our growing distance. He said he's upset because I was avoiding him in bed. I understand his urges. I confess that I wasn't avoiding him, but I'm not in a sound mental state to accept my maternity body. It's still a couple of weeks before I'm advised to get back to normal activities, but this time more than physical. I'm not mentally ready for it. My second pregnancy had been tough and delivery was even more terrible. I had developed gestational diabetes and gained some 30 pounds. After the delivery, my body is covered with a lot of stretch marks and loose fat skin sticking out from my belly. I got such a bad hair fall that barely any hair is left on my scalp. I can see my bright scalp from a distance in a mirror, and it's disturbing. You know how terrible it feels to look at yourself in the mirror and find yourself in such a miserable state? I know for a fact that everyone goes through this, and maturity says we should accept it. I had my first pregnancy, but things weren't as bad. It's not that I'm not trying. I am. But I don't know. I feel I'm not that pretty anymore. The worst part is I'm scared whether I'll ever be able to get my body and grace back. I don't know. No matter how hard I tried to convince myself that I got a beautiful daughter in exchange for this ugliness, it's difficult. I don't feel attractive anymore. Maybe that was also one of the reasons why I avoided intimacy with my husband. I was just not comfortable exposing myself in front of him. Maybe my insecurity. Stephen was supportive during my pregnancy, but after the delivery, he has become quite distant. Things started getting more complicated, and I couldn't sit and ignore his behavior. He's constantly pointing out my insecurity all the time that I should go to the gym and lose some weight. He's been so ignorant of the fact that I just gave birth to our baby after a tough pregnancy and a horrible labor. He's comparing me to other women and making negative comments on my body, which is hard to bear. He's like, so-and-so also gave birth, but look at them. They're still hot, and you look like a potato. If these mean comments were not enough, he started ignoring our daughters. I was the one taking care of my newborn, my toddler, and household stuff, hopping to vaccine centers for the newborn all alone while he filled up my cup with millions of excuses. He would ignore our daughters and talk to me in the rudest way possible, which made me anxious and depressed. I tried talking to him about the issues. He told me the same old reason that he was agitated because of the lack of intimacy and suggested I should lose weight. So instead of taking care of my newborn, he wanted me to hit the gym and lose weight. I felt so lonely and it had a negative effect on my mental health. Things went on like this for days, and now I was getting suspicious of his behavior. Whenever my friends or my cousins came to see me, he would act so caring and loving around them, showing them his funny side and laughing with them, complimenting their body. I don't even remember the last time he complimented me or even looked at me. All he did was remind me to go to the gym and lose some weight, like how beautiful I used to be, and now I've lost it. I was going through serious body dysmorphia. Whenever he was on his phone, he would look at Instagram model pictures, like pictures of girls in bikinis, and comment on them. My friend sent me a screenshot of him commenting on a half-naked picture of a girl. This was getting out of hand, and I hated the feeling that crept in. The anxiety of how the love of your life for 12 years was eyeing other girls. When I confronted him, he was all defensive that it was just a comment and I was unnecessarily making a big deal out of it. I underwent therapy for a few months trying to improve my mental health. I got slightly better, and Steven's behavior also changed for the better. Everything was gradually getting better. One day, I decided to set the mood for the both of us. He looked kind of relaxed after months. We were making out, and in the middle of it, he said something that really messed with my head. He pulled my loose belly skin, saying, "Ew, your stomach is sticking out. This is so disgusting. When are you going to lose weight? This belly pop is freaking me out." I was in tears. It really hurt, you know? I yelled at him to get the F out of the room. His face disgusted me after his mean comments. He realized that he had messed up pretty badly. He tried to cover up with his sorry, but I yelled at him to get out of the room. He then left the room silently. I cried the whole night at his behavior. Like, how could anyone go this low? He was acting so cruel at this point, and I was in utter shock to see that. Like, he can't expect me to look like a model right after I gave birth to a whole human. All he cared about was sex. I was seriously struggling with my mental health and just needed some emotional support, you know? It was rough as hell. His apologies were just useless like him, and he never tried to sort things out, which only made everything fall apart. The next morning, I packed my stuff and was ready to leave before he woke up. When he saw my packed bags, he started crying and stuttered, asking for forgiveness, saying he was acting out of his mind. He claimed he could never hurt me and begged me for another chance, promising to fix everything as he loves me as well as his daughters. I told him that I needed space from him. His presence was tormenting me and I would be staying at my mom's until I healed. He looked completely devastated. Not sure if he was faking it or if he was really upset. I don't care. He insisted on driving me to mom's place. He spent some time with mom, all so sweet and caring husband, like he loved me and adored me. Such an imposter. For the last 12 years of marriage, he has been telling everyone how much he loves me. But when the actual test of time came, he faltered. He loved the beauty in me, and when it faded, my body disgusted him. I've been here for the last week and he has been acting so sweet and loving, sending long paragraphs of love and hugs, checking on my health, video calling the girls, and sending me flowers. I've not yet decided anything so far. Currently, I'm just focusing on healing and getting back to being the strong person I was. Crying and begging and claiming that he could never hurt you even though he's been hurting you for far too long? Yeah, bye. He's completely manipulating you into staying so he can try to maintain some sick facade he has in his head about the perfect family and perfect life. He's actually out of his mind to think that he can treat you that way, ever. Never mind postpartum. You just brought life into this world. You're the mother of his children. The body goes through wild and harsh things during pregnancy and birth, and to just condemn you for all of that is disgusting and unfair. His priorities are totally out of whack. Update 1. Thanks for all the love and support. Trust me, it really meant a lot. My life has only taken a downhill since then. My nightmare came true. That piece of crap cheated on me with multiple women. While I was at my mom's, he acted so lovey and gave me his full attention. He would constantly text me, call me, FaceTime me, and play games on the phone with me. I really started trusting him and his efforts. He would send gifts and chocolates for us. He posted our family pictures with long captions of how much he loves and misses us. I really trusted him for the bare minimum. Stupid me. Days went on like this, and it was very wholesome. I was happy and got fooled by his actions. He was just trying to make a fool out of me so that way I wouldn't find him guilty of anything he was doing behind the bush. Like what? The audacity? Literally. I paid his bills when we were dating just for him to ditch me like that. From where do these men get the audacity to cheat on the women who did everything to make them happy? When he realized that things had gotten better between us, he gave me a surprise visit, saying he was there to pick us up. He could not live in that empty house alone. He wanted me and his daughters back. He brought flowers, chocolates, and gifts to win us back. My elder one got excited seeing her dad and also cheerful. I fell for it. Man, I was literally simping for him at this point. When we came back to our place, it was nicely decorated, and he prepared me my favorite meal. We had our dinner, and then he gifted me a ring I had been eyeing for a long time. We were having a great time together. He would agree to whatever I said. Sometimes I felt he was overdoing it. I thought he was just covering up for his past mistakes by being this super sweet. We went on dates, and he used to bring me gifts regularly. Many things were pretty sus about him, and due to his love bombing, I didn't overanalyze anything and believed him. I tried to be a good wife and focus on healing and giving a shot to my relationship. He manipulated me, and I felt confident that now that everything was getting better and the past was just an ugly phase. We had romantic evenings with candles, wines, and roses, but he never initiated sex. Even when I initiated it, he would calm me down, saying I should be mentally prepared and not give in just because of him. He said he would wait until I was ready. Why would he not when he was getting it from everywhere? He was a total man whore at this point. After a month or so, he said he had to go on a business trip for a week, and I didn't find it surprising because it was a usual thing. He was also normal while I was helping him pack, and even while leaving, he was bombing me and the girls with kisses and hugs. But the moment he stepped out, he became strange. He never picked up my call and would call back on his own time. I thought he was busy, but then I found it very weird how he was always busy. Like if I had called him at 9 in the night, he wouldn't respond and would call me back around 1 in the night. and sent me paragraphs at 4 in the morning telling me how much he loved me. Very unusual. Well, he came back after a week and looked as fresh as before. He spent his time on his phone as usual, but now I started noticing the freaking pattern. Stephen was continuously on the phone, giggling, and I felt the presence of someone else in his life. The instinct of a woman. He did pay attention to our daughters, but it was all an act. I noticed it so many times that he would just put on an act that he was babysitting our daughter and playing with them, but in real, he would just be immersed in his phone. The girls would ask him something or cry over something, but he'll be in his own world. But when he sees me around, he keeps the phone aside and attends to the girls. There were times when I saw him ogling into bikini and nude models. It was disgusting to see him watching the video clips of these bikini models in front of my girls. Though the infant doesn't understand this, my elder one is 8, and she's not dumb, but this pervert failed to understand that. I didn't ignore any bit of the red flags, but I was waiting for the right evidence to catch hold of him and destroy him. To be honest, divorcing on the basis that he was ogling on the models doesn't make a strong case. I'm not saying it is not a valid reason, but I was sure he was cheating on me, and I wanted to expose that part of it. So I just ignored all these for a while, mentally preparing myself for divorce. I even kept my elder one away from him so that she doesn't miss him enough when we separate. I tried many times to peep into the screen while he unlocked it, but I was unsuccessful. Once there was some emergency and I needed to call the pediatrician, and I was unable to find my phone. I asked him to unlock his phone in a hurry, and while he was doing so, I snooped on the screen to check the password. I was right all this while. He was cheating on me, not with one woman, but with multiple of them. After counting the number of women he had hooked up with after my pregnancy, it is safe to say he was a womanizer. He has slept with all sorts of women, paid escorts, women he met at a bar, and many other random women. I don't know. His last so-called business trip was nothing but a horror trip with one of his mistresses. I think she's a bartender. I packed my things right there, dressed both of my daughters, and decided to leave him right there. I didn't wait for the morning and called my dad to pick me up. He was terrified and asked me about it, but when he sensed my urgency, he just came over and took us. I came home and showed the evidence to my parents. My dad lost his mind and wanted to drive back to my place and beat the crap out of this man whore, but I stopped him so as not to get into any trouble. While collecting all the evidence from his phone, I didn't delete the history of tampering, so he knows that his deceit was exposed. The next morning, he bombed my phone with several calls and voicemails, pleading and asking me where I was. He was acting all concerned about his daughters, as where did I go with his daughters, and he needs to see them and ensure they are safe. All these were so provocating that I wanted to kick and thrash his balls, but I didn't respond to any of it and let him suffer in confusion and uncertainty. Dad is in talks with his lawyer to proceed with the divorce papers. I'm never going to let him see his daughters. Anyways, he never cared about them. He was all about fulfilling his lust, so it doesn't matter to him. Yeah, going back to him was a mistake. Of course he was love bombing you. At least he gave you the hard evidence you needed in order to stay away from him for good. And you're right, he doesn't care about the kids. They're just a means to an end for him. He needs to maintain this false sense of perfection to the outside world. Update 2. It's been a month since my last update, and I was literally trying to avenge him, and guys, I finally divorced him. Congratulations to me. The fun part was when the divorce papers reached him, he asked me the reason for the divorce. Makes me wonder if I was a delusional person for so many years. Ex-mother-in-law visited me and tried her best to manipulate me into forgiving him. That woman was the reason why Stephen's character was in the gutters. She was basically trying to advocate that men cheat during their wife's pregnancy, and it is on women to control them and get back to shape and lure them back into the marital bed. Really? I told her that she can have her valuable lesson for her future daughter-in-law, the next victim whom Steve marries, and that I was done with her and her characterless son. She got mad at me that I had a big mouth and I didn't know how to treasure my marriage. She was trying to blame me for Stephen's immoral acts. I asked her to leave because she was annoying me. I told her not to visit me again, not even see my child. He was not going on any business trips, but on a cheating trip. He has been to multiple hotels in different locations. At that point, I was wondering how he did not suffer from any STIs. I got myself checked. I freaked out when the test results came positive. The infection was too mild to show any symptoms. The doctor told me that sometimes it took months and years for the virus to show the symptoms, but glad I tested before time, and it was a matter of a few doses of antibiotics to treat me. That craphead knew that he was infected and he passed on the virus to me. My parents lost their crap on knowing this, and they sued Stephen for deliberately infecting me. When the court notice reached him, he contacted me again, asking me to take back the case or he would file a case against me for the custody of the kids. He threatened me, saying he had a lot of friends in law firms. I didn't respond to him. Instead, we both used those texts and voicemails as evidence in the court that he was threatening me. Anyway, He was asked to do an STI test during the case, and it came out positive. He had effing gonorrhea, and I won the case. I refused him any share of custody, and he was not allowed to meet my daughters. Yes, he had to pay the child support and cover all the medical bills for my treatment, plus one-time compensation. Now I'm looking for a place for myself, somewhere near to my parents' house. My maternity leave is ending soon. I will need their support for my girls. Thanks for all the love and support. Oh dear. Well, at least you know the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree with those two. Update 3. Hello all. Thanks for checking on me. Yeah, I'm doing better. Last month I got tested again and the doctor confirmed I had healed completely, though there was a risk of dormant virus bouncing back, so I needed to get tested a couple of times more this year. There's something I wanted to share. Stephen's infection got severe and he had to be hospitalized for a week or so. Ex-father-in-law called me and apologized on behalf of Stephen and his mother. He said Stephen had been crying all day, repenting his actions, and all this while he wanted to meet his daughters. If Stephen's mother had called, I would have hung up right there, but his dad was always kind and nice to me. I said I'll think about it, but he pleaded and assured me that he would pick up the girls and then drop them safely at my convenience. I agreed. The next day he arrived with various sorts of gifts for the girls and flowers for me to pick up the girls. I requested the nanny to accompany them because the younger one is too fussy to be handled by anyone. The elder one came back happy after meeting her dad. Not that she was missing him that much, yet he was her father, and a year back, Stephen used to be a good father to her. I sometimes wonder if I'm doing the right thing to cut him off from my daughter's life, but I don't encourage that thoughts. Ex-father-in-law calls me sometimes to check on the girls, and he informed me that the virus has infected him severely, affecting his fertility. He has been abstained from any sexual activity in the future, making it very unlikely for him to find a decent woman for himself. I don't know whether to be happy or sad about it. One thing I know for sure is that one cannot escape karma. And the last 1 year, Stephen has made my life a living hell, and there's no way he could have escaped that. I'm just ignoring everything and getting my life together with my daughters. It's difficult to be a single parent, but I and my daughters are strong enough to sail through this. Looks like things certainly did catch up to Stephen and bit him right where it hurts. Glad you're finally out of that one, OP. I'm so sorry that you suffered the way that you did due to his dirty deeds and horrendous lifestyle. Stephen is lucky that you even allowed him to see his daughters. We wish you all the best. You totally got this. Found his secret Reddit account. And I'm furious. On a throwaway account because he doesn't know yet. I've been suspicious for quite a long time now, months, and have been quietly investigating on my own. Been seeing changes in behavior, an uptick in phone usage, and have felt more distance coming from him. Every once in a while I've gotten a gut feeling that he had been with someone else that day. A few times he had smelled different coming home, slight distant in behavior, almost like he doesn't want to get too close to me and acting a bit nervous. All this has triggered me into snooping through his phone when he leaves it around and when he is sleeping. I've come across a few apps that I have learned is frequently used by people who cheat to communicate with affair partners. I also came across his secret Reddit account and his activity on an adultery sub this weekend, and I was finally able to confirm that he is actively cheating on me. I am effing gutted, and I don't know what to do. He doesn't know that I know, and it has taken everything in me to try to act normal in front of him and the kids. I have confided in one friend because I just don't know how to handle this, and I can barely stop from shaking all weekend. She told me to do more investigation to see if I can find out who the affair partner is before I confront him. I never thought I would be here, contemplating divorce, what will happen to my kids, losing all of our life plans. What the F? I don't effing deserve this. All I can think of is what an effing waste. He's ruined everything. Update. Hi everyone. I first want to thank you all for your advice and support. I'm not someone who likes to post or air my personal struggles, but in a very real moment of anxiety, panic, sadness, and a bit of whine, I made this post. And I'm so glad I did. It makes me sad to think of all you who have gone through this type of betrayal, and at the same time has made me feel less alone. I spoke to an attorney today. We are in a no-fault state, so infidelity wouldn't impact a divorce. But if it came to a custody battle, the details of the infidelity might be helpful. I am grateful the attorney has an opening tomorrow, although I don't think I'm quite ready to make any sound decisions. His next opening isn't for 3 weeks, and I want to do as much research done as possible before I confront my husband. And I don't want to wait 3 weeks for the confrontation. So, tomorrow it is. The one friend I've confided in was able to get me an IT specialist who is a family member of hers. He met with me this morning and he was able to retrieve a lot of helpful information, including affair partner's identity. I will wait until after I meet with the attorney to decide how to handle affair partner. I feel like everything is moving very fast, but at the same time, not fast enough, as I know I need to gather all the information and get my ducks in a row before my husband is tipped off. But I also just want to get this confrontation over with. Thank you all again. Let's get a couple community reactions. First off, let me say I am so sorry you're going through this. I remember that adrenaline rush, the shakes, stomach knotting up feeling, the absolute rage when you find the evidence. It's literally gutting and incites such a visceral reaction. You're doing everything right. You want to gather as much intel and evidence as you can before confronting him. Don't give him any chance at all to downplay or gaslight. He'll most likely try to say, "It was just online stuff," which will still be cheating. So if you can get proof it was something physical, definitely save that. I wish all the best for you and your kids. You deserve so much better than some loser using not safe for work subreddits outside of his relationship. Ugh. The OP replies, "Thank you so much for the advice. I definitely have evidence of a physical affair, at least from the details he has talked about on an adultery sub. It's been very difficult to not confront him. Having the kids around has helped with that, though, because I'm trying to not tip them off. They are teenagers, and it will be extremely difficult to hide this from them once the crap hits the fan, which infuriates me even more. Emotions have been all over the place. From, I have no other choice but divorce, to, how can we fix this? To, how the F are the kids going to react when they find out? I'm so resentful that he's placed all this crap on my shoulders. He's very smart though, and I know I need to do all my investigating before I confront him." The joys of modern romance. Isn't it lovely when your partner's idea of quality time includes visiting not safe for work subreddits? I can almost hear the vows now, to love, honor, and secretly troll adultery forums till death do us part. Seriously though, I'm sorry you're going through all this. Your sleuthing skills are on point. Nancy Drew would be proud. Just remember, you're not alone. Update 1. This morning I met with my attorney for over 2 hours. Yesterday he had sent me a ton of paperwork and a list of things to bring. Basically, all of our financials. I felt prepared. Meeting with him put me in a bit more at ease as far as my own financial future goes, which was a huge concern. We live in a no-fault state, which means infidelity won't have bearing in the event of a divorce. However, if there's a custody battle, which I don't see happening, details of the affair could be useful. I asked my attorney if it would be appropriate to contact affair partner's husband, and he gave me the green light to do so. Right after my meeting with my attorney, I called the affair partner's husband. It was a short phone call, letting him know about the relationship between our spouses and that my husband is unaware of my knowledge of the relationship. He asked to call me back, and shortly after he texted me asking to meet me in person this afternoon. He assured me he would not tell his wife I had contacted him. Well, I just left our meeting. I'm sitting in the car feeling a sense of relief, but also dread. Affair partner's husband has been suspicious for months. They live in a few towns over, and we live about an hour away from a major city. My husband spends a great deal of the work week in the city. In fact, we have an apartment there so he can avoid the long commute home during the week when meetings run late, and he has work dinners. The husband says affair partner has been spending a lot more overnights during the week than was typical in the past few months for work. She had been on her phone a lot more frequently and had become protective of her phone. He saw a flirty text over her shoulder at one point and accused her of cheating about 2 months ago. She had excuses. He let it go. The majority of their meetups were at our apartment. I told him their message exchanges proved this. A few of my favorites were from her. "I wonder if your wife will smell me on her sheets. I hope she does," was sent when my husband told her of a planned weekend in the city with me and my kids. "Is it wrong that I think of the apartment as our apartment? Home? Just me and you in our little love nest." An apartment I own half of, by the way. I gave affair partner's husband a thumb drive of all the evidence I had discovered. There's a lot. And a very detailed spreadsheet of every meetup, dinner, gift, hotel visit, etc., etc., etc. My husband would be very proud of that. He is a spreadsheet guy. Affair partner's significant other asked me to wait a few days to confront my husband to do his own investigating. I gave him the info of my new BFF, IT expert, and my divorce attorney. I've mentioned looking into getting one. One thing I should add, this man is extremely good looking and very in shape. My husband is a good looking guy too and takes care of himself, but this guy was really something. I don't know why that surprised me. He was also very kind and sympathetic, which I was relieved about because I was wary of the response I would receive. The plan is to keep in touch so that we can confront both of them at the same time, separately of course. Let's see what the community thinks so far. First person says, if it were me and this finally blows up, I'd straight tell my husband I don't know why affair partner slept with him because her husband is way hotter. But I'm a jerk. The next person says, well done. Other betrayed spouse should follow your lead. I was with you 100% right up to the last statement, so that we can confront both of them at the same time, separately of course. There is no way on this earth I could resist confronting them by having other betrayed husband walk into the apartment with me when they were together. I wish you the very best. Bravo on the evidence gathering. I'm sure you're right. Your husband will be thrilled to see his beloved spreadsheets used for such a noble cause. Meeting the affair partner's husband must have felt like something out of a spy movie. I mean, who knew infidelity investigation could double as speed dating? Nice touch noticing his good looks and fitness level, because why not? If you're going to endure this dumpster fire, might as well appreciate the view. I wonder if your wife will smell me on her sheets. Really? The only thing she's achieved is proving that cliche lines aren't just for the movies. Sharing a thumb drive with all that dirt is a master stroke. It's the ultimate thank you next move. Update 2. Spoke to other betrayed spouse today regarding evidence found and logistics of confrontation. Other betrayed spouse has said at our meeting that he was going straight to divorce. Reviewing the evidence I provided to him and then his own investigation eliminated any little doubts he had about divorce. My husband has been in the city for work since Monday and he comes home tomorrow. Other betrayed spouse and I are both confronting our spouses tomorrow night, at the same time but separately. A question that other betrayed spouse had asked me was what was the one date time that bothered me the most. He said for him it was when affair partner said she was away in LA for work. Their son is asthmatic and he had the flu while she was supposedly in LA, and he was in the ER over 10 hours with his son. She was actually in the city with my husband just 1 hour away. It obviously would have blown her cover to come home, and other betrayed spouse said he was blown away that covering up her own lies was worth more than being there for their son. For me, I think it was when we had planned a 3-day trip to tour my son's top choice of colleges and explore the city of that college. This had been planned for a few months, but a few days before the trip, my husband had a work commitment come up. In messages, I found that affair partner also had a work commitment unexpectedly come up. My husband chose to spend those 3 days with the affair partner, rather than spend that time having a pretty amazing experience helping our son make a choice for his future. Yes, son got into this college and will be attending this fall. I'm a nervous wreck for tomorrow night's confrontation. Today, other betrayed spouse said, we're on the same team. We'll get through this. I hope so. Update 3. Do you think we have a good marriage? Yes, of course. Why are you asking this? You're happy in our marriage? You think we had a good marriage? Yes, everything is great. You're scaring me. Why are you asking this? Are you not happy? Right now, I'm not happy. I'm pretty effing miserable right now. Okay. I thought we were happy too, which is why I'm trying to figure out why you're cheating on me. What? Why would you say that? Because you're cheating. How can you say that? Now I'm pissed. I would never do that to you. How could you say that? You know I would never do that. I know you're cheating. Silence. Head in hands, looking at the floor. Then jumps off the couch and storms into our bedroom saying, I need a minute. After he returns about 10 minutes later, eyes red like he'd been crying. First thing he says is, what do we do now? I say, I know you've been cheating. I want you to be honest with me. He says, I'm sorry. I'm so effing sorry. Conversation devolves into me asking for details. He goes on to say it was just a fling. It's over. She meant nothing to him. It didn't last long. He doesn't know why he did it. He's sorry. He's so sorry. There were no feelings involved. Both of us were crying. I was crying a lot. At one point I say, I must have done something really terrible to you for you to do this. He says, you've done nothing. It wasn't about you. What was it about? I don't understand. We have this beautiful life. There has to be a reason, and I don't want to hear that you don't know why you did this. And this is what he said, which I can't wrap my head around. Everything with us was great. It's always been great. But I started getting attention from her, and it just happened. I started thinking about the monotony of our life. There are no highs and lows. It just felt exciting, I guess. And once it started, I wasn't able to stop. It was like the adrenaline took over. My response was, let me get this straight. You started effing someone else, sneaking around, lying, blew up our entire life because we were too happy? He admitted it sounded stupid saying it out loud, but it's just how he felt. I asked who she is. He wouldn't answer. He He said she has a husband and kids and he didn't want to wreck that. What about our marriage? Me, our kids? It says so much that you are choosing to protect her and her family over us. He said it's not like that. At this point, I told him he had to leave, which he resisted at first, but I was literally breaking down and so upset, and I told him I couldn't be around him. So he packed up, coming to me every few minutes to check on me and say, "I'm so sorry." My brother showed up as he was packing. I told him I already have a divorce attorney working on things, that he needed to get an attorney. This shocked him. "You can't just decide on your own we are done. We have to talk about this. We can work through this. There's the kids to think about." My only response was, "Seems to me you, and a fair partner's name, already decided this for us. Don't worry, she's having just as crappy of a night as you are." This made my brothers laugh, and my soon-to-be ex looked surprised at the mention of a fair partner's name. My oldest brother walked out with him, and I saw them arguing out in the driveway. Then he left. I spoke to other betrayed spouse briefly last night, and again this morning. This has gotten long, so I will do a short update and another update post, maybe tomorrow. But as a mini update, a fair partner is at a hotel right now. Of course, the community has some thoughts. First, oh, big hugs, OP. His responses really say it all, don't they? Deny, ask what you know, say it's over, blame the affair partner, protect the affair partner. You did nothing wrong. It's all about him. While you may not like confrontations, you handled this one perfectly. Kudos to your family for supporting you when life is messy. The OP replies, "Thank you. I called him a cliche with the whole playbook he was using." The next person says, "Boss woman, you. They are, for some reason, always trying to protect the piece of crap they cheated with. Always. My wayward husband still does this." The OP replies, "I specifically wanted to ask about her identity because I had to read so much of the adultery sub I first caught him on about protect the affair partner at all costs. I wanted to see if he would do this. He didn't mention her name once in the 2-hour conversation we had, and so that's why I asked towards the end." One more person says, "So gross. It really goes to show that he doesn't feel remorse. He doubled down when he protected a fair partner at all costs. It's kind of crazy that you know of his secret Reddit and therefore have access to so much of his inner dialogue. Did you screenshot many of his posts? He may delete all of it now if he suspects you found it." The OP replies, "I have screenshots of everything." First, he denies everything. Then he plays the "I need a minute" card, and finally, he confesses while still trying to protect this precious affair partner. Classic. It's almost laughable that he tried to convince you that everything was fine in your marriage right before you dropped the cheating bombshell. His response? Total shock, because who could have guessed that sneaking around and betraying your family might lead to some consequences? And the affair partner's husband? What a champ. He's got his ducks in a row. Filing for divorce faster than your husband can say, "It was just a fling." The fact that the affair partner chose to stay with your husband while her kid was in the ER really speaks volumes. Mother of the Year material right there. When you mentioned your son's college trip, it's clear that your husband's priorities were right where they shouldn't be. I mean, skipping a meaningful family event for a tryst? That's a new level of selfish. Your confrontation strategy is solid. I love the bit where you told him you already have a divorce attorney. Talk about a power move. Good on you for having screenshots of everything. You got all the evidence you need to show the court who he really is. Stay strong. You're handling this like a boss. And there's no doubt you'll come out on top. Update 4. This morning we talked with the kids. Anonymous or not, I'm not going to get too detailed about the discussion to protect my kids' privacy. I feel it's unfair to dive too deeply here about their most vulnerable moments. Kids' ages: 14, 16, 17, almost 18. Beforehand, I had spoken to soon-to-be ex about this talk, telling him the information my therapist gave me on the healthiest way to approach it. I told him that he should be the one doing the talking because, well, we all know why. He did not want to have this talk. Felt like it was too soon, and what if we work things out? It will just confuse them and get them upset for nothing. I then explained that 1, they will know something is up because he will no longer be living with us. 2, the only thing to work out going further is a co-parenting plan. He tried to engage in a discussion about us. I declined the offer and kept it about the game plan of the conversation about the kids. Sat down with the kids when they came home from my sister's house. My soon-to-be ex started the discussion using the very vague explanation the therapist suggested. We are having problems. Can't find a resolution to those problems, and I think it's best for Dad to move out for a while so it doesn't affect the kids. There won't be a lot of difference in our home life since Dad spends much of the week in the city, and Dad will be able to spend time with them on the weekends. Silence. from all three kids. Oldest: "You're cheating on mom, aren't you?" Other two chime in, "Stop, he would never do that," arguing amongst the three kids. Soon-to-be ex says, "Not one thing. Nothing. I asked them to calm down so we can talk." Oldest: "Everything's been fine. We'd know if you've not been getting along. You're cheating, aren't you? It has to be that." Soon-to-be ex is silent. Won't say a thing. Me to ex: "You have to tell them." Silence. Me to the kids: "Yes." All three start yelling and crying. "How could you do this? Why would you do this? Are you getting a divorce?" Lots of yelling and crying. "I hate you." On and on and on. Soon-to-be ex: "I know you're all upset. You have a right to be. I've let you down. But this has nothing to do with you. It's between me and mom." I think he might have said this as a way to let them know this isn't their fault, but it backfired. "How can you say it has nothing to do with us? It has everything to do with us." My oldest called him a hypocrite, always telling us to respect women, lecturing me about how to treat my girlfriend, and you're effing around on mom. There was a lot more conversation, most of the kids saying things in anger and soon-to-be ex apologizing. When things calmed down, I told them that they can go to my brother's house, that I needed to talk to Dad privately. All my brothers and my sister and spouses had gathered at my brother's house knowing I was telling the kids and thinking having their cousins around afterwards might be a support for them. Before they leave, my oldest says, "Mom, he's not staying here, right? Like, he's not coming back here, right? I mean, there's no coming back from this. You know that, right?" Once the kids left, I told him he should pack more stuff while we are all gone. He said, "Don't you want to talk?" I said, "What else is there to say? I am effing traumatized having to sit and watch these kids go through that. Now, are you thinking of the consequences? Are the effing lows worth it?" I told him to text me when he's gone, so I know he won't be here when I got back. The community has some more thoughts. First up, "Oh boy, my heart really goes out to your kids. Your oldest sounds like he will have the hardest time with this. He also sounds like he will be a fine young man. Your post really drives home the devastation cheating causes for the what? To get your rocks off? A few minutes of jollies? It is in itself the most selfish act there could be. Again, you handled your business like a boss. Your soon-to-be ex-husband with, 'Don't you want to stay and talk?' I'm sorry, did he just meet you? Did he not know what would happen when you eventually found out? Stay strong, OP. When you find out, let us know how other betrayed spouse ended up handling his business." Next person says, "Despite what many may think, I strongly believe that it's vitally important for older children to be told the truth, in an age-appropriate manner, about the real reason for their parents' relationship. Break down when it's due to infidelity. Kids are intuitive, so hiding the truth just compounds to their confusion, hurt, and a sense of betrayal. It's bad enough that their wayward parent has intentionally deceived this entire family. The last thing they need is to be continually lied to by everyone else. Honesty and transparency is particularly important when dealing with teenagers. OP, you did the right thing because your babies need to know the truth to be able to start making sense of what's happening. I have to admit that reading your children's reactions was heartbreaking. The hurt experienced by the betrayed is the reason why I always reiterate that infidelity is so traumatizing for the betrayed spouse and their kids because it's a form of emotional and psychological abuse. It's important that waywards understand the profound, long-lasting damage they're causing and the abuse they're inflicting when they choose to cheat. Your wayward husband really is a selfish, self-seeking coward for willfully destroying his beautiful, innocent family in such a cruel manner. As painful as it was, you truly handled the situation like a queen. Please ensure to get your kids in individual counseling ASAP and find a good infidelity trauma therapist for yourself." The OP replies, "I had a session with my therapist about strategies. For my kids' age group, she had said to present it in a vague, bare-bones way we had presented it in, and then answer questions honestly. She said many teens already have suspicions of the cause of the breakup. Some teens will want to discuss their suspicions, some won't. By using the strategy she suggested, it gives the teens agency. It gives them the power of deciding what they are capable of hearing." I explained all of this to my soon-to-be ex, which made me even more frustrated in his silence. I'm that parent that will go to therapy when my kids are going through crap. I'm a Montessori-trained teacher, although have been a stay-at-home mom since they are babies, and have raised my kids on that philosophy. If your kids are going through crap, what are you doing as a parent to trigger it, and what can you do as a parent to help them cope? This moment was meant to, at a minimum, establish trust between soon-to-be ex and the kids, and he blew it. Nothing quite like a good old confession to bring everyone closer together, right? The highlight has to be your oldest calling him a hypocrite. I mean, It's not every day you get schooled by your kid on respect and integrity. I hope your ex took some notes during that lecture. And your exit line, asking if the lows were worth it? Brilliant. It's like you're in a drama, and he's realizing he's the villain. And let's not forget the pièce de résistance, your son's plea to make sure this guy doesn't come back. It's clear your kids are smart cookies, and they see right through the BS. Update 5. Hi all. I'm sorry for my delayed update. It's been a roller coaster ride of so many emotions to deal with. Emotions of my own, my kids, and some family. My mother-in-law and father-in-law returned from vacation last week, and they are having a really hard time with it all. My soon-to-be ex and his siblings sat down with them to break the news, and they are devastated. My mother-in-law has called me every day to be a support system, but the conversation usually turns into her saying, "I didn't raise him to be this way," and crying. My father-in-law tried to talk me into reconciliation for the kids. I know he is coming from a genuine place, as they are both very worried about the kids, so I'm trying to be patient with him. He is very disappointed in my soon-to-be ex, and has had to put a pause on our conversations because he is brought to tears. The kids have started therapy. They have opted for group sessions together. Their therapist has encouraged this approach, as he says it will help their healing process to learn to be a healthy support system to each other. Reconciliation with their father will be a long process and might look differently to each of the kids. Group sessions will help each of them to accept each of their individual journeys towards reconciliation with their father, so it will not damage the sibling relationship. My soon-to-be ex and I had our first proper conversation about the affair and our separation divorce. He still wants reconciliation. I do not. Something I asked him was, if roles were reversed, would you forgive me? We both know he wouldn't. His response was, "You're a better person than I am." Basically, he was expecting that if he were to get caught, I would give him a chance to reconcile. He never thought I would decide on divorce. I said, "You have higher expectations for me than you do for yourself. Do you think that's fair?" I had a session with my therapist since our talk. Maybe some of you might have insight on this. My therapist said what my soon-to-be ex said is very common in wayward people. They don't think the relationship will end without being given the opportunity for reconciliation. They feel entitled to reconciliation because they spent so much time blaming their betrayed spouse to excuse their infidelity. Has anyone else experienced this? Last week, there were an array of emotions. Anger, sadness, grief, anger. The last few days, I've felt detached. Many people have asked for updates on another betrayed spouse. I feel like he is much further along in this crazy process than I am, probably because he had suspected his wife's infidelity for a number of years. The affair partner is staying with her sister. As far as I know, there's been no contact between her and my soon-to-be ex. Other betrayed spouse says affair partner is angry at soon-to-be ex because she thought they would be together. She threw that in other betrayed spouse's face when he confronted her, and now she has egg on her face. I have shown other betrayed spouse all of my posts and all of your words of support and advice. I felt it was only fair he knew I was posting our business. I'm trying to talk him into joining Reddit, if only to peruse these support subs, as I've found them so helpful. He says he's not a social media guy, but he'll think about it. Thank you all so much for your advice and support. I know I've been absent, and so many of you have commented and sent me messages to check in on me. Having these outlets available has been such comfort for me. I can't properly express how much. The family drama intensifies. It sounds like your soon-to-be ex's infidelity is the gift that keeps on giving, spreading joy and heartbreak to everyone involved. Your mother-in-law's daily calls must be a real treat. I can only imagine the uplifting conversations. "I didn't raise him to be this way." And then she bursts into tears. Maybe next time, suggest she turns her emotional support efforts towards her son. You know, the one who actually messed up. Update 6 and D-Day 2. Preface. Any names mentioned are not real names. They are fake names to make things less confusing. To all of the veteran betrayed spouses who warned me he's done this before, you were right. Very early this morning, I woke up to an Instagram message sent to me in the middle of the night. From a affair partner. From a fake Instagram account. I have her blocked on all social medias. "Hi, it's a affair partner, just so you know. I'm not the only one. Ask him about Megan. I've got a feeling he's been lying to both of us and felt you deserve to know." How nice of a affair partner after screwing my husband for 7 months to suddenly think of my feelings. Screenshot it, didn't respond, blocked the account. Ironically, soon-to-be ex was stopping by at 9 a.m. as we had to go over financial information, go over our monthly budget, and him finding living arrangements locally. I called my sister on the verge of a panic attack. Panicked, I just found this info and I'm going to see him in 2 hours. She calms me down. We try to brainstorm about who Meg can be. how to find out who she is. I sure as hell wasn't going to ask a affair partner. My sister calms me down somewhat, tells me to confront him and record on my phone for evidence. Instead of this being a productive conversation about finances and future arrangements, it's D-Day 2. Soon-to-be ex comes over with coffee and bagels. How nice. We sit down in the kitchen and I ask, "So have you spoken to a affair partner?" He says he had her blocked on everything, but she was trying to contact him at work last week, and finally, on Friday, he had it out with her and told her to stop contacting him. I ask, "How about Megan?" He looks surprised. "Huh?" "Megan. Have you talked to her?" He starts saying he doesn't know what I'm talking about, and I just say, "You can't keep doing this to me, acting like I'm crazy. Please just tell me the truth. I'm having panic attacks, can't sleep, just please. I know, I know, I need the truth." To make a long story short, Megan is a woman from the organization he joined 5 years ago of professionals who get together to network, get ideas on team building strategy, growth strategies, marketing. They get together 6 times a year in different destinations. My take has always been it's a bunch of yuppies using business networking as an excuse to go on extravagant vacations every other month. Affair with Megan began June 2019 and ended April 2020. He claims it ended because he felt guilty, but I think it really ended because of the COVID shutdowns. Megan lives in a neighboring state but works in the city. At first he swore their hookups were only on these trips, but after some pushback from me, he admitted they met in the city a few times. He said he's had no contact at all with her in over a year because she left the group. But wait, there's more. I asked him if there were any others. Begged him, "Please don't make me find out on my own. Just tell me now. I can't do any more of these confrontations." He said there was one more affair partner, almost 5 years ago, a few months after we bought the apartment. He dated Cindy for 3 months. They had sex only a few times and ended it because Cindy didn't know soon-to-be ex was married. She dumped him when she learned he was married. After I told him to leave, I called my sister. Fill her in. She asked if I'm going to tell Megan's husband. Yeah, duh. She says better do it soon before he warns her. Look her up on Instagram and Facebook. Nothing. My sister is also checking. Megan must have blocked me because my sister found her right away. She found husband on Instagram. I couldn't. Guess she blocked me there too. But I was able to find his work info and work email. So I send other betrayed spouse Craig an email explaining everything. He calls me within 20 minutes of the email. Turns out he caught Megan sexting another member of that group last year, which is why she left the group. They've been in marriage counseling for a year. Craig said he knew in his gut there was more, and she gaslit him for the last year. He asked for the recording I made of soon-to-be ex admitting the details, and we will be in touch. All of this happened before lunch. I'm shocked, angry, hurt. I feel like I don't know this person anymore. Of course there was more. Shake my head. Update 7. I'm a proud mama of a high school graduate as of this past weekend. This weekend, actually this last week, was full of lots of emotions. His prom was a few days before graduation too. I wish I could say I went into these special moments with a positive mindset, but I failed miserably, I fear. I think this is because when you get to these huge milestones, which aren't just milestones for your kids, but also for yourself and for your relationship, it also brings up memories of the past as well as all those plans and dreams for the future. And I've spent a lot of mind space questioning memories of the past as being valid for real because of soon-to-be ex-husband betrayals, as well as mourning those future plans and dreams. It's odd sharing space at what should be a momentous occasion for our kids with the person who betrayed you. It's odd sitting next to your wayward spouse at the oldest kid's graduation, knowing without this cloud over us, we would be high-fiving each other saying, "We got 1 through high school, 2 more to go." Instead, it was anxiety and silence. It was our 2 other kids opting to sit next to their cousins to avoid their father. It was both of our families getting together for the first time, who normally are pretty tight and friendly, be tense and awkward. I planned a huge barbecue for my son, lots of family and friends. Our immediate family know the reasons for our separation, our extended does not, so it felt like putting on a show in a way. The week leading into the party was a week filled with anxiety and racing thoughts, like movies I can't stop playing in my head of the betrayals. My oldest pulled me aside last week and told me he had been talking to his college about delaying his entrance for a year so he can stick around home and be a support system to me, help me with things around the house and with his brother and sister. I told him absolutely not. He's worked his butt off for 4 years to go to this university, and he's going. It makes me so angry at my ex. So angry that his choices, his selfishness, has made my kids feel responsible for me, worries about me, that they needed to pick up his slack, make up for his choices. It shouldn't be that way. My ex has finally retained a divorce attorney. He's been informed via my attorney that all contact should be made through attorneys, unless pertaining to the immediate needs of our kids, in which case communication will be made through a parenting app. Of course, my ex is not happy with this. At our son's graduation, he wanted to know why we can't at least be friends. My response was, my friends don't F me over the way you did. He is still in contact with Megan, a fair partner too, and he continues to get together with her. He claims to have gone no contact with her. I guess he thinks I'm an idiot. Like I don't have contact still with Craig, other betrayed spouse too. I have told him he won't know what hits him if he attempts to bring that woman around my kids. And by the way, I have informed his parents exactly who he's been hanging out with. Call me vindictive if you will, but anyone F's with my kids, even their other parent, I will go full mama bear on them. He claims he would never do that. I said, yeah, there's a lot of things I thought you'd never do, but here we are. Other betrayed spouse 1 is ahead of the game than me. He got his ex, affair partner 1, served divorce papers at work. They used to work together at the same place she is currently employed, so when she got served, of course some of his old colleagues reached out to him to check in, and let's just say he didn't hold back. Apparently, this put affair partner 1 into a spiral. Well, that's it for now. For a few weeks I thought I was doing well, somewhat on my way to moving forward, but this last week I feel like I'm back to square one in a way. Anxiety, mind racing, movies, anger, tears. It has all come crashing back. How are y'all doing? Nothing like a party where the guests are clueless about the storm brewing behind the scenes and the audacity of your ex wanting to be friends. Yeah, because friends totally do what he did. I loved your response. My friends don't F me over the way you did. If only there was an award for the best one-liner during a breakup. But it's no surprise that this week brought back all of the emotions. It's hard to move forward when every milestone is tainted by betrayal. Just remember, you're not back to square one. Progress isn't always linear, and feeling those emotions is part of the healing process. Update 8. The further along I go on this new path of infidelity, the more I am seeing my ex for who he really is, an idiot. It's such a strange experience to have the blinders removed from D-Day to see the person you've spent 2 decades with for who they really are, an idiot. I can come up with more colorful descriptions of him, but I'm trying really hard to be classy. My oldest son's 18th birthday was last week. He didn't want anything big, so I put together a barbecue pool party for a close family, including his aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents, and ex. He made plans with friends for later. My siblings refused to speak to my ex, so there was that awkwardness. It was tense. But the party ultimately was a success, as much of a success as I could have expected under the circumstances, considering 18-year-old is not on speaking terms with his father. Let me preface example number 1 on why my ex is an idiot with, my cousin's son and my son are the same age. I'm very close to my cousin, and the boys are very close too. My cousin and his son are super into dirt biking. My son would love to be into it too, but it's the one sport I've said no to. However, since the boys turned 13, I've allowed my cousin to take my son with his son for a yearly camping dirt biking trip every summer. They actually are planning to go next week. Anywho, to get to the point where my ex is an idiot, towards the end of the party, my ex presents my son his gift. A motorcycle. Yes, a motorcycle. Of course he bought one for himself as well. I don't know what to say. I know you like dirt biking, so I thought this would be cool. This isn't a dirt bike, and I don't have a motorcycle license. We can get you one. I am leaving the state for college in a month. What am I going to do with this? Maybe you can bring it to school. Freshmen can't have cars on campus, and in any way, where would I keep it? My son might seem ungrateful here, but what happened next is he got really quiet and just walked away. This is not like him. He's a pleaser, very conflict avoidant. My ex was upset, asking what the F. My daughter, 16, much more combative than my son, says, "He knows you're trying to bribe him, Dad." And she's right. This is what my ex does. Instead of doing what he needs to do to work on things, he will try to charm his way or bribe his way back into good graces with grand gestures. This time, it backfired. Example number 2 of why my ex is an idiot. As he is leaving from the party, I remind him he should make his flight reservations for when we move my son into his dorm next month. He says, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I can't go, something came up." Apparently, he is working on himself. He dropped therapy because it wasn't helping him and found a life coach instead. He booked a meditation retreat across the country for that week. I'm proud of myself because I didn't say a word in response. My spidey senses were piqued. I had a gut feeling he was hiding something. He told me he was going on his own to work on himself, to really focus on himself. But gut feeling was telling me something, and I wasn't going to question him because I've been working real hard at maintaining very low contact. I called Craig, other betrayed spouse too, the next day to check in. I asked him if Megan was going away next month. Surprise, surprise, she's going on a week-long meditation retreat. My ex thinks I'm an idiot, but he's the real idiot. I don't understand how he can think he can ever rebuild a relationship with his kids if he doesn't put the work into it. If it was me, I would be doing everything I could to prove myself to my kids. I'd be showing up always, even if I had to stay in the background, to show them that no matter what, I will always be there, even if they're pissed at me, not speaking to me, even if I make mistakes. I would always fight for relationships with my kids. My ex gets him a motorcycle as a quick fix, when what he should be doing is showing up for major life events, especially if it's difficult to do. It's frustrating to watch, but what I've learned in therapy is that my ex's relationship with the kids is up to him to maintain, not me. I'm only responsible for my own relationship with them. But God, it's so hard to watch. So naturally, your ex buys him a motorcycle, because that makes sense, right? Your son, the pleaser, just walks away. Your ex, baffled. Your daughter, calling it like it is. He knows you're trying to bribe him, Dad. Nailed it. Hang in there. Your kids see who's really showing up for them, and that's what matters most. And as for your ex, well, he's just burying his own grave, isn't he? But you're absolutely right. It doesn't make it easy to watch. You're handling your side with grace and strength.
He texted me instead of the affair partner and exposed himself. I'm still in disbelief. I've been with my boyfriend Alex for 3 years. Great relationship. Never had any mistrust towards him since he gave no reason to. First long-term relationship. Today, we were texting back and forth, just checking up on each other. He asked what I was up to, how my day was, etc. I finished my exam and sent him a screenshot of my grade, and asked what he is doing. He told me he was having a lazy day and chilling at home, playing PS4 with his roommates. Not even 5 minutes later after, he sends me a video of him driving on the highway saying, "Hey baby girl, almost there, can't wait to see you." Based on the landmarks, signs, and the video, it's a city almost 2 hours away. I didn't even know how to respond, and sent a bunch of question marks. He left me unread for 20 minutes and then said, "Oh, shoot, sorry, that's an old video, huh? Good job on your test though." On the video, the dashboard of his car shows the date and time. When I tried to text him back, it wouldn't even deliver. Like I said, I feel like this came out of nowhere. Dude couldn't even come up with a reasonable lie. Not only am I dating a cheater, I'm also dating a dumbass. After an hour, I pulled up to his place and asked his roommate, John, if I can pick up some stuff I left there. Of course he wasn't home. He was surprised I was there and thought that Alex was taking me to dinner and a concert tonight in the city. At that point, I just started crying uncontrollably. He started helping me take all my stuff down. John called Alex, which went through, so he clearly blocked me. He asked Alex what he was doing on speaker, and he said he was with me driving to the concert. John then tells Alex that I'm standing right here with him. Alex immediately goes, "Bro, really dude?" and hangs up. I don't even know who this baby girl could be. Zero idea. There were no suspicious activities or anything that could point to this happening. None. I have been racking my brain for signs, but I am just blanking. I feel so foolish and heartbroken right now. I would have never expected this of him. Edit. I woke up to the most lovely and comforting comments. I'm going through and will be replying to everyone. I had a long drive to my mom's and fell asleep still holding my tub of ice cream. Cookie dough will never betray me. Thank you to everyone. I'm sorry I had to meet such a wonderful group of people in such a sad community. Our first response comes from Sailor Jackin. Damn, that was a lucky break for you. Usually you have to play Sherlock Holmes to find proof. At least you found out. Now it's time to leave. The OP replies, honestly, I'm seeing it that way too. It's crazy to think that if I never got that text, I wouldn't have been none the wiser. I'm sure it would have come out eventually, but this was such a smooth outing, I'm shocked. Stacy RT chimes in, honestly, be thankful to the lords of technology that caused him to out himself because, as you say, there were no signs and he is even lying to his roommates. You dodged a whole missile. It will be rough for a while, but you sound strong. You'll get through this. Next comment from Absinthe and Elysium. Do not take his butt back. Also, good on the roommate for looking out for you. And not only that, but his sorry butt knew he was wrong because he lied to the roommate too. Clearly he wasn't thinking, because what would have happened if the roommate asked you how the concert wasn't crap? You'd be like, what? And would have found out that way. I love how he's mad at everyone else for his lies. What a child. You deserve so much better than how he's treating you. Another comment from Silverwolf9669. Glad you dodged a bullet. Mr. Right will find you. The OP replies, thank you for commenting. Hopefully one day. I'm just glad I found out now before sinking any more time into this relationship. All things considered, I'm glad I made a somewhat smooth exit, albeit not the most dignified. Felt horrible for putting John into that situation. Much love to you. Last comment from Mrs. Jingle0729. Get tested. Try something new and fun. Painting class, tennis lessons, hiking group, to help get your mind busy. To which the OP replies, I didn't even think of getting tested. I'm going to go straight to the urgent care. Maybe I'll pick up a few new plants. I appreciate your comment and wish you the best. On to the next adventure. I am so done. I have a laundry list of times when my soon-to-be ex-husband prioritizes his affair partner over our children. It makes me sick. He imposed this custody schedule on me because it's the same as homewreckers. I never agreed. We have nothing formal. Yet he sticks to this schedule with more commitment than he did to his wedding vows. So every time I ask if he can help with our children, he's always busy. We went from being a super tight family of 4 that was together every single day to not even knowing where he is right now. No good nights to my kids. Hasn't talked to them all day or night. Today I had a little birthday party for my son. When I asked if he could bring some friends to the activity, I had limited seats. Sorry, I'm not around. Yesterday, I asked if he could watch our son for an hour because our daughter wants to try skiing. I have plans. After, he said he was working late. Pathological liar. I'm not even heartbroken for myself anymore. I'm enraged for our kids. How can a person go from being a loving family man to a POS adulterer who lies, manipulates, and chooses to be an okay dad 50% of the time? I've never been more disgusted and angry in my life. He claims he has seen someone and he is fine. He claims he doesn't feel any guilt at all. He claims that this is how he rolls. If you haven't read my previous posts, I'm the second wife, and in fact, he just abandoned his first wife as well after a one-time cheating incident. So now he's obsessed with this much younger woman while he is pushing 50. I wasn't young enough for him anymore. Our boring, amazing, beautiful family life wasn't doing it for him, obviously. So he looked for someone even younger to manipulate. She supported me because I wanted to leave you. That's some woman you got there then. A woman who would leave her children, encourage a married man to leave his family, and has interfered and influenced this entire nightmare since the beginning. Sounds really healthy. I wish these sick people could see how delusional they are and how insane they sound. Most of all, I wish they would think of their children first and foremost. My kids shouldn't have to even be thinking that dad cares about another person more than them. How could I not see what a loser he was before I brought kids into this world? I am more than blessed for my babies, but they don't deserve this, and they are suffering. Their deteriorating mental health makes me want to explode. What parent could inflict this pain on their children? He's an arrogant, pompous butt who is outliving his best life, again, while my poor babies deal with the trauma of having their, from their perspective, perfect life decimated. I have no tolerance for not saying goodnight to our kids. I'm so done with him and his stupid affair partner. You can't go through life treating people like this, have no consequences. We are losing everything. He doesn't get it at all. I feel helpless because it falls on deaf ears. He is still living here during his other 50% part-time dad. He is a bully and has an idea of how he wants everything to go, and I am supposed to roll over and let it happen. He is a huge delusional coward. My heart breaks for my kids. How can you prioritize an affair relationship before making sure your children are mentally and emotionally stable is beyond me. A relationship is the last thing on my mind. There are so many other important things to focus on right now. It's surreal to me that this is even my life. I'm just sick for my children. How can I protect them? How can a parent behave this way and think it's okay? Our first reaction comes from Gene Bean Machine. This was my dad to a T. I don't mean to scare you, but it really screwed me up. Get your kids into therapy and do your very best not to put them in the middle or pit them against their father. My mom did her best, but she did a lot of damage to us. I'm pushing 37 and I'm still dealing with these issues. I'm so sorry. You need to just distance yourself from him and try to move on. He's a crap partner and dad. Full stop. Operate based on those facts. The OP replies, thank you, and I'm sorry for your situation. I was in this situation as a child, but instead of another woman, my dad chose alcohol over us. So I have dealt with fallout from that all my life, and hence why I'm so terrified and sad for my kids. I know what happens and I can see it, yet soon-to-be ex-husband says they'll be fine. He's so messed up. Our next comment comes from Ginger Superpowers. Stop listening to him. Research Greyrock. He's not your friend. He has always thought of only himself. You're only now seeing him for who he is. A liar. Believe that. Move on being the sane mom. You can no longer protect your children from their father, and that's sad. I get it. My 22-year-old son spent Father's Day with me this year. Sad for his dad, but not for me. Your kids will figure it out. Our next comment comes from No Nonsense. If you haven't lawyered up yet, you need to do so ASAP. He's obviously not playing with a full deck, and you need to protect yourself and the kids. Who knows what money he's spending that is yours too? He's coming and going 50% of the time. Needs to stop. Your lawyer will tell you your rights. I know this sucks now, but stay strong, better days are coming. The OP replies, I have a lawyer. We are doing all that stuff. He has an apartment and squats at the affair partner's parents' house since they are away. He got a bachelor's apartment, yet has 2 kids. He says I need to leave while he's there. Until we sell our house, this is the hell I will be living in. I'm so sad for my kids. They deserve so much better from a father and a role model. How does he think this is okay to show his kids? I don't get it. Never mind the fact we are still in a shock and trying to accept the fact that he wants out. The poor kids have had to deal with his infidelity as well on top of that. I've never met a more selfish person. On to the next story. Netflix show Fishbowl Wives triggering. I was watching Netflix, and when my show finished, it automatically played the preview for this new show called Fishbowl Wives, where 6 women in unhappy marriages have affairs. It freaking triggered me. I don't care if your marriage is unhappy or unsatisfying. Don't freaking cheat and glorify or justify it because having sex with someone else feels so right for you in the name of being in love. Stuff you. The first reaction comes from Call Me Wiss. I don't understand why they do this. It's like saying it's okay to cheat if you're not happy in a relationship. If you're not happy in a relationship, break up with them and move on with your life. But why cheat? These crap writers are trying to make money on these sensitive topics. Next comment from A. Ethan V. TV and movie writers are so pathetic these days because they don't have an original idea anymore. All they can do is an infidelity porn storyline because it's edgy. Nope, it's boring, unoriginal, and romanticizes the emotional destruction of others for selfish gratification. Do better, writers. Next comment from RyDub69. I feel you on this. I don't know of the show or nor have I watched it, but I feel the same. You see a lot of stuff acting like cheating is a positive or something. Things like giving reasons or excuses to cheat. There is no excuse. I don't care if you are a guy and your wife hasn't put out in months, or a woman and he is emotionally not there for you. There's no excuse if your answer is to cheat, then just end the damn relationship and move on. Cheaters literally have no idea how mentally screwed up cheating does to the person cheated on. Our final comment from Majestic Finish. My, now ex, wife and her 3 female best friends all started having affairs in 2019. They all encouraged each other to do so. My ex-wife also encouraged my sister-in-law to have an affair. My brother's wife. They have 3 children as well. Divorce is all around.
My husband is currently on vacation with his mistress, and I'm confronting them. Hello, Reddit. Forgive me as I am new to the online community. Just wanted to tell my story and maybe get some input. I, 37 female, accidentally found out last month my husband, 38 male, was using work trips as an excuse to sleep with his also married coworker who lives across the country. When I say accidentally, he sent me a screenshot of Amazon purchases for our children, and included at the bottom of the photo was a delivery to this woman. So yes, the worried wife and me checked his search history and email. It was all right there. I learned his November trip was a romantic getaway, but this current one is luxurious. A spa resort complete with couples massages, couples cooking classes, and monogrammed bathrobes from Etsy. He mailed her a box of gifts a few days ago for Christmas. How sweet. He purchased sexy lingerie, sent her money on Venmo, and even started planning a January trip to Las Vegas. I was furious when I learned all this, but I kept my composure. My plan? He left this morning from his work trip, but before he left, I gathered all evidence of his affair. I spent 4 weeks collecting emails, credit card statements, reservations, and confirmations. I wrote him a 10-page letter, put it in an envelope, and taped it inside the lining of a suitcase. I plan on sending a group text to him and his mistress right after check-in, telling them to enjoy their trip. I will also inform them that a letter is in the suitcase and that I want a divorce. I wrote a special section just for her, and I want to make sure she sees it, so I will be mailing her the letter as well. He is currently in the air. My group text goes out this evening. Stay tuned. Update. His flight landed an hour and a half ago. He told me he would text me when he landed, and he has yet to do so. I have texted him twice. They were delivered but not read. I checked our phone records, and he texted both me and her during his layover. His email shows no Uber receipt from his final destination airport to his hotel. She must have picked him up. Something I probably should have clarified in my OP. She lives in the state he is visiting, so he flew alone. I will be sending a group text to both him and his mistress in 2 hours, as that will be 4 p.m. their time, and check-in. Update 2. Sent pictures of our children and he did not respond. FYI, he's in the middle of the desert. My texts are going through green, which puts a monkey wrench in my plan for the group text to him and his mistress. Need suggestions. Should I call the hotel? Connect right to their room? I worked so hard for this. It has to be tonight. Help! Update 3. Thank you everyone for standing by and waiting. My best friend has come to my house to help me through this. It seems my texts are going through green, undelivered, but when my friend tried, it was blue and delivered. He has blocked me. I guess that helps his guilt. The plan now is to call the hotel. We'll wait a few minutes after check-in to make the call. Very soon. Please stand by. Update 4. Like most of you predicted, he does not care. He had 0 answers for my questions. That was the most hurtful part. But guess what? I have all the emotional support and economic support, so I'm not mad. Every question I asked, he had no response because his mistress was sitting there. I suspect when he is home alone with me, his answers will be different. I have made sure that he will not emotionally and financially F me because I have secured support from family and friends. He can go F himself. Update 5. Called his hotel room, talked to his mistress, and finally lost my crap. He ended up calling me a few minutes later and had 0 empathy. I'm shocked, but I'm not. He said a divorce was in order and fought me on nothing. I expected him to be sad. He was not, but that's okay. I started packing up his crap. I have some great friends who helped me put everything in the garage. Good riddance? I guess so. The morning after. I woke up this morning broken. My house is in shambles as I went on a rampage yesterday, ripping photos off the wall, throwing his stuff in piles on the floor, and breaking random objects in anger. Now that I've had a night's sleep, I feel that I'm a bit clearer in my thinking as I analyze the conversation we had yesterday. He was different on the phone. That was not the man I know. But who was the man I've known? Because everything was a lie. The only thing he cared about on the phone was getting the kids, which is perfectly okay. He should want to see his kids. But he refused to answer any questions I had or admit to anything. I personally feel his lack of remorse was because he was sitting in front of his mistress. If I confronted him at home, this would not have been his reaction. When he comes home Monday night, I expect to see a different man. Also, in my conversation with the mistress, I learned she is recently separated. I called my mom. That was hard. While she and my dad have always been loving and supporting, it was hard to make that phone call. I felt like a failure. I know it wasn't my doing, but to admit that I made a poor choice in a spouse was difficult. Was this all because of a mistake I made 13 years ago? Honestly, it doesn't matter. I have 2 days to empty my house of his things. Who do I tell? Do I call his dad? Do I tell his mother? Best friend? Work buddies? I wish there was a manual on how to do this because I'm lost. Even with all my preparation, I'm still humiliated. Luckily, he did not take his house keys when he left, so no need to change the locks. I'll be removing his keys and sending him on his way. I don't plan on seeing him when he gets home Monday night. Doors are locked, everything you own is in the garage. Have your people talk to my people and I'll see you never. Preparing for the return. My friends and family have been wonderful. I'm so fortunate to have such great people in my life. Yesterday, they came to help me move all of his clothing to the garage. His collectibles were all packed up and sitting here, waiting to be appraised. It took a very long time and I was exhausted afterwards, but it was necessary. I honestly don't think he expects me to have gone to such great lengths to remove him from my life. Because I was so emotional when I confronted him, there is a chance that he thinks I will want to reconcile. Fat chance, buddy. His flight lands a little before 10 p.m. tonight. When he Ubers back home, the doors will be locked. He told me on the phone he was just getting in his car and leaving. I will be holding him to that. Something I should have mentioned earlier, the house is in my name only. He had no credit when we first started looking, so everything is in my maiden name and purchased by me. Health insurance, car insurance, cell phones, utilities are all in my name. The only thing his name is on is his car. I think he realizes now it could all come back to bite him. I don't want a messy divorce. I'm willing to listen to his demands and try to meet in the middle on as many things as possible. He obviously doesn't care anymore, so I'm going to try to do my best not to care and treat this like a business deal. The dust has settled. It's been a few days since his return. For a man who so diligently planned a secret retreat with his mistress, he took no time to plan for his return home. He's been living in the basement since Monday. I allowed him to watch the children open gifts on Christmas, but he has since returned to the basement. We have contacted 3 mediators and have appointments next week to start the mediation process. It's obviously over. We had a argument upon his return, and he actually asked about reconciliation. I laughed. I laughed uncontrollably. Of course, he pushed blame, stating that our marriage has been over for a long time. Well, this is news to me. His actions of an affair were selfish and avoidant. He didn't want to have that hard conversation with me about counseling or divorcing, and this route was easier and a lot more fun. Let's face it, he likes the attention of 2 women loving and pining over him. Well, I'm no longer playing that game. She wins, and oh, what a prize he is. I have been amicable about talking about the terms of our separation. My biggest hang-up is her. He may continue seeing her, and I have questions about her character. What kind of woman or mother cheats with a man she knows is married and knows has children? When I confronted her on the phone last Saturday and asked her that question, she was silent. I asked her if she was sorry, and it was as if the line went dead. That kind of person I do not want around my children. People who show no remorse, especially when they are in the wrong, are not kind people. I have found solace in friends and family, and thank you to everyone's recommendations of Chump Lady. I'm halfway through the book. Read through the website and find it so helpful. Thank you again to everyone. I can't believe the outgoing of support. The trolls, sorry you think I'm an unfit and inattentive wife, but cheaters cheat because they want to. Thank you again to all. Not sure if you want a mediation update or if my story is over. Either way, I'm happy to have met you all. Where is the fault? If you listen to the books and advice always given about cheaters, it all says the same thing. It's not you, they made a choice. My soon-to-be ex insists things were bad. While I don't think we were Pam and Jim or Lucy and Ricky, I think things were good. This process has made me review who I am, who I've been, and who I want to be. Could I have made changes? Yes. Was I perfect? Absolutely not. But my decisions and actions were never detrimental to our marriage. They were more like sacrifices. And now I'm having those sacrifices thrown at me, and I'm being called neglectful. Is all this about attention? A narcissistic need to be the apple of someone's eye? Him and the affair partner are now blissfully in the honeymoon stage. Vacations, late-night phone calls like teenagers, present buying, etc. But what happens when the other shoe drops? What happens when she sees that he has very little patience with children? That he will walk past a sink full of dishes completely blind to them? When he doesn't pay the phone bill for 2 months because he is spending money on silly gadgets? What then? While it's not my problem, I'm sure his affair partner will take issue with these things. Perhaps then she will be put in the situation I've been in for a decade. Should she be the glue and hold it all together, or should she neglect responsibilities for his neediness? I've been told by him, someone who is having a relationship and spending large sums of money on someone else, that I am at fault. Perhaps. But what about the decades of cleaning up your messes? Maybe if I would have had 2-hour conversations with him every night, things would be different. But to be honest, I'm happy I'm here. Now reflecting back, I see how underappreciated I was. How neglected I was. All these years, I thought I was helping, but I was really being taken advantage of, and this affair is no different. Just a word of advice to all the mess cleaners, excuse makers, and spouse sheltering people reading this. Stop. Stop now. I've learned that all the helping is simply them learning how to manipulate you. Draw that line in the sand. Prepare for an uncomfortable situation when they start to stumble under the pressure of real life. But don't lose yourself. I lost myself years ago, and it's not a place you want to be. Mediation and the move. We had our first mediation appointment via Zoom yesterday. It was very amicable, but only because I don't want to fight, I just want this to be over. He apparently wants nothing. Not the house, not the furniture, not what he's entitled to of my pension. He just wants to be done as well. As I've been packing up things in the house to declutter, I've been offering him things, but he wants nothing. I suspect the moment our marriage is dissolved, he will be packing up his collectibles and collecting and driving across the country to live with her. I guess I should be okay with this, as I don't want to be married to him anymore. It just kills me that he will be moving in with her and helping her raise her 2 children, while mine are fatherless. It makes me so angry. Seething. The man who was abandoned by his father is now doing the same thing. Something he said would never ever happen because of the mental issues it has given him today. Well, it looks like that, as well as mostly everything else, was a lie. Again, I take solace in the fact that their honeymoon phase will be short-lived. Reality will smack them both in the face, and she will realize that he can be more hurt than help. While I wish him well and hope for the best, our kids deserve more than a Christmas, Easter, 1 week in the summer. No dad at basketball games, Cub Scouts, birthday parties, and school plays. Meanwhile, a fair partner will have him and her children's biological father. I guess nothing in life is fair, and my boys will have to learn that lesson earlier than I hoped. He's gone. My soon-to-be ex left yesterday morning to visit her. I told him to go. I didn't want to spend New Year's Eve with him, and our COVID circle of friends who we celebrate with have zero interest in seeing him either. He booked a flight 30 minutes after I told him to go. My only stipulation was that he is back for this weekend, as it's my birthday and I really need a day to myself. I've watched the kids for 3 weekends now while he went to see his mistress. I thought I at least deserved my birthday to relax. He texted me while he was boarding that he won't be home for my birthday. Well then, he claims when he booked this, he booked a return for the evening of my birthday. When he tried to change it, he was put on standby. It would cost $1,000 to change. It was a red eye, etc. The excuses kept coming. He apparently does not realize I have access to the internet as well, and flights are less than $300 with the airline he flew. I told him this, and he said those flights weren't there when he booked. Lies. And he will take care of it. I just want him to be honest. If you don't want to be here for my birthday, just say it. If you don't want to spend the day with your children, just tell me. I can't force you to be a parent. I told him the flights were available and affordable. It's his choice to rebook. Ball is in your court. That's all I can do, right? Stay tuned for an update on his return this weekend. New Year's Eve nightmare. It was 12:40 a.m. on New Year's Eve and there was still no call from him. I was angry for no other reason than I explained to the kids that even though Daddy wasn't with us, he would call at midnight to talk to them and wish them a Happy New Year. I was made to be a liar. So, I texted my soon-to-be ex and his excuse was, "They're with their friends. I didn't want to bother them." Excuse me? Bother them? You mean you didn't want your kids to bother you, is what you really are saying. If I was across the country on New Year's Eve without my kids, I would have called and done the countdown with them via FaceTime. I think most parents would, but not him. He said, "If you would have told me that you told the kids I'd call them, then I would have." He tried to spin this on me, that I created this mess. Why do I have to tell you that you need to call your children at midnight? This small act said a lot to me. Our children are not a priority. I guess he didn't want to ruin his perfect vacation at his new girlfriend's house with her children. He has a nice new family now. Today is my birthday, and he returns this evening. I told him in my New Year's Eve text that I will speak to him on the 12th, our next mediation meeting, because I am done. I tried to be civil for the kids, but he is not pulling forth the effort for them. Liar, liar, pants on fire. The past few days have been strange. We rarely talk, a decision on both our parts, and when we do, it's about mediation, plans moving forward, or the kids. We have been civil and communicate well about those items. We are also friendly in front of the children so as not to upset them. The situation is strange because we are getting along. There is no arguing. It's a shared focus to just get through mediation and divorce. That's fine by me. Last night while I was cleaning the kitchen, I heard him on the phone in the basement. I guess he didn't realize the door was left open by one of the children. Not wanting to be a part of the drama anymore, I went to close the door. At that point, I heard him tell her how crazy I have been acting. Excuse me? We don't speak, and when we do, it's very civil. How is that crazy? Well, he proceeded to tell her about a conversation we had, and he lied about everything. While the conversation part was true, he told her I exploded. I was in rage. I was crying, etc. None of that was true. He explained how he laughed at my face at my rage, and also not true because there was no rage. I had told him a while back before the New Year's Eve debacle that I would start dating eventually, and he proceeded to tell her that I was bragging about guys I'm meeting. So far from the truth. I slammed the basement door. I'm sure he knows I heard. So I ask, why the need to lie and make me a villain? We aren't staying together. I have no reason to fight with you anymore. That's why we are paying a mediator. Why start lying to your new girlfriend that you love? How is that a good way to start a relationship? I don't know what is happening here. This is my concern. This woman and him are in love and want to start a life together. Okay, that's fine. God bless and congrats. But this woman only knows me by the stories, which I'm assuming are all lies, he has told her about me. If he does move across the country to be with her, how can I trust a woman who hates me because of misinformation to treat my children properly? I don't care if she hates me personally. I'll still sleep fine at night. But now I'm worried about sending my kids in this summer to stay with them. I want to confront him about this, but I know I can't. Maybe it's not that I can't, but I don't know how. Also, he has told no one we are separated and definitely has not told people why. How come? You initiated this. You cheated. You are happy now. So why can't you tell people? He told his father that he was bringing the kids alone to visit him because he and I weren't seeing eye to eye at the moment. What? I would assume he's afraid to face the music or is just finding comfort in the little love bubble he has created. He chooses to not face reality. He has yet to look for an apartment for when the divorce is finalized, but has booked another flight out to see her for Valentine's Day. He is refusing to face reality, and it's so frustrating. Mediation and empty promises. Yesterday was our second mediation appointment. While it was amicable, there was some obvious tension. The tension was not on my end, but on his. Let me explain. During our first mediation, we brought up the topic that he might move out of state. At yesterday's meeting, I asked what we would do about custody if he moves to this particular state. When I mentioned the state by name, the mediator was confused. This prompted her to ask him why this state is so far away. His answer? Well... Then silence. He couldn't put into words the fact that he was leaving to be with his girlfriend. I had to finally chime in, realizing we were paying by the hour, that he was moving to be with his girlfriend. I realized later that was the first time he had semi-confessed having an affair and a girlfriend to anyone. If you love this person so much, why can't you just say it out loud? That whole situation confuses me. Anyway, when it comes to dollars and cents, I will be fine. He will also be fine. He will have enough to do what he needs, and so will I. We have agreed to a physical custody scenario that allows him weekend and dinner visits. Fine by me. I want my boys to have their father. But the situation becomes a bit more difficult when he moves. While he said yesterday he plans to stay here at least a year, I doubt that will actually happen. When he does move across the country, he wishes to return for one weekend of every month to see the boys. Again, I'm fine with the scenario, but where will he stay that weekend? He has no family. Will he just be taking the boys to a hotel? Again, I don't think he actually thought this through. This is a problem we will tackle when he does decide to move. Lastly, the mediator said it could take about 2 months to finalize everything. He and I spoke after the session to go over some facts and figures, and I brought up the tentative finalization date of our marriage. I told him how 2 months is a good amount of time to save more money and find an apartment, to which he agreed. I also reminded him about his promise to not return to visit her until our divorce is finalized, or he has a place to live. He quickly became frustrated, telling me that he knew and tried to shut down the conversation. I told him I am happy that we are on the same page, but I'm not budging. If you leave while you still live here, you cannot come back. That is something we both agreed to. Now the big question remains. Who does he break a promise with? Obviously, it's a win-win for me. Stay home and help me with the kids while you save $500+ and move out quickly, or leave to visit her and I get you out of the house sooner. I'm happy with either decision. I just want to move on with my life and enjoy my moments with my children. Out for a swim. When I took this dive into the Reddit community, I had no idea where I would land. I thought my feet would hit shallow ground and I would be ankle deep on the banks in an uncomfortable swimsuit all alone. But to my surprise, this deep ocean of Reddit readers has engulfed me into their warm waters, and I am surrounded by a sea of support. For this, I am thankful. I am also so touched by the droves of people who have reached out for advice or offered their own experiences as lessons to be learned. To the ones seeking advice, I tell them, I am not an expert swimmer. I am merely doggy paddling through this sea of hurt and confusion. Please don't use me as a sign of strength, because the truth is, I am not strong. I am you. I am the woman who reads because they are suspicious of late-night phone calls her husband takes. I am the spouse who has shouldered the entire family and is in desperate need of support. I am the woman who misses affection from her husband who is next to her in bed every night. I am you. To those people who have yet to catch their partner cheating but are suspicious, trust your gut. Cheating is a coward's choice, so be braver than them and face the truth. To the spouse who is the fixer and takes on every challenge, take a step back. When you help, even with good intention, you are actually just hurting yourself. To the spouse who has tried everything to receive physical attention from their partner but to no avail, their affection is probably going somewhere else. These are lessons I wish I could have told myself months, if not years ago. Listen to me, or just listen to you. To the sharks in the water who call me a bad mom, a crazy bitch, fake, or even just think I'm out of my mind, you will find no blood in this water. So it's best you move on and find a thread where the OP will chum the water for you. It's so very easy to read and judge. This I understand. I just hope that if this ever happens to you, that you will be as brave, logical, and composed as you expect others to be. If not, you will find sharks circling you as well. So I hope you are as strong of a swimmer as you claim to be. If you are still reading, my saga survival continues. Our final mediation papers will arrive this week. We were able to settle everything at the last meeting on January 12th, and the documents just need our signature. After that, The divorce papers need to be served and filed with the county. Then, we await our court date, which will be done via Zoom. Yes, a bit anticlimactic, but it will still serve its purpose of divorcing. He has started, finally, to look for an apartment, but nothing is to his satisfaction. Maybe he is being picky, or maybe he is comfortable living in the basement. Either way, once the divorce papers are stamped, he needs to be gone. He has started making phone calls to her during the day, and I can hear him giggling downstairs. I am happy he is happy. I really am. This isn't passive-aggressive. I know I will be happy one day too. He just got there first, and that's okay. I feel like my life is in limbo right now. I can't move forward because I'm chained to the past. I'm hoping his move will be soon. I suspect he wants out for February 1st, so he can go visit her for Valentine's Day. I hope for his sake, and mine, that he makes his deadline. I will update again after I receive the mediation paperwork and divorce papers are served. I'm sure that will stir up a lot of thought and emotion, so I'm certain it will be a doozy. Till then, I'll keep doggy paddling. Souvenirs. If you've been following along, then you know that there was a chance he would leave for Valentine's Day to go visit her. Well, he left this morning. He told the kids, "I'm going," as he walked out the door, leaving me to explain a few hours later that he had to leave for work when they started asking for him. I have learned that I can't have expectations. Just because I would try to be more honest with the kids doesn't mean he would. I was really proud of the fact that I didn't even engage him in the discussion, debate, argument of going. Yes, I had loudly vocalized some feelings a week ago when he told me he was going, but I have not engaged him about it since. All I asked was for his flight info so that I would know when to expect him back. He did not provide this information. Maybe he thinks I'm not entitled to it. Either way, he left and I was fine. While we had the conversation multiple times, in which he agreed that he would not visit her again till he had an apartment, he reneged on that agreement. Shocker. He claims that he has every right to be here, which he does legally, and he can do as he pleases. He put down a payment on an apartment a few days ago, but says he doesn't know when he is moving. What? The bills he pays in the house are less than the child support he will have to pay, so I think his decision to stay longer might be a financial one. I've offered him any piece of furniture he wants in the house. I even offered to pay for half of the cost of bunk beds for the boys. I just need him to leave. I have no idea why he is dragging his feet. But I learned through a mutual friend and former work colleague of theirs that she recently had COVID. When I say recently, I mean the Board of Health from her state said she could stop quarantining 3 days ago. But what about her kids that are in the home? Were they living there during her quarantine? Are they positive? Perhaps they are asymptomatic. Will my soon-to-be ex be bringing me and our children home a COVID souvenir? I'm livid. COVID insensitivity. For all those messaging me with concern and for updates, I apologize for my tardiness. It has been a heartbreaking 2 weeks. To amend my absence, I will be posting 2 updates tonight. Let me start from the beginning. My soon-to-be ex left for his getaway on February 12th and did not return until February 15th. During his blissful vacation, my family and I suffered a great loss of one of our most beloved members to COVID. I was a mess. Everyone I loved was devastated. I called my soon-to-be ex on February 13th and told him the prognosis was not good. It was loud where he was. There were children yelling. He informed me he was outside with her kids. Wow. Can't remember the last time he took our children outside, but I digress. I shouldn't have expected him to care about my bad news, but he was concerned. I guess there is still a decent bone somewhere in him. That concern would not last long, though. Upon his return, as he usually does, he schedules a COVID test. He scheduled one for 4 days after his return, but due to snow in our area, he did not go. This I understand. The weather cannot be controlled. Then he told me he rescheduled for 4 days later and then did not go. When I questioned him, his response was, "I feel fine." I suspected since he probably got a negative COVID test shortly before his arrival, he felt safe in not getting one. Not until Monday, March 1st, did he finally get tested. A full 2 weeks later. Why? You know my family just suffered a terrible loss to COVID. How could you be so reckless and insensitive? The insensitive question is rhetorical. I obviously know the answer already. The real monster. The day is approaching. Large boxes are being delivered to the house daily containing new furniture to be assembled. The sounds of packing tape being ripped from the spool flood the house every evening. He's moving out. I'm overjoyed. I'm so happy that I have actually started engaging him in conversation. Yes, we have to chat to figure out child support and scheduling, but now I'm so ecstatic he's leaving, I even ask about his move. I feel like a kid at Christmas. While we were discussing his move, what he would be taking from the home, and the schedule for seeing the children, I asked if he planned to visit her. No, this wasn't me prying. We needed to set an overnight and weekend schedule for the kids, and I was hoping to be accommodating to any trips he had planned. But then my curiosity got the best of me but for a good reason: our children. I asked if she plans to come here to meet the kids. He replied in the affirmative and said she may come. Well, good for you both, but I would like to meet her before she meets the children. He went silent. I could tell he was rolling thoughts around in his head, or perhaps trying to figure out a way out of the situation, but he came up empty. He honestly wanted to know why I needed to meet her. Excuse me? Come again? You really think I would let my children spend time with someone I didn't know? I'm the mother that interviews babysitters. Why would you think I wouldn't want to meet her? He claims to be worried that I won't be civil, but he knows me better than that. I have nothing to gain from being rude to her. It's just ammo. I refuse to play that game. Plus, why would I care? I don't want him. That's your prize now, honey. Congrats. But he recognizes that he can't stop me in this. I have every right to meet her, as he would to meet someone I am dating. When it comes to the kids, we can't keep secrets. I think the real concern about us meeting is this: she will realize I'm not the terrible monster he made me out to be. His plans of assassinating my character to build himself up or to receive pity from her and the constant gaslighting will be revealed. She will see that I am not pining over him, quarreling with him, and that I'm genuinely a good person. Maybe she will see that he might be the real monster. Like father, like son. My soon-to-be ex was quiet. More quiet than usual, almost sulking. I don't understand his motivations anymore and what he actually cares about, so I left it alone. Not my business to care and comfort anymore, right? That evening, after the children went to bed, he sat alone at the dining room table. It was as if he was waiting for me to address him. I did not. Sulk, that's your issue, not mine. After he received no attention from me, he made the big announcement. He claims he told everyone what happened between us, including his father. Then, oddly enough, he started to cry. Full ugly tears. I thought these were tears of embarrassment and shame. He then proceeded to tell me the conversation he had with his father was the first time his dad has actually acted like a father towards him. While that statement in itself is unsettling, it is also confusing. I'm guessing his father supported him? I know if it was my son, I'd support him, but also have some strong words about how he went about this and how he should probably proceed in the future. But it looks like he received 100% support. So, while I understand, I don't understand. Something was wrong here. Last week was my youngest son's birthday. I had asked my soon-to-be ex if he would like to invite his father over for cake. He texted him several times with no response. He learned through their confession last night that his father was in another state for work. Okay, understandable. But here's the kicker. He went away with a new girl he is dating. Why is this strange, you ask? He just asked his wife of 30 years for a divorce at the end of January. So this makes me think, is adultery a learned behavior? My father-in-law abandoned my soon-to-be ex when he was 9 years old, the same age as my eldest son now. Is there a pattern here? Or is all this just a crazy coincidence? I could not help myself, so I messaged my mother-in-law. She confirmed they were divorcing. I asked if there was any infidelity, and she claims to her knowledge no, but I know better. She said that my father-in-law started to withdraw from her. He started picking fights with her and avoided interacting with her last fall. Then in January, he said he wanted a divorce so that he could find himself. A man who is in his 60s, close to retirement, needs to find himself? Sounds like a cop-out to me. But now that I've learned there is another woman, which my mother-in-law does not know, I understand that this bloodline of men are truly selfish and unfit partners. I know all the comments will tell me to tell my mother-in-law about the infidelity on his part, and I plan on doing so. I just need a little more information before I break the news to her. Moving trucks and spilled tea. It happened. Finally. He's gone. My basement is so empty and quiet it echoes. The day he moved a box truck, pulled up to my house, and my children ran to the window to watch. I didn't know how to distract them as I was working. I was able to pull them away from the window with promise of treats once they were at the table to do schoolwork. My youngest, though, would not budge. After 45 minutes of loading, the truck pulled away and my soon-to-be ex drove off. My youngest came away from the window looking sad. I immediately talked to him and tried to comfort him. After a few moments, he asked, "Is the truck coming back?" I was confused. I told him that we were staying here and no one else was moving. Apparently, he wasn't upset that Daddy was leaving. He just wanted the truck. I'm not sure how I should feel about this. I made appointments with a child therapist for both my kids. While they seem fine now, I'm not sure what the future holds for their mental state. I'm afraid this will be repressed and issues will arise down the road. His friends have been reaching out to me. Now that they know what happened, I'm getting text and Facebook messages asking how I am. I know in reality they are just being nosy. They may care a little, but they just want me to spill the tea. Well, I put the kettle on. I wasn't surprised to learn that my soon-to-be ex wasn't completely honest with them. He failed to mention traveling during a pandemic to visit her. I guess that should make him look reckless, selfish, idiotic. The wives of his friends are in shock. They considered my soon-to-be ex a friend that could be trusted, a man who had it all together. Basically, they trusted my soon-to-be ex would be a good influence on their husbands. Boy, were they wrong. Concerning my mother-in-law, I have not told her. This is because I don't have any real information. What I did tell her, though, was to do some investigating to see if he is having an affair. This would be to her benefit, as her state has adultery laws. They are still legally married and living in the same house, so to my knowledge, the law applies. But she seems hesitant. I think she is just afraid to find out the truth, and then she has to look at him every day. This I understand. No person's spouse should have to experience that. I know it was gut-wrenching for me, and perhaps many of you reading can relate as well. I just don't want to be the one to tell her. Perhaps this is because I'm still upset. I had to find out on my own, and my soon-to-be ex was too much of a coward to come clean. Why should a cheating spouse get the thrill of cheating and be relieved of the burden of having to confess? Thread number 2. Confronting my husband while he's on vacation with his mistress. Final fight with insight. Before the move, my soon-to-be ex and I had one last argument. But in this argument, a big piece of information was leaked on his behalf. He demanded to know why we failed as partners. I'm not sure why he is asking me why we failed if he is the one that cheated. I gave him the same reasoning I gave him months ago when we talked about this. He said that answer was BS. How can my opinion or insight be BS? Let me explain. My soon-to-be ex and I were great, before kids and responsibilities. But when other people, our children, and responsibilities, work, bills, house upkeep, came into play, things changed. Honestly, he didn't like that our honeymoon phase was over. That's what he loves the most, and why his shiny new relationship is so appealing. He didn't like that our money for nights out now went to plumbers, school clothes, and the gas bill. Was this another case of being a narcissist and needing all the attention? Perhaps so. Could I have done better to make him a priority? Probably. But then something else of importance would have been neglected. Perhaps if he would have helped me carry the load and took more responsibility, there would be more time for us. I was the parent that went to every school function. I took the kids food shopping with me on Saturday so we could have some relaxed time. I made all the meals. I did the doctor appointments. I called the repairman. I bought the clothing. I cut the coupons. I tended to sick children. I gave baths. I made plans to visit his family, etc. Long story short, the list of responsibilities he had was minimal or close to non-existent. I just always thought we would, more like I would, sacrifice and work now only to relax and enjoy later. Maybe that was my mistake. But I showed my love for him daily and always did for him. I did more so he could do less and enjoy his free time and be happy and relaxed. Because when he was stressed, the whole house was tense. But that's a story for another day. What this conversation did shed light on was his reasoning for talking to her. The reason I suspected: attention. He confessed she gave him attention whenever he wanted it. Everything was about him. Sure, that's easy to do when your relationship is simply text messages and phone calls, but what happens when it's real and daily? I asked him what happens when he moves there and she starts putting her children first, or her work becomes a priority, or do they struggle with bills? You know, real life and all. He had no answers. I asked what happens when this fantasy long-distance romance becomes a tough, daily reality. Again, I don't think he thought that far in advance. Can he stay on his best boyfriend behavior? Can everything stay magical when the world stops revolving around him or them? Looks like he will find out soon enough. I understand I will probably receive criticism for this post. People will say I neglected him, so he had no other option but to leave. But let's not overlook the fact that he neglected everything in our life, so the slack was mine. This story is not new. Some spouses have been doing this for ages. And what is their reward? The spouse they tried so desperately to give a better life to leaves or cheats. Is this manipulation? Is this me trying so hard to make everything easier for everyone else that I sabotage myself? All I wanted was an equal partner, but that's something that I never got. Mediation meltdown. So after months, our mediation paperwork is completed. What a relief, or so I thought. While we had talked previously and agreed to everything, there was one section we never mentioned which our mediator added. It reads as follows. New partners. Each part agrees that they will introduce a new partner to the children only if she is in a committed relationship for at least blank months. Each parent will inform the other party prior to introducing a new partner to the children. While that wasn't something that was discussed, I think it's an appropriate piece of the puzzle. My soon-to-be ex does not think that statement needs to be included in our legal agreement. His statement was, "That's a conversation between you and I that a court or judge has no business being in." While I see his point, my point was this. We are divorcing. Nothing can be left to a handshake promise. We could agree to something verbally, and because we both have legal custody, we could renege on the agreement and deny access to new partners. Having this in black and white protects us both. He swore he wasn't signing it until that portion was removed. But if the mediator included it, then this must be common practice to do in a divorce. So this prompted me to ask, when does she plan to come here to visit? This must be the motivation, right? She must be planning a trip here soon, and he had plans to introduce her to the kids. He claims there are no plans for her to visit our area. Well, if that's the case, what's the harm in waiting 3 months? But let me be clear. To everyone reading, my motivation in this is the well-being of my children. Their father has just left. They needed to become accustomed to this new way of life with 2 homes and visiting hours before we complicate things more with a girlfriend or boyfriend. I've also made appointments for them next month. That was the soonest I could get, with a psychologist to help them process this divorce. Now is not the time to make this more complex. Every parent wants to nurture and protect their children. His affair partner waited 5 months to introduce him to her children. Why is it not okay for us to wait too then? Changes. I had to sit down this past week and really think. What is more important to me, my pride or moving on? I said from the beginning that I want him to be a father, to be involved and active in their lives. So, we made some changes last night. After a talk, plus an argument, followed by more talking, we altered our custody agreement to give him more time with the kids. I know from the past 10 years that he has never been an active father. Perhaps now he feels the need to be? Either way, I'm hopeful this decision will be a good one for the boys. Now I know many of you may say he is undeserving, but I am making this decision and not regretting it because I know it is temporary. He will be moving away in a year or so. Of this, I have no doubt. Once he packs up his belongings and he drives across the country, our arrangement will change. I'm a bit upset the children will become used to having him around, only to have him leave in a year. That was a big motivator in my reluctance to agree to this custody change. I have tried to make the best decisions for my boys, and I feel like my soon-to-be ex is just concerned with winning. I also got him to agree to put our new terms and terms for when he leaves, including the altered child support payments, in black and white in our mediation paperwork. I think the delay by our mediator to supply the paperwork led to him overthinking and wanting to change the agreement. He agreed in January, but now claims he never agreed to it. So I guess our mediator just created these terms, which we discussed out of thin air? Okay, sure, buddy. I also think his girlfriend chirped in his ear a bit about what he should do. I'm confident he told her what a wonderful and involved father he has been over the years, and I'm sure that prompted her to encourage him for more custody. Little does she know, my soon-to-be ex doesn't even have car seats in his car because he never takes them anywhere. He doesn't know their doctors' names. He doesn't know their quirks, and he has zero patience for them. But I'm sure he has claimed to be Father of the Year. Maybe the increase in custody will prompt him to move sooner. He took the boys for an overnight last week, and when he dropped them off, he was grumpy. He claimed all he did was cater to them, didn't have time to eat, and barely got any work done all day. Oh, you mean like me every day since you left? He's not prepared. But it's okay. I'm done sheltering him. These are your kids, and now you can see what it takes to take care of them and balance everyday life. Maybe now he will see why I never had the time or energy to cater to him. Boundaries. Last week was our final mediation meeting. My soon-to-be ex claims that the mediation we had in January was not the final. I was happy that our mediator confirmed in the meeting that January's meeting was the final and his changes are an addition. Either way, it's done. Mediation complete. Now starts the actual divorce process. I told him that I'd like to start this ASAP, and his response was, "I know you want to rush through this, but this takes time and can't be done when you want it to be done." So hold on, let me get this straight. You were the one who cheated for months and has a girlfriend, but me wanting to complete our divorce paperwork makes me the one that is rushing to end the marriage? No, sir. You have rushed to end it. Actually, you ended it. Now we are just completing the paperwork, but the marriage was dissolved in September when you started sending her flowers. Or perhaps in October when you started flying to her state during a pandemic to have sex. So pardon me if I'd like to cut the cord legally. You have already severed it emotionally. Even though we aren't legally divorced, he has been taking the kids 3 to 4 nights a week on a rotating schedule. Truth be told, I'm happy he is stepping up, but my children don't like it. When I tell them they are going to daddy's, they cry. Because my ex lives in an apartment building, and my children have grown up in a single-family home. My oldest son calls his apartment a hotel, not a house. When they are there, they miss me, and I feel terrible. On one of their first evenings there, my youngest called me from his iPad 4 times. I wanted to give them space to be with their dad, but after the 5th phone call, I answered. My soon-to-be ex was on the computer working. He showed me on the video call, and my youngest was left in his room to play. He was bored and seeking attention. I told him to play with Daddy when he was done with his call, and I would see them soon. After we hung up, I got an angry text from my ex telling me we need to practice boundaries when we have children and respect each other's time with them. The children were now asking him when they can come home. He said to me, this is their home as well and they should know that. A few things about this. 1. If you were paying attention to the kids, they would not call me. I understand you are working, but I work from home as well, and they are never calling you while I am here. I have to tell the kids to call you, and even they don't want to. 2. Boundaries? You have been coming to the house every night on my days to say goodnight to them, so you can come to my home and see them for 45 minutes every night, but I can't answer my son's 5th phone call to me? Here's some boundaries. You can't come here anymore. He is very regretful he brought up this argument because it hurts him more than me. I have no problems playing fair, but you have to play as well. 3. If you want your kids to feel like your house is their home as well, then you need to tell them, not me. Okay, I get it, but they don't. So you need to have that conversation with them, not me. I've just resolved myself to the fact that I will always be the bad guy. The gymnast. I've always been flexible. Well, physically not so much with age, but flexibility in situations has never been a problem. My soon-to-be ex fought me on a 50-50 custody agreement, one in which I agreed to. Our original agreement was for a 65-35 split, which gave him every other weekend plus a few dinner time visits in between. For someone who has never been an active father, this should have been enough. Apparently, now he thinks he's super dad and wishes to take the lead. This would have been helpful years ago, but better late than never. He contacted me the other day, telling me he will be picking up the kids for 2 overnights this week. Mind you, he is supposed to have the kids 2 days on 1 week and then 5 days the next week. I tell him that he can have the kids over the weekend as well. This is when he tells me he has several work trips and personal trips to see his girlfriend coming up, so he needs me to be flexible with the visits. Flexible? I thought you were the I need to see my kids more dad now. The dad who needed more time and less time and child support from me with his children. Where did that guy go? The month of April, he has had the kids for 8 nights total. Total! And when I mention this isn't 50-50, I'm the bad guy and need to be understanding of his work and personal life. Excuse me, I have work and a personal life too. Well, not really a personal life, but I hope it's too soon. Why do I have to be flexible to you and you aren't to me? I told him I offered him the 65-35 split that would allow him more free time for work, pleasure, and he didn't want it. He said I was steamrolling him into taking that agreement and he wasn't happy with the time he'd have with the kids. Touched that he wanted more time with the kids, I agreed to this, and now that it's in black and white, I have to have the kids more and receive less child support because you can't keep up with the deal you wanted? I think in all honesty, it wasn't about seeing his kids. It was about not giving me what I asked for. He says I rely too much on our agreement and that it's just a guideline. We don't need to live and die by it. But I think we do. It's a legal document about our children and our assets. So if we don't live and die by it, will you stop paying child support? Or maybe decide that you want things that are mine? It's just a piece of paper, right? For a man who led a double life, had an affair, had a girlfriend, and wanted out of this house, he sure doesn't seem to want to face the reality of what a divorce actually is. So if he doesn't take the kids for his 50-50 visits, what are my options? Start this process again with another agreement? Take him to court? I think perhaps my best option is to not be flexible, and when their numbers don't add up, we go back to court. I don't see any other option. Transparency. This past weekend was Mother's Day. It was a strange day this year, but still oddly more enjoyable than previous years. My soon-to-be ex has been taking the kids on the schedule I created, and so far, no issues. He has yet to pay me any child support, but I will give him till the 15th till I make a stink about that. The boys are with him over the weekend, but he returned them on Sunday, so I could spend the day with them. I asked him while he was here if he had called his grandmother yet. His grandmother is the only family, besides his equally unfaithful father, that he speaks to. He told me he spoke to her and that he told her that we have separated. I was shocked. This was a big one. I knew it would be hard to tell her, and the news would give her a heart attack. He said she was upset and shared some of their conversation with me. He told me he did not tell her why we split, only that we had. While not the whole truth, I was happy to see that he took this tough step. Fast forward a few hours later, his mother calls me. Her and I have a fairly good relationship, but my soon-to-be ex is holding a grudge over things from the past and refuses to speak to her. I had asked if she heard the news from her mother. She was confused. Well, it turns out it was all a lie. He never told his grandmother. The conversation he said he had was never actually had. I speak to his sister as well and find out after 13 years together that this run away with a girl who will give me more attention is his M.O. She told me that before me, he lied to his girlfriend of 4 years that he was going to spend time with his dad, and it turns out he went away for the weekend with another girl. Now ain't that some crap? My lawyer will be serving him the divorce papers next week. When I told him for the second time that I was hiring a lawyer to do these papers and did not want us to do them ourselves, he got angry. He accused me of wanting to try something shady. No, sir, you have been shady enough for the both of us. When I reminded him that I've already brought this up to him and that I have been getting quotes from lawyers, he accused me of not being transparent. You're kidding, right? He will always be the victim, never wrong and always right. The breakdown. My soon-to-be ex had the children this past Friday, Saturday, and then again Monday through Wednesday. I went to pick them up today after work, and that's when it happened. The breakdown. My soon-to-be ex started to cry. He lost it. Apparently, for the past 3 days, all our children did was ask to go home. They cried and constantly asked, "How long?" He tried to tell them that this was their home as well, but they wouldn't hear of it. Now part of me feels bad. It must be terrible to have your children reject you. But on the flip side, he's never been the parent he is now. He takes them places, plays with them, reads to them, bathes them, etc. I don't think he understands that you can't just flip a switch with these kids and they will gravitate towards you. I know he is trying, and I appreciate that. But it's too little too late. I've tried to be supportive and understand that having a father is important, but I honestly don't think they want him. Again, they are both under 10 and young. They don't fully understand. My oldest asked me on the ride home if they could never go back. When I explained that we are both parents, love them, and want to spend equal time with them, both children protested. I think my soon-to-be ex realizes this is too little, too late. He is regretful. I don't know how to make the situation easier for everyone, but honestly, it's not my problem to solve. I asked him to take a 35-65 split, but he rejected it, saying it wasn't enough time with the children. My suggestion of that split wasn't about me wanting more, it was about what I thought our children could handle. He just wanted to win and get me to convert to a 50-50 split. Well, you won. Here it is. How's that working out for you? Maybe if you would have thought about what was best for them and not defeating me, maybe this would have ended differently. A summer situation. After his breakdown, I didn't contact him for a while. I knew he needed time to cool off, and if I talked to him for any reason, I was afraid he would get angry with me, or even worse, confide in me. I wanted neither. So when I finally did need to speak to him, he told me, "We need to figure out what we are going to do this summer." What are we doing? We're doing nothing. I was confused. He told me it's going to be impossible for him to handle the kids during the summer while he is working. He said he was barely holding on by a thread, as it is now. This isn't a problem we faced in the past, as I am a teacher and off all summer, so I handle the kids 100% during summer months. I don't think he took the summer into consideration when he demanded a 50-50 physical custody. So his suggestion was to enroll the children in a camp when he has them. A camp? So you want to enroll our children in a camp from 8 to 6 on the days you have them. How is that spending time with them? So my suggestion was, let's do the 35-65 split for July and August, and he can have the kids weekends and see them in the evening whenever he wants. He was furious. "It's always about custody with you," he said. Wait. This isn't about custody. You just said you can't handle them. I'm offering to give up the first real summer vacation I've ever had to keep them to help you, and I'm the bad guy here? Make this make sense. He claims the kids need to socialize. In the past 9 years, he has never cared if the children socialized, but now it's a big deal? This was the man who rolled his eyes and complained about having to go to a kid's birthday party for 3 hours. So I left it alone. Let him sit on the thought for a bit. A few days later, to be proactive, I sent him information about summer camps, along with price lists. It would cost between $250 to $350 a week for camp. The camps I found are only for 5 weeks, leaving most of August without childcare for him. How does this help? How is this spending time with the kids? Putting our children in an expensive weekly camp during COVID, just so you can give them dinner, bathe, and put them to bed, doesn't help them or your relationship with them. My family owns a house by the beach. I will be down there most of the summer with the kids. When I'm home, we have friends we can visit, and at least we have a yard at our house for the children to play in. The children will be happy, socialize with family and friends, and most importantly, be safer with me than in a camp. Lastly, I will add that he has yet to pay me child support for April and May. He moved out in March. Took the kids for 8 overnights in April. It should have been 15. And has yet to give me a dime for April and May. But he can afford almost $1,300 in camp fees just to have this custody? Even more proof that his actions are not about what's best for the kids. It's just a competition with me. Again, make this make sense. Get the papers. The papers. I'm officially in the court system, with a docket number and everything. It is on its way to becoming official, and I feel elated. My soon-to-be ex does not seem that excited. This past weekend, he flew out to her state and attended a family wedding as her guest. I'm happy they are taking these steps as a couple because if they are happy, he will move, and the farther away he is, the better. When he returned, He was now excited about the divorce, asking me when the lawyer would send him paperwork to sign and what the timeline was moving forward. He was on cloud 9 after his vacation and wished to hurry this process up. The day he was having his share of paperwork notarized was also the day I was going to pick up the children from him. When I got there, he was short with me. I could tell he was on the verge of a panic attack. He hurried us away and then texted me later explaining he, in fact, was in the beginning stages of a panic attack. But why? He told me he was feeling overwhelmed. Between the kids, work, managing a household, and maintaining a social life, he felt burnt out. Wow, this sounds oddly familiar. This was my story for the past 10 years. The reason I didn't go on date nights as often as he liked was for this exact reason. Part of me felt bad because I know what that feeling is like. But another part of me relished the thought of his struggling and coming to the realization that that was my life and reason for his cheating. So, how should I react? After I took a second to think, I blurted, "Wow, that sucks. I'm taking the kids to the beach this weekend. See you Monday morning when you pick them up." I decided to give him the support he gave me for 10 years. If anyone knows what movie this post's title is from, then you know. You gotta do what your heart tells you to do. D-Day. Sunday, it's happening. The day I've been waiting for, and he's been dreading. I'm going to meet my girlfriend. I'm honestly excited. He, on the other hand, is in a panic. And I understand why. I exploded on that woman on the phone and said some terrible things. And I also understand it's going to be hard for him to hide his lies about me being insane when we are face to face. He texted me a few days ago and told me that he would be picking the boys up on Father's Day to head down to the shore with them, and she would be accompanying them. When they come to pick up the boys, we can have a chat. I'm fine with that. I'm actually relieved he wasn't planning on taking the boys to the shores alone. I don't think he can handle them both on the boardwalk or in the arcades. He is very worried that I will cause a scene when I meet her. It's actually the exact opposite. I plan on being myself, very friendly and welcoming. I need her to see I'm not that emotional woman that I was on the phone and in my letter. I mentioned to him via text that I would not jeopardize the good relationship he and I have had recently with each other and co-parenting by being mean to her. His exact words, "I don't need you to speak about what you and I have." But why? Why wouldn't the fact that we are getting along and co-parenting be something she shouldn't know? And then I remembered. He lies. He must be telling her I'm impossible, that I'm a terrible human being, that I'm difficult and unreasonable. How can he make this lie hold water if I'm polite and friendly to her and him? The boys have each made something for him, and I got a small gift from the boys to give him. We will present him with those things in front of her. I feel like I saw someone who was supposed to be cruel and insane do that to their enemy. I'd have questions as well. Also, I plan on packing snacks for the boys and him for the trip. This is something I'd do for whether she was there or not. Are those the acts of a crazy and hateful person? I think not. Lastly, and some of you may not agree with this, I'm going to apologize for how I spoke to her. I know she was wrong for what she did, and if she ever wants to apologize, I'd listen. But I'm not proud of how I spoke to her on the phone. That was the worst side of me. I think she understands my actions, but my apology is not to get on her good side. I want to be a bigger person. I don't plan on ever being friends with this woman, but she will be left alone with my children at some point, so I'm doing this for them. Also, my selfish motive, if she is happy and feels comfortable with my soon-to-be ex, she will want him to move out of state with her. I want this, so I won't do anything to jeopardize this move. I will update you all on Sunday evening with a play-by-play of our meet. My strange meet cute. Since my last post, my head has been swimming. I spent so many months envisioning this moment, and now it is here, and all the scenarios I've run in my head seem like cheesy movie scenes. None of it is plausible. I finally decided yesterday to not go into this meetup trying to prove who I am to someone, but more so just be myself, and stop worrying about the impression that I leave on her. She has an opinion of me that is clouded by his lies, so there is no sense trying to change her mind. So I asked myself, who am I? And then I remembered that before this whole fiasco, I was the person who killed with kindness. While that kindness was manipulated by my soon-to-be ex, I was the one who was in control now. So I did what I thought was right. My children made Father's Day cards for him, and then I had them make cards for her. I had them introduce themselves and list one thing they'd like to do with her. They drew pictures and colored, and all was right in the world. Kill them with kindness. I texted him last night asking what time it was picked up. He was at dinner and said he would text me back when they were done. I woke up at 6:30 with no text from him. I texted him at 6:30, 7:30, 8, and finally received word back from him just before 9. Be there in an hour. Okay, now that that is settled, what do I wear? I opted for the true to myself outfit. Leggings, flip-flops, and a cute off-the-shoulder shirt. Very me. Hair, curly. Makeup, light, but with a generous amount of mascara. It was now 9:40, so we sat and waited. The boys grew antsy. At 10:30, I got a text that his stomach was upset, so they ran a little late. Sounds like a case of nerves to me. Then at just before 11, they arrive. I assemble the boys and the gifts, and we come outside. There she is, right there, standing on my steps. For a hot second, I raged inside. I wanted to say something smart like, "You left me for this?" I looked over at him, and the look of panic and tension on his face told me that by doing that, I'd be the monster he has fictitiously talked about. So I went back to my motto of kindness, extended my hand, smiled warmly, and introduced myself. She was shocked. Where was this lunatic I've heard so much of? Why isn't she trying to claw out my eyes? I can only imagine what was running through her head. The boys presented their gifts to Dad and then gave her the cards. Shock took her over again. Cards that aren't death threats? How? Why? At this point, her mood went from fear to pure embarrassment. I must say it was more delicious to watch that shift than it was to potentially pull her hair out. We hustled the boys into the car, and as my soon-to-be ex walked to the other side of the car to get them in, I turned to her. Shock and fear had returned to her face. She had difficulty making eye contact with me. I could hear my soon-to-be ex heart beating from 10 feet away. I looked at her and said, "Blank, I just want to apologize for how I first spoke to you. I was an emotional wreck, but I said some terrible things, and that was very unlike me. I know my actions were justified, but reflected back on that day, I'm unhappy with how I acted towards you." "Hello, Shock. Have you met our dear friend Guilt?" A wave of guilt took over her as she bumbled through her own half-assed apology. She couldn't say the word affair. Instead, she said, "What happened?" Own it, girl. Just own it. But she did end her nonsensical word vomit wishing to have a conversation with me about what transpired. I used the word transpired. Most of her words were less than 2 syllables. My soon-to-be ex, who had started to look relieved, now tensed at the idea of her and I having a chat. I have already promised myself I won't speak badly of him to her. Maybe I'll just give her a link to this thread instead. Ha! Now I look forward to her spending 48 hours with him and our kids. Now she can see the short temper and lack of patience he has. It is going to be very hard for him to keep up his Father of the Year act. I'm sure my children will give me a play-by-play of how their visit went. I will update you all on Wednesday when the children have returned. Thank you all again for supporting me on this journey. Today was a big day, but I'm proud of my growth. Part of that growth is from the support I've received from you all. So many, many thanks. Futile Friends. On Sunday evening, I sat home alone, glass of white wine in hand, and replayed the morning over in my head. As I sipped, I let the interaction play out in my mind and tried to analyze the scenario. My interpretation was that she was stunned, he was floored, my kids were indifferent, and I was victorious. I was pleased with my behavior and felt that there wasn't much more that could be done. She would leave Monday evening, and it would be some time till her and I spoke again. Then, almost as if prompted by the gods themselves, my phone pinged. Random number with a strange area code. My heart dropped. I knew it was her. I stared at my phone without opening it for a good minute. I knew that opening this text was opening a door I wasn't sure I wanted opened. Perhaps she would just be apologizing, or maybe thanking me for earlier. Were the kids okay? Or perhaps she would have questions or concerns about him and wanted an ally. I knew after opening that text, no matter what it said, things would never be the same. Here's what it said.
Hi, Blank. It's Blank. And sorry for the late text, but I just wanted to send a quick message. Thank you for being so kind to me today. You didn't have to be, and I wasn't sure what to expect. But with all of the needed introductions, I was nerve-wracked. You instantly made me able to breathe again. Smiley face emoji. Your boys are wonderful. I genuinely enjoyed spending time with them today. That's a testament to their mom and dad, and I admire where you and Blank have landed with co-parenting. From my own experience with it, I'm aware that can vary day to day. Haha. I'm sorry for the way things started for you and I, but meeting you today makes me feel hopeful for whatever may come next. Don't feel any pressure to respond. I just wanted to thank you. I hope you have a good night.
Simple, right? Straight to the point. A message of thanks. For a split second, I regretted my decision to be kind to her. I took away some of her worry and fear, and yet none of my emotions have changed. But then, I remembered. I'm not in the wrong here. I don't need anyone to tell me it's okay, because I was not to blame. We spoke a bit more, and by the end of the conversation, I felt sorry for her. She has no idea what she is getting into with him. She thinks he is her knight in shining armor, but little does she know, she will have to polish and maintain that armor for him. She was just like me many years ago, blindsided by shiny armor that was really just tinfoil. Lies and playing pretend were all that he really gave me, and I fear this will be her outcome too. The other side of that coin is that she deserves this. You had an affair. She read in my letter that this wasn't the first time I suspected he was unfaithful, yet she thinks it will be different with her? Come on, sis.
You're smarter than this. You gotta do better, girl. After I picked up the boys, they gave me rave reviews about her and their father. It seems they were rightfully spoiled while she was there, and Daddy didn't yell or lose patience once. Amazing, huh? My youngest asked me if this was his new sister. I had to explain the concept of separation, divorce, and parents dating. Apparently, even with his girlfriend in the room, my soon-to-be ex avoided an actual conversation with our kids. Sigh. Some things never change. So while they won knockoff Marvel prizes at the arcade with her and their dad, it seems she has won the biggest knockoff prize of them all. My first second. For those of you that love the dirt and gossip about my soon-to-be ex, I'm sorry. This is not a post about him. This is a post about me. A little while back, I sat in my home in silence. The children were gone, and I was in partial meditation trance, thinking about what I want with my future to look like. I'm 38, I have 2 children, a job, friends, gray hair peeking from my temples, a tight family, future schooling for my 3rd degree, a mortgage, cellulite, and a kind but damaged heart. Where do I go from here? And more importantly, who would want to go with me? Dating was easy in my 20s. My skin was tight, I could be spontaneous, everything I owned fit perfectly, and going on an 11 p.m. date for drinks was totally doable. I am not that girl anymore. So how does a woman like me meet a man that will like me? I'm lost. Are there bars? Nightclubs? Pottery painting? I've seen speed dating on TV. Does that really exist? Or is that reserved only for sitcoms? Reluctantly, I Googled how to date in your 30s. Some of you have probably beaten me to the punchline, but the answer was right in front of me. Online dating. I cringed. Having no real reason not to, I created an online dating profile. I filled in all the blanks, set my preferences, uploaded a few pictures where the outfit fits right and the lighting is superb, and I published the page. I walked away from my phone full of nervous energy and grab a snack. Chocolate will help. After I eat out of pure anxiety, I return to my phone. I have a message from the app. I'm afraid. I ignore it out of fear and, strangely, guilt. Fear that he may be a serial killer, and guilt because my soon-to-be ex has moved on. I feel guilty that I am still legally married and on a dating site. I do the only logical thing next. I go to bed. I lay in bed and try to remember what a first date is like. The awkward hello. Is it handshake, hug, kiss on the cheek, full open mouth sloppy kiss? The cumbersome chit-chat. This weather is crazy. Read any good books lately? Wow, how about them Mets? And of course, the uncomfortable goodbye. Ugh, I don't know how to do this or even if I can. Do you talk about your ex? Or do you avoid it like the plague? Do you be no nonsense and get right to the good and bad about yourself to not waste time? Because honestly, who has time to casually date at this age? I tell myself to go to sleep. Eventually, I listened. I wake to sunlight, the hum of the AC, and a pinging phone. I have a text from my mother and 14 messages, all from the dating site. This must be a mistake. I must have put the wrong age or been too lenient with my preferences. I scroll through message after message and see that these men all share the same thing. They are interested in learning more about me. I sift through profiles like they are resumes for a job and land on 3 potential candidates. All around my age and location, all divorced, all wishing to converse with me. My nerves have not transitioned to excitement, but peppered with a bit of anxiety. This is it. I'm doing it. Officially jumping into the deep, dark dating pool. After a few days of chatting with all 3, I solidified my suitor. Soon I will be engaging in my first, second date. Wish me luck, and we'll update soon. Thread 3. Gaslighting or overreaction? Today, my soon-to-be ex dropped off the kids after having them for a few days. He told me yesterday he would be dropping them off at noon. When 1 o'clock arrived, I was a bit worried. All my texts to him were answered with 1 or 2 word answers. That is strange for him to do. I get a text at 1:45 that he is on his way and that the AF is with him. What? I was never informed that she would be here with the kids. I have no idea if she has been here the whole time or just flew in today. I was furious. I don't care if it's her or anyone else. I want to know who my children will be around. Period. Full stop. So they arrived, and I let her into my home. While he sorts through the mail, she stands awkwardly in my foyer. So then I say, I will just tell both of you since you are here. If the kids are going to be around her or anyone else, I want to know. I support your relationship, and I'm happy you, a fair partner, are here with them. I just want to know beforehand and not after the fact. He looked offended. He smashed his face almost in disbelief. She stood statue still and refused to make eye contact. I understood her position. She was in enemy territory, and then I hit her with a bomb. I'm not mad at her. She probably had no idea he didn't tell me. Maybe he lied and said he did. Who knows? But she is a mom. I'm sure she gets my point, whether she agrees or not. My issue is with him. I know I'm right. I know it should be a non-discussion,
Common sense, if you will. But no, he left being very cold to me, and I started to second guess my decision to say something. Did I let my emotions get the best of me? Or did he gaslight me and make me feel like I'm crazy? Did they think because we had one meet that she had the green light to play stepmom now? Publicizing paradise. Newlyweds always look forward to their honeymoon. White sandy beaches, tropical drinks with little umbrellas, sex all day and all night. Paradise, right? Well, my soon-to-be ex and I never took one. We were in the process of buying a house and could not afford to do both. Well, I say we were buying a house, but in reality, it was me. I put the 20% down and the mortgage deed is in my name because he was broke and had terrible credit. But he said he was okay with skipping the honeymoon and that when we were married for 10 years, we could take that honeymoon together. Super sweet, right? Well, we booked the Bahamas trip for August 2020, but COVID had other plans. Thanks, COVID. Then, as you all know, him and the AF started their little relationship in September of 2020. Well, this weekend, he took our honeymoon trip with her. A lot of really crappy things have happened since I found out about the affair in November, but this one really hurt. I gave this man 13 years of my life, 2 kids, a home, bought him 2 cars, made countless meals, stayed up with newborns and sick children, shuttled the kids to activities, etc. And my reward for years of doing literally everything was taking her on the trip we booked together. He really twisted the knife and he plunged it into me with this one. So this past weekend, I unplugged, took the boys to the beach, and had our own mini vacation. I was keeping myself occupied and spent time making memories with the boys. Saturday evening after the boys are in bed, my phone rings. It's my ex-mother-in-law. She probably is just checking up on the kids. A bit of backstory, they've had a rocky relationship over the years, and he does not speak to her for things that I found out later were mostly just lies and stories he made up in his head. Anyway, I ignored the call. I just didn't feel like chatting. A few minutes later, my ex-sister-in-law calls me. Now I think something is wrong. I answer. She is concerned and angry. Are you okay? What's going on? Have people been calling you? I was so confused. Well, as it turns out, his affair partner took a picture of them together in the Bahamas, posted to her Facebook, and tagged my soon-to-be ex. What? I was in complete shock. Let me explain. A lot of people don't know about our situation. I haven't told my extended family, most of my coworkers, and even some friends. He was so paranoid about his family finding out because he knew they would be upset, especially his grandmother who thinks he is the golden child. So there it is, out on social media for all to see. Our shared family members, my coworkers and friends. I was livid. He took away the possibility of us salvaging our marriage with this affair. My hands were tied. He was in love with someone else. Fine. Now he took away my privacy. My marital status is now out there for all to know. Again, I was stripped of the ability to make a decision for myself and tell people on my own time. I went through my phone and saw I had missed calls from 2 coworkers and a friend. I can only assume that's why they called. I haven't called them back because I don't know what to say. Haha, yeah, I'm separated. Yeah, I didn't want to tell people till I was legally divorced. Yes, he has a girlfriend. Sure, I'll retell the story and live through that pain again, no problem. So I confronted him via text. His response? We're divorced and everything but the paperwork. You've gone on dates and living your life just like I am. What? You mean the only thing that really signifies a divorce is the one thing we don't have? What an idiot. And yes, I've gone on a handful of dates, but I'm not posting about each one to social media and sending selfies to our family and friends. Look, I get it. You're in a relationship and you're happy. That is great. All I'm asking for is a little respect. You publicizing your vacation with her also affects me. But I guess you have to give a crap first to recognize that. I want you all to know I read each and every one of your comments. A lot of you have stated that I need to start doing for me. I want you all to know that I hear you and I agree with you. I have been wrestling with a decision for the past weeks, now concerning my future and the boy's well-being. Today, when I pick up the boys from his apartment, I'm going to tell him my plan in which I require his signature. I hope he doesn't fight me on this. It's what's best. I don't want to reveal too much, or my reasoning, as you never know who is reading. I will update all soon. Home sweet home. Months ago, when we started the mediation process, there was a great deal of negotiating. We both flip-flopped on our wants and made compromises. One thing I was never willing to compromise was retaining the house in the divorce. I made concessions and declined alimony, but never wavered on the house. It was agreed that the house would be 100% mine and there would be no alimony. Now, because my soon-to-be ex-wife was so done with the mediation process and looking forward to his new life, he never took the time to have the house properly assessed. Instead, he opted to just take a number off an outdated website and use that as our base point to figure out home value. Idiot. Our mediator did the numbers based on what we owe on the house and what our profits would each be. Then she figured out what alimony over a period of time would be, and it was close to what his profit for the house would be. So he agreed to the arrangement. But the home value was inaccurate. He didn't know that, but I did. So now that our divorce agreement filed into court has me owning the house, which is only in name, by the way, I had to have him sign off that I could sell it before the divorce was finalized, and that he could not retain any of the profit from the sale. He came over to pick up the boys, and I talked to him about it. I explained how a move would help the boys as we would go live with my mother, who lives in a fabulous school district. It would also allow me to not struggle financially and allow me to return to school for my third degree without worrying about tuition or childcare. Our kids would have round-the-clock care from me and my retired parents and be close to their cousins who also live in that town. He agreed it was a good idea, signed the paperwork, and left. I immediately sent the papers to my lawyer. A weight has been lifted off my shoulders. The next morning, I awake to a long text message from him. With time to think and time to speak to his affair partner properly, he became very angry. He accused me of making a selfish decision and it wasn't best for the boys. So you mean to tell me a better school system, town-sponsored sports teams, living with grandparents who have time to spend with them, going to school with their cousins of the same age, and allowing me the ability to not struggle financially and providing them with more is a selfish idea? So I asked him, when he plans to move across the country to be with the affair partner, will that move be in the best interest of the boys or him? Silence. He knew I was right, so he switched gears. He then complained about the commute for him to pick up and drop off. I reminded him this move adds to my daily work commute as well. It is not just an issue for him, but it would benefit the boys, so I'm willing to do it. Plus, it's only 18 miles farther from him. It isn't clear across the state. Then the real reason. He wants money. He said he deserves some of the profit for the money he contributed for 10 years. Okay, I see your point, but you gave me the house willingly after I declined alimony. Then you signed off willingly that I could sell before the marriage was finalized. You should have done your research about what the house was worth, like the mediator suggested, instead of just relying on the internet. If I give you a dime, it's out of the goodness of my heart because I'm not obligated to do anything for you. So I asked him, after all these months and what you put me through, do you deserve my kindness? He changed the subject and complained about something else, avoiding the question and the obvious answer. Now I get to truly start over. My boys and I will be surrounded by family who love and support us. I will have zero financial worries, be able to return to school, put money away for the boys' college, and have enough left to put down on another home when the housing market settles down. This is a decision that was necessary for my future and the future of my boys. I've been waiting to get to the point to be able to do this, and the time is now. The boys will start in a new school with their cousins in September, and I'm already looking into town sports and activities for them. I know my soon-to-be ex is angry and bitter about this, especially since his hands are tied. But he made a decision for himself a few months ago to start this affair, and that was exactly how I felt. Now we both move on and look towards the future we selected for ourselves. Layups and rebounds. The past few days I spent at the beach with my dearest friend and her children. The kids played, ate pizza, swam, and made great memories. We all did. I appreciated the mental break from life and just kicking back and soaking in all life has to offer. In the evening we tucked in our children, who were rightfully exhausted, and then sat outside in the warm, salty air and talked. We sipped white wine and gabbed for most of the evening. It was so lovely and a reminder that good friends are so necessary. The family that you can choose. Of course, our conversation drifted from time to time to my soon-to-be ex, and that is to be expected. She started speculating on why and when and all the factors that could have led to his decision, and there were so many questions. After finishing our glasses, we came to the conclusion that there is no rhyme or reason, and logic fails us in this inquiry. What we did start to explore, which I had not previously, was what were her motivations? She illegally divorced and a month later is dating my soon-to-be ex. Granted, they were friends and former colleagues, but to jump right into serious dating less than a month after a divorce seems strange. My friend then said, "She didn't even get the chance to have a rebound." Then it hit me. Is my soon-to-be ex the rebound? A man was giving her comfort during a difficult time, giving her gifts, flying to her, etc. Is it possible this is a safe and comfortable rebound for her? Aside from regular visits, he has flown out there 3 times just to accompany her to weddings. During my investigation before the confrontation, I read multiple messages from him telling her that he loved her, and she did not reciprocate that sentiment. Maybe she does now, but she did not then. Again, I know this is futile, a waste of my time, and will be fruitless, but I'm so curious to the possibility. I know many have stated that I speak too much about him, should move on, live my life. I am a woman, hear me roar. But the real truth is, this post is therapy to me. A diary entry, if you will. At no point did I ever expect or promise to be a role model or a beacon of shining light to struggling victims of infidelity. Instead, I am being honest and truthful to what surviving a cheater looks like. It's unforgiving, it's empowering, it's a struggle, and most importantly, it's a process. So yes, I will get to the happy place we all hope for, but until then, this is the journey. Take the ride with me and see the reality, or sit on the sidelines and wait for the happy ending. Makes no difference to me because I'm strapped in and gunning the gas. Buckle up, Buttercup, because it's full speed ahead. The Red Eye. Back in May of this year, I made the custody schedule that my soon-to-be ex and I currently follow. I took into consideration all of his visits to see her, and I structured a fair and equal schedule. Again, that was May. He left on Wednesday evening to go visit her, and he was set to take a red-eye home last night, Sunday, and then pick up the boys this morning. I confirmed the pickup times before he left, and even during the day Sunday. I awoke to this message today. While I was not happy, he seemed sincere, and I understand flights are currently unpredictable. I had appointments scheduled for today and plans this evening, which I had to reschedule. I had to also explain to the boys that the schedule for today had now changed. I told him he should probably avoid red eyes moving forward, and he agreed. Again, I'm relaying all of this to you very calmly, but I was a bit frustrated and annoyed this morning. Then, I retold the story to my sister, and she commented, "It seems weird that he got the same exact flight time. Sunday flight schedules are usually different from Mondays." She was right. So I looked up the airport he was flying out of, and there was no delayed or canceled flight scheduled for that time on Sunday evening. He was lying. He never scheduled a flight for Sunday. He was always due to return Monday evening. He just didn't bother to tell me. When I called him out on it and asked for his flight cancellation information, he just sent the new flight for this evening and said he wasn't going to get into this with me today. All I asked was for a screenshot from his United account showing the flight was canceled, and he couldn't do that. Instead, he just insisted I was crazy and failed to provide any evidence that he was in fact telling the truth. This is a great example of what he does. On the exterior, he is kind of apologetic, but deep down, he is manipulative and sneaky. Then, when I call him on the BS, he is defensive and dismissive. I'm frustrated because he is always telling me we need to communicate better, and meanwhile, he still refuses to do so. Do as I say, not as I do. I wonder if the affair partner knows he did this. I doubt it. This woman is welcoming this pathological, manipulative liar into her life, and she has no idea. I honestly feel bad for her, but I guess that's what you get when you knowingly poach a cheater. He is probably telling her I'm going off on him for a completely different reason, always making me the bad guy. I feel a bit defeated because I know while he lives here and we share this custody arrangement, he will continue to take advantage and manipulate me. Then he gaslights me into thinking I'm crazy. It's a cycle that I don't know how to break. The part that angers me the most is if he would have told me before he left that he needed an extra day, I would have been accommodating. I wouldn't have booked appointments or made evening plans. I would have said, okay, and told him I'd like to just tack on an extra day somewhere for me. No harm, no foul. Why couldn't he just do that? Why build a story about being at the airport most of the night, talking to flight reps for 2 hours, trying to get earlier flights that were booked or expensive? Why do any of that? Who are you protecting? I honestly don't understand his motivations or reasoning. All I know is that I need this behavior to stop so I can go about my life. Money matters. First and foremost, let me just say, the audacity of my soon-to-be ex will never cease to amaze me. With that being said, let's talk about money. January 2020, my soon-to-be ex and I created an MSA. This MSA had me declining alimony and keeping the house. Come March 2020, he wanted to change the MSA for a different custody arrangement, not for the house or assets. June 2020, we sign our MSA, but in our state, once the paperwork is served to the defendant, they have 30 days to contest the MSA. Spoiler, he did not contest. July 2020, I decide I want to sell the house, so I have him sign another legal document waiving his right to the home and any equity profit from the sale. Now, fast forward to September 2020. He wants the house. I swear this man makes his own rules. Luckily, I had hired a lawyer already, and she explained to me that his chances of getting the house are now non-existent, but he could fight the relocation of the children. She explained that would be a lengthy procedure and very expensive on both of our ends. I know for a fact that my soon-to-be ex is struggling financially, so I called his bluff. I told him to get a lawyer. I can prove financially that I need to sell the house. I can also show they are moving to a far better school district, will be attending school with their cousins, have more opportunity for extracurriculars, and will have round-the-clock care from grandparents. I took the children to see their new school, and it is quite amazing. The kids are so excited to go to their new school. I have all the chips stacked in my favor. Also, our MSA has him tentatively moving out of state at some point. Why would a judge agree to keep them closer to their dad if he will be leaving soon? His defense for the relocation? It's a long drive. Really? The commute went from 12 miles to 28 miles. I didn't move across a state. Is it convenient? No, I get that, but it's not impossible. He suggested the boys start their new school in January. January? He said they should stay in the house until it's sold. This suggestion makes no sense. If the commute is your issue, how does that commute change in January? Newsflash, it doesn't. It makes zero sense to have the kids start a routine only to pull them out. They will start a new school and be behind on whatever curriculum they are teaching. So I thought about it. What is his motivation to push for January? Then I realized his lease is up in March. He is probably moving to her state. So a commute from January to March is much easier than September to March. Once again, a decision made in his best interest and not in the boys'. I think he sees the odds are not in his favor on this one, and he has stopped fighting me. For now. So money. It makes the world go round, right? It apparently makes my divorce more complicated as well. Insert eye roll. My soon-to-be ex, since learning I would be selling the house, has asked me on different occasions for $5,000, then $10,000, then $15,000, and now with the threat of lawyers, $20,000. Did you eat paint chips as a kid? Because you are seriously delusional. You are entitled to nothing. If I give you a dime, it's because I want to, and you can't give me a dollar amount that I am gifting you. It's my money, buddy. I told him I'm no longer entertaining talks of money with him. He knows he's at my mercy, and I kind of like it. Lastly, I received a Facebook message on 8/23, which I never saw because the person was not my friend. I saw it yesterday, and lo and behold, it's the affair partner's ex-husband. He says to me, "Hi, insert name." It's insert affair partner's ex name. "How are you? I feel like we should talk. Maybe we can help each other figure some things out. I just wanted to reach out and see if you wanted to talk about anything. I'm not really that surprised. They talked for years." Wow, plot twist. I've heard terrible stories about him, but the affair partner has heard terrible stories about me, which were untrue. Could she be as big of a liar as my soon-to-be ex? Could the affair partner's ex know more than I do about their affair when it comes to timeline? Maybe he knows a move date. I feel like this is the conversation I should entertain, but cautiously. I messaged him back, and I'm awaiting a reply. I will post once I have some answers. The affair partner's ex, 9/10/21. Readers, I'm sorry it has been so long, especially with the cliffhanger I left you with. My life, as usual, has been a bit upside down. Between moving, selling the house, starting back to in-person school, and my graduate program, I don't know if I'm coming or going. But I, of course, made time to speak with the affair partner's ex. First of all, as I stated in previous posts, I was told this man was a terrible person, a drunk, a gambler, a womanizer, etc. And stupid me, I listened. But now I can hear the other side of the story. One that isn't tainted by my ex and his affair partner. I learned so much, so forgive me if it seems all jumbled. I have no idea where to start. So in a nutshell, here is what I learned. He did have a drinking problem, but got sober in 2017. The affair partner's ex has known that they have talked for years, and unlike me, knew there was romance brewing. I learned that my soon-to-be ex met her a few years ago for dinner when she was in the area for work, and he told her that he loved her. She told her significant other, and he said he knew at that moment something would happen with them eventually, and he shut down emotionally with her. That was the beginning of the end for him. He confirmed my notion that she liked to be fawned over. He suspects she entertained my soon-to-be ex for the attention and to receive attention from her significant other. Gross, right? Anyways, they were not meshing and grew apart. They did not divorce in September of 2020, as I was told, but instead they separated at the time and weren't legally divorced till March of 2021. Even grosser, right? She raked this man over the coals financially as well. She closed out their joint account and took all the money and then filed for divorce. What a peach, huh? She brought up his 2017 rehab stint to get full custody with supervised visitation for him. She is also introducing him to her family and friends as her new boyfriend and leaving out the affair and the fact that he is married still. The affair partner's ex is apparently still friendly with her family and some friends and wants to make sure that this fact becomes common knowledge. Justified exposure, and I'm here for it. The affair partner's ex also thought my soon-to-be ex was already living in their state and was not aware he was staying in her house with her when he visited. Spoiler, it's his house, not hers. Needless to say, he is not happy about this. He was also not aware till he found me on Facebook that we had children together. Apparently, this wasn't an important detail for the affair partner to bring up when she mentioned my soon-to-be ex to him. He also confirmed that she is a spender. Money is like water, and she will probably bleed my soon-to-be ex dry. We ended our hours-long text chain with a job for each other. He is tasked with finding out the official move date for my soon-to-be ex, and he would like to know when he is traveling to their state and staying in their house. Phew, that was a lot. I hope you were able to digest all of that. I had a rather expensive phone call with my lawyer the other day. It turns out he can challenge the MSA for the house, but it will be a long process and the divorce will probably be finalized by the time it goes through. She also said that timing isn't good, as he had 35 days to dispute the MSA, and he waited until after I put the house on the market to fight for it. She assures me the judge will see this as a backpedaling money grab on the legal document that we both agreed to and not support it. As for my relocation, he can also dispute that, but I officially live in this new town and have completely moved out of my house. My soon-to-be ex claims I violated my MSA with legal custody enrolling them in a new school. My lawyer again reminded me I am the custodial parent, and if I moved, they have to go to school wherever I live. He is still pushing for the $20,000, and my lawyer is confident he has zero grounds for receiving it and will ultimately give up this fight as it's an expensive legal process and he is currently in the red financially. Oh, get this. The boys had their first day of school on Thursday, 9/9, and I was going to pick them up from my soon-to-be ex's place on 9/8 and bring them with me so they can start fresh in the morning. The evening of 9/8 was technically his night to have them, but he agreed to me taking them the days prior. So he sends me a text changing that 9/8 was his night, and he would keep them home on their first day of school unless I agree to the $20,000. Excuse me? Did you just hold my children prisoner for a check? Are you admitting truancy? I told my lawyer this, and she balked. She said this will be the first screenshot she presents if and when we go to court. Bottom line, nothing is in his favor. His affair partner is trying to squeeze me like she did her ex. But baby girl, you don't know me, so you obviously don't know who you are effing with. Playing the long game, 9/20/21. Have you ever seen A Bronx Tale? It's a classic coming-of-age mafia drama with a touch of romance and a dash of racial tension. Okay, I know Siskel and Ebert, but I think this film is a must-watch. Lately, I've been thinking about this film much more. There is a scene in the movie in which the young protagonist is angry at a kid who has not paid him back $20 that he lent him. Sonny, the wise crime boss, father figure, asks him, "Was he a good friend of yours?" And the young man replies, "No, I don't even frickin' like him." So Sonny tells him, "There's your answer right there. Look at it this way. It cost you $20 to get rid of him. He's out of your life forever." I keep circling back to this scene because I feel like it is so relevant to me now. My wish, selfish as it may seem to some, has always been that my soon-to-be ex would move away and leave my boys and I to move on peacefully. Is it possible that by giving him a check that I can make this happen? Again, I'm just toying with the idea. I know my soon-to-be ex. I know what he ultimately wants, and that's to leave and start a life with her. If I give him money, I would be financing his move out of my life. Let me explain how I know this to be true. Last week when we argued about money, and he asked for a ridiculous sum of $20,000 to pay for his expenses of shuffling the boys back and forth and wear and tear on his car, I called his bluff. I told him I'd give him the $20,000, but stipulated that he can't move out of state for 2 years. He was enraged at this. "You can't tell me what to do with it and where I can live, blah blah blah." If he really wanted money to pay for commuting expenses for the kids, like he claimed, he would have snatched this deal, but he didn't. So I know he has no intention of staying. So if, and I said if, I decide to give him money, it would only be carried out after he signs a legal document stating that he is receiving a one-time payment. I have been more open to this idea because, 1, I want him to go. 2, my house is under contract and I am receiving well over asking. 3, if he moves out of state, he owes me close to $1,000 a month in child support, and I'll make my initial investment back in no time. But I also hate the idea. This man betted all and won. I was the victim and I lost, and I feel like I keep losing. I know I'm playing the long game here, and years from now, when the affair partner bleeds him dry and or he cheats again, because he will, and or my kids grow to learn what he did and want no part of him, I will have won. But I feel like for that to happen, I have to take some lumps now. I'm going all 3 rounds, and the bell hasn't even rung for the end of the first. I have a lot of thinking and talking to my lawyer to do. Is it another loss for me to give him the money, or is it just another of my elaborate yet patient plans like the one that started this post months ago? I'm still debating. Father of the Year, 9/4/2021. Sometimes, and only sometimes, my life shocks even me. I sit back and look at the situation and think, this poor girl, how did she ever get here? Then I snap back to reality and realize this poor girl is me. Just when I think the worst has been done and I've seen it all, another event surprises even me. It's like I'm walking around in a complete state of disbelief and my jaw is locked in an open and stupefied position. 4 very short days ago, I actually had a moment of weakness and entertained the idea of giving him what he wanted, yet again, and signing a check over to him. And then, just to kick himself in the pants, today happens, and now there is zero doubt in my mind. He will never see anything from me, and that's the only thing he will be able to take to the bank. Wednesday and Thursday night, according to this month's custody schedule that he made, were supposed to be his overnights. He told me a few days ago that he had to be at work very early Friday morning and asked if he could drop the boys off Thursday evening and lose his night with them due to work. I said, okay, and we kept it moving. Today, Friday, while at work, I get a text from the affair partner's ex. The affair partner texted him to warn him that my soon-to-be ex would be there at 8 a.m. Saturday morning to watch their oldest child's sports practice. She wanted to give him a heads up and asked affair partner's ex to be respectful. This would be the first time they have met. Affair partner's ex isn't thrilled about it, and I don't blame him. But affair partner ex texted me to give me a heads up that he was in their state. But wait, how could this be? He had to go into work this morning. He usually works from home, #thanks COVID, and there's no way he could be there. So I thought about it. How could I figure out that he took a flight this morning or potentially after work today? Then I remembered, he has my Easy Pass in his car. If you don't know what Easy Pass is, it is a toll pass transponder that allows you to zip through road tolls but records the date, time, and location. So I returned to my Nancy Drew days of yore and logged into my account. And there it was. He left his apartment at the first toll at 5:58 a.m. and exited the toll for the airport at 6:03. Yes, it's a short distance, especially at 6 a.m. This was not the direction he needed to head for work. He obviously boarded a plane this morning, so he gave up an evening with his kids on a night he scheduled to go to see her and her children, and then lied to me about it. Just to be at her son's practice and eat dinner with them and not his own boys. Ladies and gents, I present to you Father of the freaking Year. So I called him multiple times. No answer, and forwarded to voicemail most of the times as well. Then I text him. He reads, but does not respond. Then he finally responds almost 3 hours later and says he was on a plane and wasn't ignoring me, and he didn't board until after he was done with work, which was after 1 p.m. Then I tell him I've seen the Easy Pass, and he reads my messages and doesn't respond. He has been caught. He has no defense. Caught in a time-stamped lie. How can you defend yourself from that? Spoiler, you can't. But honestly, I'm happy. So happy. He helped me make my decision about the money. For the tiniest second, I thought we were going to reach common ground and be amicable, that we've established mutual respect and we're going to be forthcoming adults. Stupid me. He's an idiot and incapable of that. Insert facepalm slap. So I deactivated the Easy Pass. Have fun paying tolls on your way home. He's broke and can't afford a lawyer's retainer, so he just paid a fee to have a document drafted that asks for the $20,000. I'm supposed to sign it and return it to him. I told my lawyer to ignore the letter. It's not a filed motion. It's a letter asking, begging for money he doesn't deserve. So it will be ignored. Want to take me to court? Pay a lawyer like I did. And then after you wasted money you don't have, in a case that I have checked and double-checked that I can't lose, then maybe you'll see how royally screwed you really are. Chess game 9/27/21. At about 10:30 a.m., I had to text him. I didn't want to. I wanted to start keeping him at arm's length, but I had to make sure he was picking the boys up from school. So I texted him and asked for confirmation. He seemed confused as to why I needed confirmation. Perhaps it's because you are irresponsible and completely unpredictable. I had questions for him about why he lied, but I realized asking would be futile. He would just lie, or gaslight, or even ignore. So I decided to do the same. Why am I jeopardizing my sanity? It's like pulling teeth, and honestly, all the teeth are rotten. But then, to my surprise, he starts interrogating me. He has questions about the affair partner's ex. Well, apparently, the affair partner's ex spoke to the affair partner and stated that he questioned my soon-to-be ex's character since he is still married. Her response? They separated before we did. Lie. And their paperwork has been in the courts for over a year waiting to be processed. Second lie. I think I see why my soon-to-be ex and her get along so well. Literally made for each other. Anyway, the affair partner's ex knew when we separated and that we were still married, so he retorted that we've only been separated since 12/2020, and this is why men can't be trusted. I trusted affair partner's ex with a little bit of info, and our cover was blown. My soon-to-be ex wanted to know how he knew this, since apparently me, him, and the affair partner are the only ones who knew we are still legally married. What's wrong, honey? Afraid people will find out your dirty little secret? Her friends and family will find out that she is a husband stealer? Yikes. That won't help the perfect little image you have. My soon-to-be ex claimed the affair partner's ex is scum, unsafe, can't be trusted, and if I'm talking to him, I need to stop. Wait, hold up. Did you just try to tell me what to do? I'm sorry, you must have me confused with someone who has to listen to you. 'Cause I know damn well that's not me. So I ask, what does it matter if I talk to him? I didn't choose to have children with him. If he is so unstable, her procreating with him is more unsafe than me speaking to him. This sounds like her problem and not a me problem. Again, I think him saying he is unsafe for the children is using her kids as the scapegoats. I think they are just afraid of their dirty laundry being aired. Concerning the neglecting of our kids to hop on a plane to her state, he claims that I have it all wrong. Warning, here comes the lies and gaslighting. He claims he drove to the airport in the morning, boarded mass transit and headed to work, then returned to the airport and hopped a plane. Are you crazy? This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Not to mention he lives in a commuter town, close to the city he works in, than the actual airport. How does this even make sense? My reply, listen, blank, it doesn't matter. I don't ever expect you to be honest, and that's fine. You've lied to me for over a decade, and I don't expect any of that to change. It doesn't matter. It's a fair partner's issue now, not mine. Then he went on to defend himself, claiming he hasn't lied about anything. A dear friend told me he thinks he is playing you and winning, but he is playing this game alone. I'm not a competitor sitting across from him at the chessboard. Each time he thinks he's winning by dealing me a blow, he's actually hurting himself. Every lie he tells makes it a little bit easier to not give a crap. Every stupid, selfish thing he does only helps my case against him. He is playing this chess game by himself, and every winning move is a loss. Only once the divorce is finalized and the chessboard is cleared will he see that his king has fallen and all the pieces are mine. Thread 4. Bad Company. 10-6-21. Wolves travel in packs. Elephants form herds. Birds flock together. Cheaters keep close company. Could this last statement be true? I believe so. Let me tell you all a story. My soon-to-be ex had 2 close friends. These friends, along with their amazing wives, would spend time with my soon-to-be ex and I going to dinners, children's birthday parties, concerts, and football Sundays. While the wives and I had no connections except our husbands, we ultimately became friends. This is the story of those women, their soon-to-be exes, and how narcissists attract narcissist friends. These women are now all divorced or going through the process. We have found strength in each other, and for that I am grateful. If you thought my story was intense, I hope this post makes you realize there are women in situations just as inconceivable as mine. I addressed the other 2 members of the First Wives Club about posting their stories, and they were excited to let the world know, anonymously of course, their stories. I asked each woman to select a nickname that represented their ex, and I'm excited to tell you the story of Dobby and Campanella. Dobby. This man was an outgoing man who was always the life of the party, sometimes irresponsible, but always concerned with the well-being of others. He was always very kind to me, and when he met his now ex, I was over the moon for them both. She is a smart and spicy woman who is kind and painfully honest. They seemed to complement each other so well, and I even shed a tear at their wedding. But only a few short months after their wedding, things would take a turn. Dobby was cheating with men. Yes, you heard right, folks, men. And how did she find out? Well, he came clean via text message while she was working. Wow, talk about timing. Now we can blame someone who battles with their sexual identity? No. But to not be upfront and honest about their uncertainty with their partner before the marriage and then accept their sexual identity and opt to cheat is what stings. She was hurt and confused and questioned how she got there. While he looked for men online and through apps, she was left in the dark. Of course, his narcissism mentally made him a victim. She is the only one legally divorced now, and she is living her best life. Moved out of state, got a great job, and is embracing her new lease on life. I'm so proud of her and hope to be her one day soon. Campanella. Let me tell you about this man. This guy literally stepped in it when he met his soon-to-be ex. She is a literal beauty queen who is kind, comes from a good family, and is very intelligent. But early on into their marriage, there were questions about his loyalty to her. On one occasion, she found a Bumble profile of his in which his profile picture simply cropped her out. Idiot. On the outside, he was outgoing and a friend to all, but obviously, he was too friendly. While he not only had issues with commitment, he also had issues that need to be clinically diagnosed. When I say this, I mean his mood shifted in the wind. He started to become very nasty. He would yell at her and say such terrible and undeserving things. Perhaps he was pushing her away out of guilt? Or maybe he's just a jerk. My money is on the latter. But never fear. Remember I said she was intelligent? She started recording his rants and verbal abuse. She had enough evidence and was about to leave, but he got smart and realized what she was doing. At that point, he took her phone and deleted all of the saved voice memos and even took a swing at her. Big tough guy, right? The next day, she picked their child up from daycare, filed a restraining order, and never returned. Today his moods still change. He sends her pictures of women he's dating, and then a day later, he's begging her to get back together. The First Wives and I agree that he is only doing this because the fear of being alone is now overtaking him. Who will feed his narcissistic ego? He will probably be just like my soon-to-be ex when he meets a new woman, to coddle him. My point in sharing these stories was simple. We are all dealing with narcissists. Some stories are more complex than others, but all are tragic for the victims. So if you are reading this and think my story is too wild to exist, please know that my story is one of many that can be told. In the end, though, we are all better off for taking the steps to move on. I hope if you are struggling with a narcissist, cheater, abuser, or overall piece of trash partner that you take the steps to leave and move on. There is better out there for you. You just need to step outside and find it. Divorcing my cheating partner and destroying affair partner's house. Here's the rundown. Been together 10 years, married 5, 1 kid, baby on the way. Things have been rocky. He was emotionally distant. Her. Works with her. She's a friend. Went out to the bar a few times, sent heart eye emojis. Finally found out they kissed. He says that's not cheating. Very emotionally involved with each other. He doesn't want our children having to live a life with divorced parents. Ha! The woman called me today, apologized, said she was more invested than him. She was so sorry. She definitely would not have done it if she knew I were pregnant. He just told her he found out. He's known for 5 weeks. I'm filing for divorce. Would you all leave too? Update. I ended up talking to her husband, and apparently he is a recovering alcoholic and is now drunk out of his mind with the children at home, and she called me to yell at me about how it was my fault that he is drinking again, and now her children are in danger. The F? You and the significant other did this. Update 2. He basically destroyed their house and she is scared. This was all because of friendly banter my significant other and her were having. My significant other continues to support her. I left. I'm in a hotel. Not going back for 3 days except to get my daughter ready for school. I'm going to relax and enjoy myself. Update 3. If you know any affordable divorce lawyers in Texas, please let me know. I don't have a support system, so moving out is not an option for me right now. I also don't have a great job as I took a 50% pay cut to be able to work from home to spend more time with my daughter. I have no idea where to go from here. My family lives in Missouri. Taking time for yourself, OP, is the best thing you can do right now. It will allow you to decompress. It will also allow you to collect your thoughts and grieve the situation. Pain is pain. A time limit will not diminish the hurt or betrayal you felt after being cheated on. Grieving is an additional process that takes time. New relationships and other distractions will not make it go by any faster. Take time to think about what you want out of life. You need to be completely honest with yourself. Moreover, it's unbelievable that she called to harass you about it all. I'm so sorry that this is all happening while you're preparing to have a baby. I'm so sorry you've been uprooted. You're already taking the right steps for you and your children's happiness. Let us know what your first steps would be in the comments below. The community obviously has some thoughts. Struggle City starts us off. Wow, he really tried to justify it. And hell yes, you deserve so much better. If he didn't want your children to live a life with divorced parents, then he shouldn't have cheated. Sounds like he lies to the both of you too. What a piece of crap. The OP responds, that's what I wanted her to understand too. She's an idiot on various levels. Our next thought from ETAC No. Yes, since he's not remorseful. If he thinks that what he is doing is not cheating, nothing will stop him from doing it again. So, she apologized because you're pregnant and not because he's married with a child? Yeah, he and the affair partner deserve each other. Next comment from FE02333. Your best bet is to leave. He has gaslighted you about them kissing and the woman knew he was married but drew the line when she found out you were pregnant? I'd leave because if you don't, you'll always wonder if he is doing it with someone else. Next comment from Hawk3. Oh gosh, you are my hero and a superwoman. You are so strong. This was a pretty awful situation, but you got a clear picture into his character. Yes, let her have him. Don't give her any more info about him. She may reject him, and then you might be stuck trying to get rid of him again. From experience, if you divorce when kids are toddlers, they generally will have minimal memories of the time pre-divorce. My kids tell me they have no memories. It will be easier to do so now than after the birth. Up next, this mommy made a bad choice and now she pays the price. My family was torn apart by my mother's affair. Seeking advice, I guess. Hey all, I'm not exactly sure where to begin with this post. I'm a 21-year-old male, and I grew up in what I consider to be a happy, loving family with no signs of unrest or unhappiness. But in August of 2020, my mom, 50 female, was caught in an affair with her high school boyfriend by my dad, 54 male. 2 weeks later, he decided on a divorce. On August 18th, they told my little sister about the divorce on the drive to her first year of college, and I learned a few hours later at home. 2 days later, I left for my second year of college. The whole experience was extremely traumatic, as I only had a couple of days to process everything before I left my childhood home of 17 years for the final time. They sold the house at the end of September, and I will likely never go back. My sister still hasn't spoken to my mom since August 19th of 2020. In the following months after the divorce, my dad moved to the town I lived in for college, and I moved in with him. This might seem strange to some, but my dad and I have always been extremely close, and it felt like the obvious choice for both of our needs. I am incredibly thankful that this worked out the way it did. Today, he has recovered incredibly and seems content with life. My dad and I are closer than ever before, and I have no doubt that will remain so. We ski, bike together a few times a week. In the meantime, I've struggled tremendously to somehow repair my relationship with my mother. For the first couple of months, I would call her only to discuss the affair, and I would yell and ask extremely difficult questions to her about why she tore our lives apart, and especially, what did you think was going to happen? But my mom is a quiet and reserved person, and also has a strong tendency to paint herself as the victim in any confrontation, which has been incredibly stressful for me back then and now. She has a knack for saying, "It doesn't matter, it already happened," in response to any of my attempts at closure, or just honest communication between us. I'll talk about my sister and how she's still hurting from all this, and my mom will respond with things like, "Oh, so it's all my fault then, isn't it? I guess I should just go away forever since nobody cares about me." Obviously, you can't really understand and heal from an affair and divorce when the person you need to heal with responds in this way. I'm always pulling all the weight and doing all the talking in these conversations, and she just goes along with it. I still don't really even know why she chose to cheat on my dad, and all of our friends and extended family were shocked and devastated by the news of my family's separation, as my parents never fought, never had any issues really, and seemed like an idyllic family to those inside and out. I only mention this to emphasize how blindsided we all were by this happening. I still call my mom once or twice a week, and we mostly make small talk about anything but the terrible things that happened to us. During this time, I was also attending therapy through my school, and I learned quite a bit about myself, including that I am on the autism spectrum. I also learned mindfulness techniques, and I improved at not needing the why behind the actions of my mother. In some ways, my relationship with my mother improved because of this. At the least, my own mental health and ability to cope with my trauma and newly discovered ASD improved significantly. I stopped attending therapy when I graduated in June of 2021. In May of 2021, my mom called to tell me that she had chosen to give away my 2 childhood dogs to another family that none of us had ever met. Of course, this was a devastating blow to my already incredibly strained relationship with my mom. In theory, I could have taken them and brought them here. My family lived in Texas, but I now live in Colorado. But it would have dramatically impacted the lifestyle that I've worked hard to achieve. I felt, and still feel, that since she was the one who tore apart the dog's home in the first place, she should bear the burden of caring for them. She would never admit it to me, but the reason she gave them away was that she had moved to a nice apartment in an upscale area of the city and was unwilling to move to a place with a backyard even though she could afford it. Her apartment environment, naturally, was very stressful for our dogs because they were fairly high maintenance and had lived their whole lives prior with direct access to a backyard. I went to see them at their new home once last summer, and it was incredibly traumatic for me. Although I was happy to see them, I was mortified by seeing them displaced from where I feel that they belong. The reason I'm writing this now is that although my relationship with my mom has marginally improved over the past year and a half, I still feel like I haven't really processed the trauma I went through, and my mother seems content with running from the difficult conversations we'd certainly need to have to really heal our relationship. When I bring up uncomfortable truths or ask her difficult questions, she frames everything as if she is the victim of some great injustice, or gaslights me about the events that took place, what the responsibility she bears in them, and how valid my feelings are towards her. I still love my mom, and I'd like to have a healthy relationship with her again, but she doesn't seem to understand that I can't simply bury all of those feelings and pretend to trust her and respect her again. She ruined everything that I cared about the most, and once everything was damaged beyond repair, she took the one thing that was still innocent and untainted by the affair, my childhood pets, and ruined that too. I'm overwhelmed with grief from the loss of my family, the mother I knew, the dogs, my house, my old life, and more. I have nightmares about being betrayed by people I love. I go down long mental paths of rumination and exhaust myself trying to figure out why she did this to us, because I can't accept that she's a bad person. I'm ashamed to admit this one, but I also certainly wrestle with feelings of hatred towards women, and I'm afraid that between the family trauma and my Asperger's, I won't even have a healthy romantic relationship or a family of my own. In summary, despite the therapy and consistent communication with my mom, I still don't feel like I've healed from all of this, and the openness and trust that I need from my mother seems impossible to receive. I am never sure if maintaining my relationship with my mom is really worth it. What do you guys think? Am I justified in feeling so angry and conflicted? If you were me, would you have ever even given your mother a chance? What strategies would you use to develop a new, healthy relationship with your parent? I do love her, and I want to be close to her again somehow, but sometimes I think that's an unrealistic goal. I'd really appreciate any feedback or insights that you might have. Even if you don't have any insights for me, I've, in a way, enjoyed venting my thoughts about this through my keyboard, so thanks for reading at the very least. OP, from what you've just said, you've done tremendously well despite the cards you've been dealt. It's tremendously difficult to mourn the loss of a life you had envisioned. You are completely justified to feel angry and conflicted. Take your time navigating these emotions and these triggers. You've done so well so far, and you've even sought therapy. I encourage you to continue to do this, as this will allow you to uncover more of your feelings and emotions in regard to the situation and your mother. It's natural to hold on to anger, and everyone processes grief and trauma differently. There's never a good time to find out about infidelity, but it also happened while you and your sister were in a very transitional time in your lives, which is traumatic in itself. I think taking your time with building your relationship is best, and it's exactly what you're doing. Although it will be hard, I think working on forgiving her will help your anger towards her and the situation, OP. More likely than not, she's also going through some sort of healing of her own and has to process some things still. This explains why she's not entirely talking to you about what happened, and that's okay. Focus on you and your healing, and eventually the conversations will happen. Now it's the turn for the community to react. Terser78 starts us off. I think you are wasting time with your mother. If you didn't contact her, would she reach out to you? You realize your mother is the source of your hatred towards women, right? Combined with everything else, your mother is a severely mentally broken person. She lacks an ability to empathize with her actions. The complete lack of touch with giving away your dogs proves that. Your mother is a narcissist. Your father is better that she's no longer in his life. Your sister is too. And one day, when you recognize that nothing you do matters, you will too. Your mother will die alone. Her affair partner will one day abandon her the same way those relationships always fail. And she'll still think she's the victim. She is an abusive parent. Your father likely shielded you from much of the abuse you never recognized. Seek out some topics on abusive parents. Look at the subreddits dedicated to abusive parents. You need to reconcile that you no longer recognize this woman. The OP responds, if I didn't contact her, I imagine she would text me, but never call me. I definitely wouldn't consider her an abusive parent. Despite what's happened, she was always a good mom to me. I don't think she's a bad person, just terribly misguided and, like you said, broken. She's wrapped herself in so many defense mechanisms to cope with what she did to us. I don't think she's a narcissist. In fact, her self-esteem is so dramatically low that I'd say the opposite. Selfish in her actions, yes, but not a narcissist personality. I suspect that, like me, you've been betrayed by someone you love. But even then, things aren't so black and white. Love is complicated. Thanks for the response. I really do appreciate it. Our next comment comes from Hot Laquat 4145. When your mom responds with, "Oh, so this is all my fault. I guess I should just go away since nobody cares about me," she's saying that to guilt you as well as speaking in extreme for you to verbally disagree. She's tricking you into reassuring her. She stonewalls the conversation and doesn't answer. These things are absolutely considered abusive, and maybe right now it's hard to think of it as such, but it is. It took me a long while to recognize this with my mother also. I was starting my first treatment round for breast cancer right when COVID hit. She wanted to fly across the country to be with me, later saying she needed a vacation. We weren't doing well prior to my diagnosis. I told her we needed to stop talking 6 days before getting my results due to realizing the mass amounts of manipulation happening for financial gain. I told her about the cancer, but did not want the stress I felt being around her. When I told her it wasn't safe for either one of us, her age, health, me having zero immune system for treatment, she would go into rage fits and say I must not love her. I'd get texts daily asking if she could come and saying stuff like, "No pressure, really up to you." When I still declined, she'd scold me and say stuff along the lines of, "I don't know what I've done to make you hate me so much." It's an extreme exaggeration that she's looking for me to deny to reassure her of my feelings toward her. This went on for months. I cut it off and went no contact August of 2020. She refuses to ever reflect on her actions or apologize and will continue the narrative that I've abandoned her. She texts every couple of weeks asking me why I hate her. She calls the police often for them to do wellness checks. Your mom seems like my mom, only cares about what's happening to her feelings, and can't stomach the thought of answering for her wrongdoings or her acknowledging she literally created a traumatic event for you and your family. Also, just to chime in on the narcissist bit, there are different types of narcissism, and they absolutely have very, very low self-esteem. Our next comment comes from Fragrant Spray. It's tough because you don't seem to have accepted that your mother doesn't want to fix any problems. She just wants them to go away. So anything you might want to help in healing isn't there. Things like honesty or actual remorse. Finally, once a cheater, always a cheater? Girlfriend cheated on me. My girlfriend, 19, was positive tested with COVID. Me, 23, was really worried about her. I was asking every moment how she feels and if I can do something. She often replies with, "Don't annoy me. Leave me alone or I'll write you later." After the quarantine, I was going for a walk with her. Then her phone vibrating all the time. I saw there were some dudes on the screen. I don't have female friends because she is very jealous, so I thought she also didn't have dudes in her contacts. At night when she was sleeping, I took her phone and started reading the chats. Then I found many nudes she sends to other guys. I was crying and throwing up all night. I asked her if she's hiding something, and she replied, "No, I love you. Everything is okay." I told her what I saw, and she started crying and saying that it will be a failure to leave her because she loves me and will do everything to become a good wife. We were engaged since January. Now I'm asking you what to do. I can't sleep, can't go to work. I don't think I can ever trust her again. But I also love her. My mind is destroying me, and I really need help right now. Sorry for my bad English. I'm from Germany and very, very tired. OP, if you have decided to deal with a cheater, give yourself some time to honestly think about the benefits and detriments of staying in the relationship. No matter which direction you are swaying, you need to be completely honest with yourself about your wants and needs in a relationship from this point on. If you choose to stay in this relationship, can you truly forgive your cheating partner? Your relationship will never be successful if you cannot forgive the act itself, OP. Forgiveness is a difficult road, but it can be done. This road makes it easier for couples by attending couples counseling and opening up about what each party loves and lacks in their current relationship. We've got a couple quick reactions. First, from Gerbil in my butthole. Ask for the ring back. If you know her parents, let them know you are no longer with her and why. If she lives with you, tell her to move out. Then, once all that is done, block her on everything and go live your best life. You found her, you can find someone else. Is Anna Mitchell your girlfriend? Our last community comment is from Director 20530. It will be a failure to leave her because she loves you. What the F? She failed when she cheated. Kick her to the curb and walk away. You owe her nothing. Thank you for joining us today on rSpace. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Let us know what you thought of today's content in the comments below. See you next time.